Hello, thrill seekers. Welcome to Real Crime Stories, the channel that plunges you into the heart of spine-chilling mysteries, true crime cases, and unsolved enigmas that defy explanation. Today, we're unraveling a gripping collection of stories that will haunt your thoughts. If you're hooked on suspense and can't get enough of these eerie tales, smash that subscribe button and ring the notification bell to never miss a video. Now, brace yourself, let's dive into the first bone-chilling story. I ended my true crime podcast after meeting my biggest fan. I ran a successful true crime podcast called Unveiling. It covered missing person cases, from legendary stories on Amelia Earhart to relatively unknown cases from the recent news. Recently, I told my 100K plus followers that I was stepping away to focus on other projects, namely my day job as an audio engineer. I told my friends that I was taking a mental health break. All the interviews with grieving parents, friends, and lovers, with no closure, had chipped away at my soul. I needed to reset, rediscover the beauty in this world, to forget the darkness that lurks beneath its surface. But the main reason I shuttered Unveiling, the reason I deleted all my audio files and contact sheets, the reason I promised myself I would never touch the true crime genre again, was due to one person, Charnel Sam. According to his scant Patreon profile, Sam was located somewhere in the US and had plenty of discretionary income, donating to various true crime podcasts via the site. But he gave the most money to mine, having donated over $5,000 to Unveiling for the past 2 years, usually through regular $200 payments. Charnel Sam was my biggest fan. My online conversations with Sam were brief and professional. I sent him a nice, personalized thank you message each time he donated, and would announce his username at the top of my credits after each episode. Most of the time, my messages went unanswered, but on occasion, he would respond with a single cryptic sentence. It was always the same. Light floods the grateful frame, catching moments gifted by time. I had no idea what that meant or what it had to do with my podcast. It might have been part of his online signature, perhaps some famous quote missing an attribution. But if that were the case, why only send the attribution and not an actual message? I never thought much about it. I was just happy to receive such large and consistent donations. If Charnel Sam wanted to send me a cryptic quote now and then, he was more than welcome to do it. But everything changed a few weeks ago when I received this. Hey Brian, I have some information that I think could help solve the Bertrand Hikers mystery. I'd recently re-aired an episode on the Bertrand Hikers, 2 teenage girls who mysteriously vanished while hiking in the Bertrand Nature Preserve in northwestern Georgia, an area not far from my home in the Atlanta suburbs. The case was one of my most popular stories, and the main one that launched my podcast. The disappearance of Heather Simmons and Alicia Gunderson is one of those local legends that everyone I grew up with knew about, but never received much national attention. As such, it was a relatively unknown missing person case when I recorded my first podcast episode on it. Though the girls were teenagers, they were not the attractive white blonde teens that received most of the media's attention. Heather was slightly overweight for her age, with lots of bushy curly hair. The popular girls at her school picked on her, calling her Shamu. Alicia was pretty, but still an outsider in the small town of Bertrand. She was biracial, with a white Norwegian father and a Nigerian mother. Her family had recently moved to America from Bergen, Norway, and she spoke broken English. There were kids at school who jokingly referred to her as a dark elf. Both girls were 16 at the time of their disappearance. They became friends at Bertrand High, where they shared a homeroom. They played soccer and loved bands like Nirvana and the Smashing Pumpkins. They stayed up late watching John Carpenter movies and binging on popcorn and Kit Kats. They got straight A's in all their classes. They dressed up as Beetlejuice and Catwoman for Halloween one year. They were inseparable. Alicia was planning to go to Harvard Med and become a dentist when she grew up, and Heather wanted to be a wildlife photographer for National Geographic. More on that later. They weren't popular at school, but they had loving families, and they always had each other. On the 17th of October, 1998, Heather and Alicia biked from their homes to the Bertrand Nature Preserve, a massive park covering 80 square miles of dense forest that blanketed the low-lying mountains of the Appalachian foothills. Witnesses at the visitor center saw them arrive around noon that Saturday. They'd told their parents they were just going for a short hike up to Bald Head Rock, a scenic lookout about 3 miles from the parking lot where they'd chained up their bikes. Tons of people hiked the trail on the weekends, and the girls were planning to be home well before nightfall. In fact, Heather and Alicia were planning to see the movie Practical Magic with Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman later that night at 8 p.m. But 8 p.m. came and went, and the girls' bikes remained untouched in the parking lot. No one had seen them. No one had heard from them. By then, Heather and Alicia's parents were frantic. They'd already called 911, and a couple of officers had gone out to the Bertrand Nature Preserve to search for the missing teens. All they found were the bikes, still chained up outside the nature center. Over the following weeks, a huge search party combed the mountains. Hundreds of volunteers and SAR personnel checked behind every tree, looked within every bush, and turned over every rock, searching for clues. They found nothing. Eventually, the news reports stopped. The missing posters on telephone poles and outside shops started to fade, fall off, or were even pasted over with flyers advertising local bands or politicians running for upcoming elections. As sad as it was, the case would have disappeared into total obscurity were it not for a strange discovery almost 2 years later. In 2000, a local Boy Scout troop was camping in the Bertrand Preserve when one of the kids stumbled upon a rusted single-lens reflex (SLR) camera half buried in the dirt near their campsite. He didn't know it then, but the boy had just discovered Heather's most prized possession. She'd taken the camera with her on that fateful day in October 2 years prior. When the authorities developed the camera's film roll, they uncovered a breakdown of that day's events. The first half of the pictures are known colloquially as the day shots. These pictures were all time-stamped on the 17th of October, 1998, likely taken over 2 to 3 hours while the girls were on their hike. The photos showed squirrels scurrying among the canopy, alien-like mushrooms growing on the moist ground, and various angles of Alicia hiking up to Bald Head Rock. There were shots of Alicia silhouetted against the afternoon sun, and others showing her disappearing into an endless forest. Heather had a good eye for composition, and she knew how to make the most of natural lighting. It's sad looking at the day shots now, because you can see the raw talent of a burgeoning artist finding her voice. She would have made a great photographer had she come home that day. Another thing people noticed was the way Heather captured Alicia's beauty in the photos, the way she brought out her best friend's hazel green eyes, and accentuated her sharp facial bone structure, using a juxtaposition of light and shadow. There was already speculation among their classmates that Heather had a crush on Alicia. Some even believed they were a couple, though there was no evidence the two girls had ever hooked up. Some speculated that Heather may have killed Alicia after she'd rejected Heather's advances, and then Heather killed herself. But there was no evidence of this from eyewitnesses or the photos themselves. What was clear from the day shots was that both girls had a zest for life. They were having fun and goofing off. There were even some forced perspective photos of Heather and Alicia pretending to eat a downed tree. These pictures contradicted one of the authorities' early theories regarding the girls' disappearance, that they might have taken their own lives due to depression. It was a reasonable theory, given that both girls were bullied at school and had no real friends outside of each other. But they never left a note, and neither their parents nor their classmates felt they were depressed. What really got the authorities' attention was a second set of photos on the roll. They called them the night shots. These photos were time-stamped on the 31st of October, 1998, a full 2 weeks after the girls were reported missing. They were taken in the middle of the night with a camera flash for 30 minutes. Creepiest of all was the subject matter. The night shots were almost entirely random images of the forest, tree limbs, bushes, rocks. There were no signs of civilization in them, just endless darkness beyond the foliage caught in the camera flash. Many of the pictures were out of focus, showing random green and black blurs. The most famous photo was a close-up of what appeared to be the back of Heather's head. Her curly hair filled the frame. Amongst those bushy strands was a dark red streak. Blood. The photos on Heather's camera were never officially released to the public. They remained sealed in evidence until sometime in the late 2000s, possibly 2008 or 2009. That's when someone leaked them to a now-defunct true crime forum called Missing Inc., and they eventually found their way to Reddit. Once people saw the photos online, the Bertrand hikers case took on a whole new dimension. Suddenly, there were dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of posts discussing the case and providing theories behind the girl's disappearance. All of them were centered around the night shots. There was a popular theory that the girls had gone off the trail and became lost, and the night shots were a way of signaling rescuers with the camera flash. There was a massive search of the Bertrand Nature Preserve on Halloween 1998. The SAR personnel were likely close to the girls at that time. Another popular theory posited that the girls became incapacitated. Perhaps they had got lost and then fallen off the trail in the dark. Both girls were too injured to hike out. Many believed Heather had died from her fall, and Alicia used the camera to see her friend and get a bearing on where they had landed. Some armchair sleuths even believed Alicia had killed Heather, given the close-up of Heather's bloodied scalp, though there was no clear motive for such a crime. Jealousy? A verbal fight that had escalated into something physical? Perhaps Alicia pushed Heather, causing her only friend to accidentally fall to her death. Alicia, overcome with guilt and worried that she would be arrested for murder, then took her own life, but not before providing a confession in the form of random photos. I didn't believe any such theories. Hi Sam, thanks again for all your support. I'd love to see what info you have on Bertrand. An hour later, he sent this reply. Would you mind meeting up at Coffee Land on the corner of Weston and Whitsett? This caught me off guard. When I received Sam's message, I was staying at a hotel in Atlanta for a true crime convention. I was there to run a panel on missing persons cases. A quick Google search revealed that Coffee Land was not far from my hotel. Sam's reply came moments after. I know you're in town for True Crime Con. Brian? A tall, elderly man stood up from his table at the coffee shop. He was balding with silvery hair and a trimmed beard. He wore a nice sweater vest, khaki pants, and horn-rimmed glasses. The man reminded me of a college professor. Yes, I said, shaking his offered hand. It was soft and smooth, like he used a lot of moisturizers. My name's Samuel, he said. Please, have a seat. Can I get you anything? We both got coffees and returned to our table. The tiny shop was busy with locals coming and going. Students and amateur screenwriters sat at the nearby tables, their heads buried in their laptops. I must say, I really loved your take on the Bertrand hikers mystery, Sam said. It's the only one that I think is close to the truth. Thanks, I said. My podcast presented a different take from all the others that covered Heather and Alicia's disappearance. I concluded that someone had kidnapped and likely murdered the girls, and the night shots were taken by this suspect. But the evidence I presented was not in the night shots themselves. Rather, it was in the day shots, the ones most people just glossed over. A good friend of mine is a professional photographer. I had asked her to examine the leaked photos, hoping she might shed some light, both figuratively and literally, on the night shots. I wanted her to brighten the pictures without losing too much information and reveal something or someone lurking in the darkness just beyond the camera flash. She did just that, but all it revealed was more empty forest. There wasn't anything more to see, she said. The night shots have been poured over hundreds of times online anyway. My friend paused for a moment, but I did take a second look at the daytime photos, and there was something strange on 205. Photo 205, named because of its timestamp of 2:05 p.m., was a shot of Alicia and Heather smiling for the camera as they stopped at a lookout point on the way to Bald Head Rock. The camera was likely placed on a rock so it could capture both girls. They appeared happy and carefree in the sunny proto-selfie. The picture captured just how much wilderness was in the Bertrand Nature Preserve. You can see a massive forest stretching for miles and miles behind them. Take a look at the bottom far right, my friend said. I've lightened the shadows in the background. I stared at the location, but all I found were trees. What am I supposed to see? It's right there, between those two trunks. She pointed to a black dot in the far corner. It looked like an oddly shaped stump. What is that? It's a person, she said. My friend showed me another copy of the photo, this one even brighter. The extra exposure had washed out the girls in the foreground completely. But now I could clearly see the human shape standing in the trees below them, watching. The figure was out of focus, so we couldn't make out any details, but it appeared to be a man wearing all black. "Oh my God," I gasped. We sent the enhanced photos to the authorities, who thanked us for the new evidence. It was the first break they'd had in the case in over a decade. The discovery made local headlines. Heather and Alicia's families even sent us thank you cards, but ultimately, it didn't lead to much. Without any bodies, there was no evidence the girls were kidnapped, and the lurking figure in photo 205 was too grainy to identify. All the forensic analysts could conclude was the suspect's gender, male, and a rough estimate of his height, 6'3". Still, the discovery made my podcast go viral. It was a nice prize after spending months researching the case. "So you think my theory is the closest, huh?" I asked Sam. "That someone kidnapped and likely murdered them?" Sam sipped his coffee. It was getting late, and the shop was starting to clear out. "More than that, I think I can prove it." My eyebrows raised. This better not be another conspiracy theory. I'd run across plenty of weirdos in my true crime career, people who believed that missing persons were abducted by aliens or murdered by Bigfoot. Their stories always started semi-sane, but the more they spoke, the stranger things got, until you found yourself listening to how one of the 9/11's hijackers was an interdimensional being who traveled from an alternate Earth to stop the lizard people's invasion of Washington. "What proof?" I asked. Sam sat back in his chair and let out a deep breath. "My brother passed away a month ago," he began. He was a handful. 2 failed marriages, no kids, no friends, never got along with anyone in the family except me. He was a drunk and a compulsive gambler, fucked over almost everyone in his life. My brother was a hoarder too. Spent most of his life roaming the country, working odd jobs in construction, and living out of a beat-up RV. When he died, I was stuck with the unenviable task of clearing out all the junk he'd accumulated in his 65 years on this earth. The stench when I opened that RV door made my eyes water. There was so much rotting garbage, mountains of crap. I found 3 rat corpses. 3. I don't know how my brother had stuffed everything into such a small space. Sam set his drink down. Anyway, I'm throwing out boxes of his stuff when I come across these old photos, and there's one on top that immediately caught my eye. You know what it was? I shook my head. Sam reached into his pocket and pulled out a glossy printed photo, the kind you would pick up from a CVS or Walgreens back in the day. It was semi-wrinkled and smudged with grease. As soon as I saw the image, I choked on my Mexican latte. The photo showed Heather and Alicia, and not just any photo. It was a picture taken on the same day they disappeared, on the same trail up to Bald Head Rock. But this was a new photo, not part of the day shots that I'd pored over so many times. In the picture, Heather had her SLR camera slung over her shoulder. As soon as I saw that, I knew the photo wasn't from her camera. "Who took this?" Sam grinned. "My brother." "Are there others?" He nodded. "But I can't show you here." "Why?" Sam sat back in his chair, studying me with pensive eyes. "I need an assurance from you first. You want money, don't you?" I'd had armchair investigators ask for payment in exchange for evidence or interviews in the past. I always turned them down. It just felt icky, distasteful. Why would I ask for that? Sam looked hurt by my question. "I've given you thousands of dollars." "Sorry. I've had bad experiences," I said, hoping I hadn't ruined the deal. "I meant no offense, and I'm very, very grateful for all your donations. I really am." "You don't do this for the money, do you?" Sam asked. "Number? Of course not," I said, though even at that moment, I was reminded of how often I'd hoped I could turn this side hustle into a full-time gig. Running a podcast was a lot of work and money, especially one that involved such heavy research, not to mention all the logistics involved with interviewing witnesses and loved ones. "I want to bring closure," I said. I'd always felt that the only thing worse than losing a loved one in a violent crime was having that person go missing instead. At least a murder gave you a definite answer. A missing person was like a never-ending haunting, a spirit taunting you with the possibility, however faint, of a miraculous return. "You want the truth," Sam said. "Don't we all?" Sam finished his coffee, then got up to throw it away. "I live not far from here," he said. and craze. Sam's house was a modest, one-story ranch-style bungalow. I immediately noticed an old RV in its driveway as I parked out front. I stared at the rundown vehicle as I walked toward the home's entrance. I'm looking to sell that thing once I've finished cleaning it out. Sam was waiting on the front porch to let me in. As soon as I did, I noticed that Sam had brought much of his brother's RV hoard inside. I had to squeeze past stacks of crumpled magazines and cardboard boxes of random junk in the living room. "Sorry about all this," Sam said. Once I discovered the photos, I decided I needed to do a more thorough investigation of my brother's belongings before throwing them all out. "It's fine," I said. The house was dark and musty. A heaviness lingered in the air. It felt like walking underwater. Sam led me to a kitchen table, the one pristine spot in the house. There, he pulled out a dusty photo album. It was big and black, with a leather exterior. I found the rest of his photos in here. The album creaked as he opened it. Inside were pictures of roadside attractions, long stretches of highway, national parks, and random people. It looked like the photo journal of a relentless traveler. There were pictures of temperate rainforests in the Pacific Northwest, desert canyons, big cities, rest stops, and lots of forests. Sam stopped as he reached a section with photos of the Appalachian Mountains. This is where it begins. The first page showed pictures of the Bertrand Nature Center and parking lot. I leaned in. There were the girls' bikes tied up outside. Flip. Creek. Pictures of the main hiking trail. Trees. Mountain vistas. Flip. Creek. There was the photo of Heather and Alicia, the same one Sam had shown me at Coffeeland. Alongside it were other photos of the girls, some of them smiling for the camera, others where they struck semi-serious poses like they were fashion models. They appeared to be having a great time. "I don't understand," I said, staring. "He took all of these?" "Apparently, he'd struck up a friendship with the girls," Sam said. The old man was about to turn the page when he stopped. I instinctively reached out to turn it myself, but Sam kept the pages closed. "Sorry, I need one more assurance from you before I continue." "What's that?" I stepped back, suddenly aware of how close I'd gotten to the old man. "What I'm about to show you is very sensitive. It could do irreparable damage to my family if it ever got out," Sam said, staring into my eyes. I'd never noticed how dark his eyes were. They were a deep brown, almost black, in the low light of his house. "I need you to promise me you'll keep this a secret. You cannot tell anyone. Not the cops, not even the victims' families. No one." "What?" A million little alarm bells rang out in my head. "There's something wrong here. Very wrong. I'm sorry." I kept backing away from the old man. "I need to," and accidentally stumbled into a tower of magazines, falling onto the dusty floor. Sam shot up from the table. How can he move that fast? Within seconds, the old man was looming over me, offering his hand to help me up. His spindly fingers danced in the air like spider legs. I crawled away from him, but immediately bumped into the wall. Sam had me trapped in a corner. He grinned, flashing long yellow teeth. "You want to know the truth, don't you, Brian? The mystery nags at your soul. You've been so good to me, filling this world with intriguing and tasty mysteries. I wanted to give you a little treat in return." He kept his hand out. I still didn't take it. Instead, my hand shot to my iPhone. "Do you really want to call the police?" Sam asked. "I don't think your parents at 2165 Sycamore Park Circle would much appreciate that." "How did you?" "I know all about you, Brian," the old man said. "I know the apartment where you live. I know the last girl you dated. I know how late you stay up editing your podcast every Thursday. You don't have a brother, do you?" I slowly got to my feet, iPhone still in my hand, finger hovering over the emergency call button. "I don't want to hurt you," Sam said. "I brought you here as a friend. Besides, you're not even my taste." "I'm not your friend," I said, but my voice was low and weak, barely above a whisper. I wanted to shout, to scream. I wanted to deck the old man with a sucker punch. But all I could do was stand there, stiff as a corpse. "I won't." "You won't what?" "I won't tell anyone," I said, putting the iPhone back in my pocket. "I swear." "Very good, Brian. Very good." Sam offered for me to take a seat at his kitchen table, but I stood right where I was, with a clear shot to the front door in case he tried anything. Fine. You can remain there. Sam grabbed the photo album and held it up for me to see its contents. He turned the pages. Creak. At first, I thought someone had scrawled over the photos with a red marker. But then I realized the crimson was part of the photos. Each shot a different angle of the girls lying in a dark forest. They'd been ripped to shreds, limbs torn off, intestines splayed across the dirt. It was like a pack of wolves had killed them. I hunched over, fighting the urge to vomit. They didn't see me coming, Sam said calmly. But they heard me, out there in the dark, trying to capture my true form on film. I didn't like that. What are you? I stepped back, closer to the exit. They say fear spoils the meat, Sam said, closing his album of horrors. But when you season it like I do, it only gets tastier with time. So long as no one knows what happened, I feed on the mystery as much as I feed on the flesh. Why them? Why Heather and Alicia? Sam shrugged. They happened across my path. I felt something wet in my hands. I had balled my fingers into fists so tightly that my nails dug into my palms. Adrenaline coursed through my veins. You're sick, you know that. You're a sick, perverted old man. Charnel Sam laughed in response. He kept laughing and laughing, as if I'd just told him the funniest joke in the universe. His mouth grew wider with each guffaw, eventually becoming so wide it revealed row upon row of teeth within his dark maw. Each row moved independently, like a separate mouth. Sam's laughter turned into an ear-splitting chorus, so loud and discordant it took me a moment to realize what it was. Cries of agony from countless victims, Heather and Alicia included. I sprinted for the front door, accidentally knocking over a tower of boxes on my way out. Each box contained bones, femurs, ribs, clavicles, skulls. All of them human. I called the cops as soon as I was back in my car, speeding away from Sam's house of horrors. How could I not? That creature had to be stopped. The police descended upon the location within the hour. By then, Sam, his RV, and photo album were gone. But the house was still full of hoarded junk and plenty of bones. According to the FBI team that interviewed me, investigators found the remains of 40 victims inside. They wouldn't tell me who, but all were from missing person cases. When they brought me in for questioning, I told the agents everything I've just told you. They responded by handing me a massive NDA. For some reason, the authorities are keeping a lid on all information regarding Sam, his house, and his connection with any missing persons cases, including Heather and Alicia. They've even scrubbed the internet and forced me to remove all traces of my podcast, Eidolon. I kept asking them why, but the agents never gave me a reason. Just some vague bullshit like, it could jeopardize our investigation. There's supposedly a top-secret nationwide manhunt for my biggest fan. Charnel Sam is still out there, somewhere, roaming the highways, looking for his next meal. I've been forced into hiding, too. Witness protection. The FBI says Sam will never find me or my family here, but I don't believe them. I broke Sam's promise. He'll never let me forget that. But I won't rest until the truth is revealed. Charnel Sam feeds on mystery as much as he feeds on flesh. That's why I've posted this story. I needed to warn the world since the police never will. Because Sam's most likely victim is someone who has never heard of him. Don't let that someone be you. Story. I'm a psychiatrist. I think one of my patients accidentally confessed to murder. As a psychiatrist of over 20 years, I've seen my patients come in many different types, all of them with their own personal flaws, some worse than others. There have been some instances in which I've met people with problems so bizarre that I've dwelled on them for days. These are the ones who'd come in, tell me their story, then right away I'd know they were screwed. Obviously, as a mental health professional, I'm not supposed to spill the beans on their situation so quickly. My job is to stretch out the treatments for as long as possible until the inevitable occurs. One patient in particular stood out. His name was Adam, and he was one of the unfortunate ones. It was hard for me to tell at first, as his life story wasn't exactly unusual or bizarre. However, he did have a condition that was rare, narcolepsy. a sleep disorder that would cause him to randomly fall asleep at inappropriate times throughout the day. This disorder tormented him his whole life. It caused problems throughout his childhood, and he had trouble holding down a job later on. Despite this, he managed to find a wife that would stick by his side and assist him. She had a well-paying job as a nurse, while he collected disability checks due to his ailment and inability to work. Other than being his lover, she was also a great caretaker. His wife was the best thing to happen to him. Before she came along, he had spent many years alone, confined to the dark and silent shadows of his home. Unfortunately, Adam had to return to the shadows, as his wife went missing 10 years ago. Apparently, it took a great toll on him. As if dealing with his narcolepsy wasn't bad enough, he soon fell into a deep depression and went days without eating. His sleep habits grew even worse, and he developed insomnia. Months after his wife went missing, Adam made his first appointment with me. When meeting him, I got a strong impression of a shy and timid middle-aged man. He failed to make eye contact with me. He wouldn't stop looking at the ground and staring off into the space beside him during every pause in our conversation. From then on, Adam has been seeing me on the regular, and over time we both kind of formed a bond. Compared to my other patients, I was invested in Adam's life and progressed the most, and really looked forward to seeing him every week. I'll admit, after a few years I started to consider Adam as a part of my life, an acquaintance. But we had to meet later in the day, sometimes at night. Technically, my office closed at 6, but I didn't mind making an exception for Adam and allowing him to come in an hour later past closing time. His narcolepsy wouldn't allow the appointments to be worth it if they started too early. So we used his insomnia as leverage for our sessions, although he'd still randomly fall out on me from time to time. But for the most part, it would work out. The first time the strangest thing happened was when Adam was in my office as usual during one of our sessions. "You've still been using your journal?" I asked him. Adam sat across from me on the other side of the coffee table that separated us. He slouched forward and rested his head on both his hands, staring at the carpet below him. He didn't seem to be all the way there at the moment. "Adam?" He snapped out of it, then looked me in the eye. "Yes, I actually have," he replied. About 2 years ago, I gave Adam the task of jotting down his thoughts and feelings in his own personal journal. He told me it was a great way of venting, expressions of himself that only he could see. "Have you met any new friends or acquaintances to occupy your time?" Adam shook his head. No surprise here. I would ask him this question every month or so. As expected, I'd always get the same answer. During the past 10 years, Adam hadn't put much effort into meeting new people, as he rarely left the house for social gatherings. Outside of other personal occasions, the only time he stepped foot out of his house was for our sessions. I've been going to some bars and late-night comedy shows," he said. I paused, then raised an eyebrow before grinning. "That's great. You go by yourself?" He nodded. "But I don't meet anyone when I go. At the bar, I usually just sit and drink alone, just to get out. And I find the comedy shows to be so enjoyable I often forget that I'm alone," Adam explained. "It's all good. You're finally starting to progress in this area. We're just taking one step at a time." I wrote down some things in my own journal and was about to ask him another question. But when I glanced up, I was met with Adam staring off into space. He was just staring at me, or so it appeared. I smiled, then leaned forward, waving my hands in front of his eyes. "Adam?" No response. I did that a few more times, but nothing changed, even after standing out of my chair and walking around him to get a reaction. Every now and then, Adam's narcoleptic behavior would surface, but he'd fall asleep for seconds, then be right back with me in no time. This is the first time he just zoned out like this. "Hey Adam, what's going on?" I said. His blank expression scrunched up into a face of sadness. Then, his eyes began to water. "I'm sorry, Sasha," he cried, as tears streamed down his cheeks. His wife. "I don't think I can do this with you gone," he continued, speaking to no one in particular. The tear streams on his face grew heavier. "Now I just need you to do one thing. Forgive me," Adam sobbed. "Adam," I exclaimed. Saying his name did no good. It was obvious he wasn't even present. "Forgive me." "Come on, Adam, get back with me now," I begged. "Forgive me. Adam, forgive me." After repeatedly shouting those two words for the next 10 seconds or so, Adam abruptly stopped, then blinked 2 or 3 times before glancing around the room. He stiffened when our eyes met again. I was startled, and I figured he could tell by my heavy breaths. My heart was racing. "What?" he muttered. "Did I fall out on you again?" I nodded. "Very," I replied. After that episode, I ended our session and sent Adam on his way, not bothering to tell him about the outburst. I wasn't sure if he was even aware himself. It was clear that he thought he'd just fallen asleep as usual. But that wasn't the case. I've never had a patient just start talking in a trance, mid-session. And what was he even talking about? Forgive him for what? At the time, my guess was that I wouldn't see an odd outburst like that from Adam again. Maybe he was just having a really rough night, and his issues just took a bizarre turn? I think you know where this is headed. 10 minutes before our next session the following week, I sat in my office filling out paperwork, waiting for Adam to walk in at any minute. As usual, it was about an hour past closing time. What had happened last session had me thinking. I couldn't wrap my head around what could have triggered Adam like that, or how something like that could even happen. I thought about it all day at home, to the point I even went to the internet looking for answers. I didn't find much on what I was looking for, mainly because I didn't know exactly what I was looking for myself. Trying to describe what I had witnessed was almost just as challenging as figuring out what was behind it. I visited many pages on the net about narcolepsy and other sleep disorders, but only came across generic and typical info. When Adam finally came trotting into my office, there was a slight jump in my chest upon laying eyes on him. He carried that typical blank and carefree expression I've looked at for the past decade now. That tense and anxious bodily posture as he came and took a seat in the leather chair across from me. I gave him a slight welcoming smile. Then I noticed he was carrying a small black booklet in one of his hands. There was a band of elastic wrapped around it. His journal. Our session began, and it was off to a pretty good start. He gave me some more good news. He went to another comedy show and gave the bar a few more visits throughout the week. But this time, he built up the courage to be more social and talkative. Apparently, Adam's been approaching and meeting people more often. During the past week at the bar, he hasn't been drinking alone. He enjoyed some meals and had drinks with a few guys there multiple times the previous week. "Well, you made one hell of a leap," I said, growing excited for him. Adam smiled a little. It wasn't much, but it was still the happiest I've seen him since forever. I've tried asking a few of them to go to some of the comedy shows with me, but they all said they were unavailable, he explained. From there, I dug deeper and was informed of many more updates on Adam's life and mental health. Surprisingly, things only got better as minutes passed. Adam made eye contact with me more often and was more expressive when he spoke. It was the best session we had in a long time, but like all things good, it didn't last. "So, how do you think Sasha would feel about you finally opening up to someone else?" I asked. When I asked that question, Adam froze with a smug grin stuck on his face, and he was silent for seconds. "Adam?" I waved my hands in front of his face and got no physical reaction, staring into space. It was happening again. Sasha wouldn't feel anything. She'd run away at the sight of me. Adam blurted out coldly. He'd lost grip of his journal, and it toppled to the floor. "I hate myself for this, I really do," he continued. I gulped, staring Adam right in his unaware eyes. "What do you hate yourself for, Adam?" I asked reluctantly. "I wasn't very nice. Not as much as I should have," he replied. "I let the wrong emotions consume me, and now I've turned into something that resembles another person I don't like very much." At that point, I was starting to worry again, but something made me want to ask more questions. My curiosity was sparked, and I wanted to hear what else was on Adam's mind. Before I could get another question in, Adam was present again. Like before, he blinked multiple times before glancing around him. Also like before, I didn't tell Adam about the outburst, and continued our session as usual. Over the next few weeks, the sessions with Adam remained similar to the ones as just mentioned before, except Adam seemed to grow happier after each week. As the weeks passed, he walked into my office with more confidence. The slight smile I saw before was growing wider. Our conversations were smoother, and it became more rare to lose eye contact with him. The good news he continued to present escalated. He was still meeting people at the bar, and increasingly grew comfortable communicating with them. They were starting to feel more like friends, something he hasn't really had since high school. He even started talking to a woman regularly, and eventually managed to get her number. But he still complained of not being able to contact her outside the bar, as any time he called or texted her, he wouldn't get a response. He also seemed to have trouble getting any of them to go to the comedy shows with him. Other than some small misfortunes, Adam claimed that his life was finally getting better, but his random outbursts said otherwise. Despite the fact that the sessions were overall drastically better after so many years, there were still moments when Adam would stop responding to my questions and give me that 100-yard stare. Every time this happened, I knew the comfort of the session was about to be sucked away. Surprisingly, it became easy to get comfortable with Adam's outbursts. He started out pretty subtle and innocent with the things he was saying. At first, he'd tell me about small random things from his childhood. He told me about his dog he was gifted at 6 years old, and how he named him Toby. Toby was his first best friend, and would be waiting for him in the driveway every day when he got off the bus. Toby had to be put down 2 years later. "The only real friend I've ever had was taken away early," Adam sobbed. He was crying hard as he told me this. One week, Adam shared his experience as a member of his baseball team in middle school. Wasn't that great of a player, and was benched for the majority of games. But when I hit that home run for the first time and got the win for the team, man, everyone was proud of me. Adam boasted, laughing joyfully. I heard more random things about his childhood, even the small and insignificant moments. Like when he was caught staring out the window several times in the middle of class, and the other students laughed at him when the teacher called him out. At other times, he'd mention a name, someone by the name of Kettlecucker. I heard a joke from old Kettlecucker, and it was funny as hell, Adam would say. He'd suddenly just mention this person randomly, but never tell me exactly who it was. If I tried to ask about this person, he always changed the subject. I'd try to ask Adam questions while he was in his trance. Sometimes I'd get good responses, as if he was actually fully aware, but most of the time anything I said wouldn't reach him, and he'd continue rambling. As more weeks passed, I still hadn't told Adam about what he was doing. I wasn't sure if he'd still want to keep coming if he found out he was spewing out facts about his life on a subconscious level. The more curious part of me wanted to see how far things would go. If only I wasn't so nosy. Adam's subconscious path down memory lane took a dark turn. The decent memories of Adam's childhood, that was once a breeze to sit back and listen to, soon sent chills throughout me. Adam informed me that the first signs of his narcolepsy occurred in 6th grade, and he frequently fell asleep in class. His father was very impatient and aggressive, and having to deal with Adam's ailment made him no happier. His father would shout and yell at him in frustration anytime he randomly fell asleep at home, and beat him down if his teacher called and said he dozed off in class. The bastard knew I had a sleep disorder, but he'd still beat my ass anyway, Adam once shouted in a rage. Apparently, that's when he started to hate his dad, and he's felt that way about him all throughout childhood. This suppressed rage led him to getting into a couple fist fights with his father as a teenager. Adam told me he'd come home drunk when he was 15, and his father shoved him outside on the porch, where he later fell asleep. He woke up in the same spot the following morning. At 16, he often stole his father's booze and snuck out in the shed at night to drink. I needed some kind of escapism, since actually leaving was off the table, Adam slurred, still giving that long-distance stare. One night, while getting sloppy drunk out in the shed, he spotted a sledgehammer hanging on the wall. The thought of going into his father's bedroom with it crossed his mind. I was gonna bludgeon that fucker, but unfortunately I didn't have the guts to act on it, Adam blurted. I didn't shed a tear when the bitch drunk himself to death and destroyed his liver. That was the first time I've heard Adam use profanity. It caught me so off guard that my eyes widened. I bet if I had old Kettlecucker around back then, he'd cheer me up in a heartbeat. Man, does he say some funny shit. He mentioned him again. Kettlecucker. Who was it? His thoughts would get even worse whenever I mentioned his missing wife. Have you ever told Sasha about the relationship you had with your dad? I asked him one week. This was one week in particular, when I got lots of good responses from him in his trance. Adam took a deep breath, then to my surprise, he started crying. I've never mentioned a word to her about it, Adam sobbed. But it doesn't matter anyways. Sasha hated my guts. I stared back at his emotionless face in confusion. What? I said. I used to be a total brute towards her. I yelled and cursed at her a lot, and the slightest of mishaps would cause me to punch or slap her until she cried. He started bawling uncontrollably. But I took it too far one morning, he continued. Sasha fixed me a hot breakfast on a tray. When she brought it to the table, she dropped the entire thing, spilling everything on the tray in my lap, including some scalding hot coffee. In a rage, I repeatedly bashed her in the head with my fists and killed her. My eyes widened again. Then I swallowed in fear, still staring at him up and down. He was grasping his journal tightly by his side. I buried her in my backyard. Then after some time I called the police, pretending that I hadn't seen her in a few weeks. He whimpered. The only person that ever gave a shit about me is gone, and it's all my fault. Now all I have is Kettle Cucker to keep me company. He always makes me laugh, or at least puts a smile on my face to distract me from my piss-poor life. Kettle Cucker. Now scared shitless I ask, Adam, who is this Kettle Cucker guy? In the middle of tears, Adam grinned. Then he started laughing. He was genuinely creeping me out now. Kettle Cucker? Only the funniest old fart alive, Adam blurted. Obviously his answer brought me no closer to figuring out anything. So at the moment, I left the mystery alone. Days after that specific session, I sat at home ruminating once again. This is the most concerned Adam has made me in a while. Did he confess to murder? I mean, he's been saying some pretty wild stuff, but I wasn't even sure how much of it was true. If any of it was true, I didn't know what action to take next. Contacting the police would have been questionable, as Adam wasn't even in a fully aware state of mind when he made these confessions. The thought of seeing Adam again the next week now seemed more terrifying. What possibly true event would he reveal next? I wouldn't get the chance to find out. Adam didn't show up anymore after that. In the following week, it was a half hour past our starting time. I sat in the office waiting, but there was still no sign of Adam. This was odd because he's never skipped a session without calling me ahead of time. I called his phone a few times but couldn't get an answer. The same happened over the next few weeks. Now I was considering calling the police. Taking into account the fact that Adam has never ghosted me once, let alone 3 times without notice, combined with his confessions, made me decide to eventually pick up the phone. I turned the television on one day and found that the authorities had already beaten me to it. The 5 o'clock news was on. I was shivering from head to toe when I saw Adam's picture appear on the screen. In the background, there were many paramedics carrying zipped-up bodies on stretchers. After listening to the reporter go on in the background for a few seconds, my heart began racing again. Adam was being charged with multiple counts of murder. I could see other people standing out in front of his house, crying and staring at the scene in disbelief. A few officers stood by to make sure they didn't get too close. I felt sick when I saw Sasha's picture appear on screen shortly after. There was a caption, "Missing woman found," beneath in large red text. Unfortunately, that woman wasn't alive. Then another picture appeared on screen, of an older man with some gray hair. Strangely, this person was found alive, tied up and bound in Adam's basement. The name at the bottom of the picture caused my eyes to widen. John Kettle Cucker. It was at that moment I realized Adam was spewing at least some truth in his trance-like states. I started looking back at the other confessions that he made, and the more I ruminated over our more recent sessions, the more I struck myself with abundant terror. The thought of Adam sitting in jail made me feel relatively depressed. During the first few weeks after I saw the horrid news, I could do nothing but think about the fact that my time with Adam was now history. The bond we formed. It had lasted so long that regularly seeing and communicating with Adam was something my brain craved and expected. I'll admit, I was starting to miss him, despite what he's done. It took a minute for me to face the fact that, yeah, he really did kill his wife, and committed deeds much worse. After seeing the news, I did more research on the incident. As more time passed, more details and info made its way out to the public. Turns out Adam's life wasn't improving like he tried to make it out to be. Adam actually was opening up and talking to people more, just as he claimed. However, His interactions were very awkward and reeked with timidness, according to the many interviews I saw with people who regularly visited the same bar Adam did. They had meals with Adam and often did hold conversations with him. But many of the interviewees admitted that it was all out of pity and sympathy, as Adam's lack of confidence was obvious. Adam's failure at creating a social life was internally making his feelings of loneliness worse, while also building up frustration and rage. Some recorded interviews with Adam himself revealed that his new way of dealing with this loneliness and frustration was to kidnap and hold some of the people he met at the bar captive. Adam made some real confessions during his interview, explaining how he lured his victims out to his car before using chloroform to knock them unconscious. Then he'd take them to his house and tie them up in his basement. Oddly enough, the reason he gave for doing this was to simply find someone to keep him company. He kept them in his basement and pretty much forced them to be his buddy. He'd hold conversations with them for hours, spending most of his days in the basement communicating with total strangers. His victims were forced to watch TV with him, and he even cooked meals and brought them food. If Adam found his victim to be boring, or in Adam's words, bad company, he got rid of them right away. This was done by bludgeoning them to death with a sledgehammer, before burying them right next to his dead wife in the backyard. "The same hammer I almost killed my father with," Adam said in an interview. Some of the bodies were discovered with terribly fractured skulls, or large pieces of their cranium totally missing. He kept each person for about a week before killing them off and moving on to the next one. Adam did this until he came across the older gentleman I saw on the television earlier, John Kettlecucker. He was the comedian that performed at the comedy shows Adam often attended. After one of the shows, Adam wanted to personally speak to John. Adam met with John out by his car. After some friendly verbal exchange, John was of course chloroformed. Unlike Adam's other victims, Kettlecucker was held captive for weeks. His talent at making people laugh is what ultimately saved his life. The only reason Adam found John to be good company was because he enjoyed hearing his jokes for hours on end. Other than his own life, he also saved countless others, as Adam would have alternatively picked off John and continued taking the lives of many more on his quest to capture the best one. For months going on, I got a taste of what Adam has felt his whole life. Soon I was depressed and couldn't help but to constantly think about Adam, how he's doing in prison. Whether or not he feels remorse for his deeds. Has he thought of me? The idea of visiting Adam in prison even crossed my mind, but I knew that would be pushing it. I had to remind myself that he's my ex-patient, not family or a friend. I had to move on and stop spending the end of every day in my office looking back at the version of Adam who was wearing a mask of someone he wasn't. While slouched up in the chair of my office one evening, I just so happened to see something stuck between the pillows of the sofa in front of me. Adam's journal. I realized that it's been there for some time now, ever since Adam last came in. I didn't plan on cracking it open and wandering into Adam's mind anytime soon. Not that I wasn't curious. It's just the fact that only God knows what madness lies inside. Story. I'm a retired major crimes detective, and I've seen true evil 3 times in my career. All 3 were in the last decade of my career. I spent 12 years walking the beat before I had the opportunity to step in and assist a detective and a CSI on a double homicide. Through my numerous connections from years on the streets, we managed to get several leads that led to the arrests of the guilty. I moved out of patrol and spent a decade investigating sex crimes, arsons, and armed robberies. I took advanced training seminars and workshops, studying past cases and offender modalities. I worked with the drug squads on serious assaults and the occasional murder before finding myself stepping in for a retiring detective. I was familiar with his partner, Connolly, and we became a good team. I bring this all up to emphasize that I've seen horrific shit in my 33 years on the force. Images I'll never shake, people who still haunt my dreams. I can honestly say that most of the criminals I've put away haven't been evil. They've all been motivated by something, however benign, to commit their acts. Then there are some that are on the fence, the ones that take violent crimes further than would typically be the case. And then there are those that dream up horrific atrocities to be inflicted on the world around them. Because why not? Patty Wilson fell somewhere beyond the shades of your typical serial killer. She was the first person I encountered on the job who I could reliably say had true evil in her. Patty was an RN that had moved into an OBGYN and birthing clinic in one of the city's lower-class neighborhoods. This particular clinic had a terrible miscarriage and stillbirth rate, but the numbers were fudged and kept hidden. Eventually, people in the neighborhood started talking, and word got out of how many deaths there were. Our station was contacted, and normally that type of thing would land on another desk, but we were short-staffed, so Connolly and I were brought in. Our investigation led us to Patty, and we found that in her 23 years at the clinic, there'd been over 2,000 miscarriages. She'd been giving a chemical cocktail to the expectant mothers, claiming it would help with sleep. Instead, it gradually killed the fetus as it grew. We'd also discovered that after several dozen healthy births, Patty would take the baby away to be cleaned up, but would return with the horrible news that the baby had died shortly after being delivered. Our investigations into that didn't lead anywhere concrete, but one of the threads we were pulling on led us to believe Patty had been lying to the mothers, telling them their baby had died, when in fact the baby was healthy but was shipped off to the highest bidder. A live baby on the black market could fetch a tidy sum, whether for organ harvesting, stem cells, or something more deviant and horrific. We believed it was racially motivated, as almost all the miscarriages and stillbirths occurred exclusively with black parents. But Patty denied it all. I remember watching Patty in our first interview with her. Her face was normal and moved expressively as she spoke and answered our questions, but her eyes didn't. They were empty, black holes, and the longer you stared into them, the more uncomfortable you became. Even after the trial, which had her served with multiple life sentences, Patty denied any wrongdoing. The next case where I witnessed true evil, it fractured into an investigation involving multiple events. Connolly and I were called in to investigate an attack on a beach volleyball tournament. On the city's largest beach, there was a national tournament with over 300 teams playing on 50 courts over the course of the weekend. The ages were from 12 to 65, and were both men and women. During morning warm-ups before the first game on the first day, one scream turned into 2 screams, turned into 100 screams. Over 1/3 of the players needed immediate medical attention. Their feet, ankles, knees, thighs, hips, stomachs, and in some cases up to their shoulders and face, were covered in deep, gushing cuts. Someone had gone to the beach the night before the tournament and brought hundreds of small, flat pieces of wood with razor blades sticking up from the centers in an upside-down capital T shape. The wood was dug into the sand, with the blade's sharp end pointed upward and hidden just under the surface so no one could see them. It must have taken hours to set up. There were no deaths, but the damage that was caused resulted in hundreds of injuries and several dozen athletic, young adults with sliced Achilles tendons and a dwindling future in sports. As with every investigation, we started off at the crime scene and worked our way outwards in tight, concentric circles. While the CSIs were combing the beach, Connolly and I were interviewing the people who ran the tournament, looking for any enemies or people who might want to target them, and this tournament in particular. But those led nowhere. Sadly, the CSIs fared no better. The entire crime scene was awash. There were so many footprints and shoe and sandal prints in the sand it was impossible to search for tracks. And the actual razor blades and pieces of wood had been doused in bleach before being placed in their small dugouts. There were no security cameras on the beach, and the lone one that was in the parking lot didn't capture any cars between the hours of midnight and 7 a.m. Our phones were ringing off the hook with tips, but there were no real leads. After a month, we were nowhere in the investigation. Then a new investigation came in, and our hamstrung department got even tighter. Connolly and I took it on as well. At a senior's home along the city's waterfront, a fire had started in the basement. Because of the accelerants used, it quickly overtook the first 2 floors. From there, the rest of the 8-story building went up. 22 residents and 9 staff died in the fire, all from smoke inhalation. We scoured the undamaged security footage, but again found no suspects around the parking lots or front entrances. The footage from the rear of the building was destroyed, so we couldn't check it. Then a third investigation dropped onto our desks. This time, there was a mass poisoning in a junior high school cafeteria. There were 23 deaths, 15 of which were students, and over 100 severe injuries. Our investigation showed that someone had stealthily broken into the school overnight and poisoned every piece of food in the cafeteria stockroom, fridge and freezer with arsenic. It was a miracle more people didn't die. All the school's exterior cameras were working, and after scouring them for clues, we finally found one at the back doors. The footage captured someone dressed in all black, with a hood and ski mask over his face. He'd used a small set of lock-picking tools to enter the back door which led to the kitchen. He used the same door to exit and ran off across the soccer field towards the water. And everything made sense. The beach volleyball courts, the seniors' home, and now this junior high, they all backed out onto the water. The school itself had taken advantage of that fact by introducing students to rowing, kayaking, sailing, swimming, and other sports and activities on the open sea. And the seniors' home was partially marketed based on its incredible view of the water. We hypothesized the 3 mass crimes were committed by the same individual. We marked all 3 locations on a map and scanned down the coast for all the marinas and harbors. Then we went back through all the routes and picked out various waterfront hotspots we knew would have footage of their exteriors. Using the dates of the 3 incidents, we cross-checked the footage to try to find any repeat boats on the nights in question. We watched a lot of footage. There was only one boat that stood out, a large, older black speedboat being driven by a lone individual we couldn't make out details of. A red light glowed from inside the cabin. Connolly and I got pictures of the boat printed and went back to check the marinas and harbors. None of the docks we went to had seen the particular boat or had records of it, which made us think it was docking at a private residence. I spoke to one of my friends in narcotics named Waco, and he brought up the drug boats that had been populating the cove near the last dock we visited. It turned out that the many drug users in our city had been moving away from alleyways and SROs and onto small dinghies and drug boats, turning them into floating pill houses. The boats were harder for cops to break up or investigate, and you could float in the cove or out in the nearby channel for up to 6 months before having to vacate. Of course, the 6-month rule was never enforced, so the cove kept getting busier with more and more drug boats. Waco offered to help. He went in one night and made his way around the 30 or so boats, which were loosely tied together. Waco found our black boat. He learned the owner was a guy people called Red. He was a dealer and let people use and pass out on board his boat afterwards. The next night, Waco went back, and we followed from a distance with the Coast Guard. We had Waco wired, so we could hear everything on board. His plan was to get on with a few others to buy and use some heroin, then pass out. He would fake the shooting up part and pretend to fall asleep. Connolly and I listened in, hearing the details of the casual conversations going on from the other users as they bought and started prep. Soon enough, all the voices went quiet, including Waco's Crescents. A rough, agitated voice called out, asking if anyone was awake. There was no response. The voice, belonging to Red, laughed and said, "Good." We heard some shuffling, then the engine on the boat rev into gear. The boat peeled out, leaving the cove behind. Waco had a GPS tracker in his shoe, so Connolly and I watched the boat on a monitor as it headed out to sea. We followed from a distance. The Coast Guard's lights all turned off and went completely stealth. Connolly and I continued listening in. After several minutes, the engine died down. There were sounds of chains rustling, then clanking together. Waco's voice came over the mic in a hushed and frantic whisper. "He's chaining us together. There's an anvil on one end." Our captain flipped the lights and sirens on, and the boat gunned it towards the blip on our radar. Over the mic, we heard Red notice the sirens. He started to panic and, from what Waco told us, was about to toss the anvil over the side. But Waco was up and ready to fight. He surprised Red from behind and got him in a chokehold. When we arrived, Red was unconscious on the floor of the boat, and Waco was sitting on his back. There were 5 users laying on the floor. They were all dead. Red had given them all spiked batches, and they died minutes before. When we got back to land, interrogating Red was useless and terrifying. Useless because he said nothing, and terrifying because of how he said nothing. He'd bitten off his tongue moments before we got him in the room. He was in a hospital for the next day and a half before we sat him down with a pencil and paper. We didn't really need Red to talk, though. There was more than enough evidence to put him away for the deaths of the 5 users on the boat. And then divers found more bodies along the same stretch Red boated on. Altogether, it appeared Red was responsible for the deaths of over 50 people. And that didn't include the beach volleyball tournament, the seniors' home, or the junior high school. The thing I remembered most about my brief time sitting across from Red during the interviews were his eyes. Just like Patty. I watched his face move and twitch and wrinkle, but his eyes were always the same empty black, holding my gaze. We never got a reason or motive for any of it. We found out he'd been in and out of foster homes up until his 16th birthday. Coincidentally enough, there was a house fire which killed both his foster parents and 2 other kids living there. After that, Red disappeared for a few years, then got nabbed for an assault in a movie theater, and spent his 20s in and out of prison. Who knew how much destruction Red had caused over the course of his life? My third experience with true evil was just as Connolly was nearing his retirement. Poetically enough, it was our last case together. We'd been investigating the individual abductions of 6 Caucasian women between 18 and 22. It was a little old for grooming gangs, and we ruled out human trafficking. We'd done a ton of legwork and repeat interviews with friends and family. No one went back on previous statements. Everyone was solid. We didn't have a single person of interest. We did have one connection between the girls. They all traveled in similar underground heavy metal and punk rock circles. They also appeared to have a similar fascination with Satanism. Connolly and I went back over the details of each disappearance and found they all coincided with a certain opening band that occasionally played at a weekly death metal show. They were called Helvete and were a Norwegian black metal band. They were known for covering themselves in what looked like blood and performing in masks. Each mask was different, but followed the typical design of a face with eyes, nose, and mouth. But the texture looked like dried skin. Dark wicker twigs stuck out at the back of the head, resembling a porcupine. The more we read of them, the more they became our suspects. Connolly and I got an address and decided to go introduce ourselves. The place was on the outskirts of town, surrounded by a large plot of land and forest. We parked up the driveway, and I'll admit, the walk up to the house, I was feeling nervous. It was dusk, and the sky was a darkening gradient of orange to dark blue. The residence itself was a large, old farmhouse. Death metal blared from somewhere inside, thudding out through the shuttered windows. There was a large, black van parked out back, and 2 sedans in the front. A scream erupted from the house, louder than the death metal rock. I pulled my 9mm, and Connolly pulled his .38. We called for backup, and went in through the front door, which was unlocked. The interior had a staircase to the right that led upstairs, and a hallway to the left that led to a living room, dining room, and kitchen. More screams erupted, along with the pounding music. We could tell the screams were coming from below us, and found a door leading to a staircase to the basement. The screams and music got louder, and were joined by chanting. Connolly led, trigger-fingered, creeping his way down the stairs. As he got to the bottom, Connolly swung out to clear the room, but someone was there. A tall mountain of a man in a dark mechanic suit, wearing one of the group's eerie masks, swung down at Connolly. Connolly saw it coming, firing his .38 into the guy. My right ear blew out, and my left was filled with ringing, chanting and screaming. As I got my head back on, I saw that the man had swung down at Connolly with a hatchet, and it lodged in Connolly's neck. He fell back, but continued firing into the far end of the basement. I let my 9mm lead me around the corner. There were old bed sheets hanging from the ceiling, obscuring my vision of the basement. The heavy metal kept pumping, and the chanting grew, but the screaming had stopped. I wanted to check Connolly, but I needed to clear the room. I stepped over the body Connolly had shot and followed the chanting. It led me through the sheets and into a large opening. Dozens of red candles were lit. There was a circle drawn on the floor, and inside it was an inverted pentagram painted in what looked like blood. In the far corner, the ground was dirt, and I could see several graves protruding from the earth. At the center of the pentagram, a young woman wearing barely rags was chained to pegs in the ground and had just given birth. On each point of the pentagram around her were what appeared to be the remains of 5 recently delivered and now dead babies. Kneeling in front of the exhausted and crying woman was another band member, dressed similar to the previous Hulk, but smaller and with a slightly different mask. He held the newest, just delivered baby in his hands as it cried. There were two other figures in the room, one over each of the kneeling guy's shoulders. The one to the right was holding a large traditional two-handed sledgehammer. The handle was thick wood and the mallet was solid iron, lined with carvings and covered in blood and innards. The guy on the left was holding an open book and had been guiding the others in the chanting. We all stared at each other in some strange, horrific standoff. The guy with the sledgehammer pulled first, lifting it to swing at me. I leveled up on him and walked 2 rounds into his chest before turning to the other two. The guy with the book threw it at me and lunged. I managed to get 2 more rounds off into him, but his momentum carried him through me and we hit the floor heavily. My head cracked the ground hard, and I saw the familiar stars rushing the edges of my vision. Everything sounded like it was underwater, but was moving really fast. I managed to turn my head and saw the one remaining band member, the one holding the baby. He'd placed it on the ground at the center of the pentagram. He grabbed the sledgehammer from his dead friend and lifted it to slam down on the remaining baby. I didn't even realize it, but I still had my 9mm in my hand. Reflexively, I pulled the trigger repeatedly until it clicked empty. The final shot connected with the guy's head as he was about to swing down. He toppled back, and the sledgehammer fell safely to the side. I don't remember much else after that. I woke up in the hospital and was informed Connolly had died, as had all the band members. The baby and the young woman had survived though, so there was that. The investigation was taken over by 2 other detectives, and revealed that the band had been taking women from shows, bringing them back to the farmhouse, and trying to impregnate them. Once they had gotten 6 pregnant, they planned a mass ritual sacrifice to be conducted after the final birth, as an offering to the devil in some Faustian bargain. The other women had been killed after their deliveries, and were buried in the far end of the basement. I never saw any of the band members' eyes when they were alive because of the masks, though I'm sure if I did, they'd carry the same darkness as Patty's and Red's. I said I'd seen true evil 3 times in my career, and that's true. But that last time, there was more to what happened than what I put in my reports. It's the reason I retired immediately after the case. It's the thing that made me realize there was an evil I couldn't even begin to comprehend. I'd seen it right when I got into the basement and leveled off my 9mm at the 3 men. There was something else down there with us. It was floating in the middle of the circle, kind of like black smoke, but it stayed in place, wafting together before separating and reconnecting. Bolts of red electricity shot through it. The smoke got larger as the chanting grew. It pulsed and expanded and reached out, forming into the shape of a body. What gives me nightmares now is thinking about if that last baby had been killed and the smoke finished solidifying. I'm terrified that whatever it would have manifested into would have shown me another realm of evil. Story. I've worked as a crime scene investigator for 25 years. This is my weirdest case. On the 25th of November, 2018, the victim pulled into a budget motel in the early hours of the morning. He booked room 12 for a 3-day stay, and on the 4th day the owner of the establishment sent his son to check on the victim. What he found was something that someone his age should never have witnessed. Or anyone for that matter. By the time I arrived at the scene, it had already been cordoned off. Members of the county police department had swarmed the area, and in the absence of the sun, it was the blue and red flashing lights that cast their glow over the building. I made my way past the tenants who were half asleep, doing their best at giving witness testimonial. I stepped by a particularly shaken forensic pathologist who was trying to call his mother and entered room 12. Now, I've been working as a crime scene investigator for more than 20 years. I have dealt with some truly confounding scenes before. In 2006, a body of a missing hiker was found in the woods just on the county line. It had been burnt to a crisp, but only the upper half. Below the waist was completely untouched, as was the surrounding area. More recently, a farmer reported a break-in just after New Year's Eve. Presumably, someone had broken into his warehouse, which housed an industrial animal carcass shredder. It had been used in the night, and a pile of jellied flesh was found clumped at its mouth. Horrifically, it was eventually proven to be human, although couldn't be identified beyond that. Only one other thing was found at the scene. Within the remains was a small steel plaque, about the size of a business card, with the number 0002916 engraved in it. I say all this for simple context. I am no stranger to the unexplainable, but what I saw in room 12, it still keeps me up at night. The following are excerpts from the crime scene report I filed that day. Incident number 24-0711, date of incident, the 29th of November, 2018, time of arrival, 11:54 p.m. location, room 12, Sir Sleep-A-Lot Motel, redacted county reporting officer, detective. Victim name, John Doe, name yet to be confirmed through fingerprint or DNA. Gender, male, age, estimated to be mid-40s. Occupation, unknown. Suspects, none at present. The victim checked into the Sir Sleep-A-Lot Motel on the morning of the 25th of November, 2018. He informed the motel owner, Mr. John K., that he would be staying for 3 days. No known associates or visitors during the stay. Victim was found laying on bed in supine position. Victim had skin removed crudely. Patches of flesh hang loosely, revealing bone in some areas. Teeth indents on right part of pelvic bone will be examined. The victim's head is absent from the scene. Notably, the body had been dressed in what appeared to be women's undergarments, specifically a pair of lace stockings and a torn satin slip. Neither items of clothing belonged to the victim. The body was likely dressed post-mortem. Addendum: marks on right part of pelvic bone were positively identified as being from a human juvenile, estimated as between the ages of 3 and 6. No dental record have been traced. Blood covers every inch of the room's 4 walls and carpet. The blood spray appears to be inconsistent with splatter from traumatic injury, possible use of pressurized device. The amount of blood was determined to be approximately 2 gallons, or 135% of the victim's total volume. Teeth were found on the room's desk, 33 in total, arranged into a circular pattern 10 inches in diameter. The careful arrangement appears to be ritualistic. The teeth are currently assumed to have been belonging to the victim. The location of the victim's head has not been identified. Addendum: the findings of the forensic odontologist have determined that 32 of the 33 teeth belong to a person matching the victim's description, a Caucasian male in his 40s. One of the teeth matches a younger Caucasian female. It was eventually connected through dental records to be from 24-year-old Hadland, reported missing in 1997. The Hadland case was archived in 1999 due to absence of evidence. The victim's tongue was discovered in the bathroom sink, exhibiting a complete severance at the base. The incision appeared clean and precise, suggesting the use of a surgical grade or extremely sharp cutting instrument. Notably, the tongue was found in isolation within the sink, devoid of any other biological material, indicating that it may have been intentionally relocated post-excision. First responders noted signs of tampering on the coin-operated television in the room, which intermittently activated to static approximately once an hour. The television will be deconstructed for forensic examination to recover latent fingerprints and other trace evidence related to its manipulation. Addendum: both of the victim's eyes were recovered from the interior of the room's coin-operated television. The television screen had been removed, and the eyes were placed within the cavity where the cathode ray tube was situated. This positioning suggests deliberate placement, indicating a possible symbolic motive. The only item of clothing found at the scene belonging to the victim was one pair of denim jeans, which witness John K. recalls being worn by the victim the morning he checked in. The jeans were contaminated with the victim's blood. In the pockets were found a one-way bus ticket, 1 packet of apple-flavored gum, and a button. No other possessions of the victim were found. A pair of small leather lace-up shoes were found at the foot of the bed. From the lack of blood stains, we can assume the shoes were placed there after the homicide. Addendum A: a shirt likely belonging to the victim was found 3 weeks later partially buried in a field and redacted. A small town 240 miles south of the crime scene. The shirt matched the description given by John K. of the victim. Blood samples taken from the shirt were a strong match to those taken from the crime scene, although without the identity of the victim, a definitive link is challenging to corroborate. Addendum B: The small shoes found at the crime scene were dated to 1909 and determined to have some value among antique dealers. Due to their small size, they can be assumed to be children's shoes. The room showed no obvious signs of damage. The furniture appeared to have been undisturbed, although a Bible was missing from the bedside cabinet. Neither John Kay nor his son David, lead witnesses of the case, recall seeing the victim with any luggage. For this reason, it is unclear if his possessions were taken or if he simply had none to begin with. The motive of this homicide remains unclear. I'll save you the rest of the procedural formalities. I've lost track of how many nights I've spent awake, staring at my computer screen reading and rereading this report. It's stayed with me for the past 6 years, constantly at the back of mind. At my personal behest, the case remained open despite insufficient evidence and a complete lack of any leads. When it was finally shelved at the beginning of this year, they were no closer to solving it than we were the day we found him. Earlier this week, I learned that it had been reopened by the FBI. I assumed that there must be someone else in this department who felt the same way about the case as I did, strong enough to reach out and request assistance from the feds. I was tasked with compiling any and all digital evidence we had on the case onto a USB flash. I felt weird combing through all the reports, files, and forensics. It felt like I was visiting an old friend. I added the documents I wrote up on the day, the dozens of crime scene photos and witness statements. I've studied them all meticulously myself. I doubted some Yale boy with a corner office could do any better. I kept trailing through the earmarked files, checking and double-checking if there was anything I'd missed. It was dark now. I spent the day working from home, hunched over my computer and my sorry excuse for a library. That's what my job mostly consists of now. I couldn't wait for retirement. Maybe then I would have the time to read some of these books I have lying around. I decided I was finished for the night. I'd squeezed every piece of relevant information I could find onto that hard drive. It was up to the FBI now. I only hoped that if our victim left any family behind, they could one day get some closure from this. I was about to shut my computer down when something caught my eye. Witness 1. MP3. It was an audio file. Somehow I hadn't noticed it before. Hell, I don't think I had even listened to it before. To my knowledge, all the witness statements taken that night were written. I clicked on it, figuring it must have been taken from David Kay, the kid who'd found the body. I took a sip of my last dregs of coffee and sat back in my chair, jacking up the volume. The audio wasn't the best quality. It was shrouded in the static of an analog recording, and to my shock, the supposed first witness had a woman's voice. The following is a transcript of what was on that file. First responder. What were you doing in the area before you discovered the body? Witness 1. I'm staying in room 14, the room next door to where it happened. Been there for the past 2 weeks, thereabouts. I've come on hard times recently, you know how it is. I was living out of a van until this, but it wasn't exactly reliable. First responder. Apologies, ma'am. I meant what were you doing immediately before discovering the body? Witness 1. Right. Well, I came back from work around 9. I clean at the elementary school in town. I came back and spent the rest of the day in my room. I had dinner and I was just catching up with the news before I went to sleep. First responder. Can you describe how and when you found the body? Witness 1. Gee, it must have been around 10. I was turning in for the night when I heard a banging noise from next door. I guessed he must have brought a lady friend over, so I tried my best to ignore it, but it kept getting louder. It didn't sound like a headboard neither, more like someone chopping wood. It was too much for me to ignore, so I got up to go complain. I found the door unlocked and it opened wide up when I knocked. That's when I saw him, that poor man. First responder. Could you please describe the scene you came across as detailed as you can? Witness 1. It was terrible, just terrible. I saw my neighbor kneeling in the corner of his room. His head had been cut off. Can you imagine that? There was blood covering everything around him. I almost vomited there and then. Then I saw the man in the bathroom. There's a pause. First responder. Could you please go on? You said there was someone else at the scene? Witness 1. Yeah, a real weirdo. I didn't notice him at first. He was just peeking out from behind the bathroom door, watching me. When I did finally notice him, we just stared at each other for a moment or two. Then he just strolled out from his little hiding place. Another pause. First responder, please continue. I assure you everything you have to say will be of some importance to our investigation. Start by describing this man you saw. Witness 1. Okay then, he was a freak, I'll say it. When I got a good look at him, I saw that he had this great bulbous head. He was bald as a newborn, and the entire back part of his head was all deformed and sagging down. I think he had this disease. Oh, what's it called? A boy I went to school with had it. First responder. Are you thinking of hydrocephalus? Witness 1. Yes, yeah, that's it. Hydrocephalus. But it was much worse than that kid I knew. Sorry if I'm coming across as rude, but it looked like some horrible octopus. And the front part of his head was far too thin. He has this pointy chin and cheekbones. His eyes were as bulging as his skull, all yellow and white. I think he had cataracts. Oh, and he must have been around 7 feet tall at least. He was hunching over where he met the ceiling. First responder, can you describe what he was wearing? Witness 1. Sure. He had this battered old duster coat on. It was black, but he was covered in these stitched rags of red and green. The coat hung down to the floor, but I could make out the tips of brown leather boots poking out from the hem. First responder, can you... Witness 1. Oh, pardon my interrupting, but the man, he was holding this. Well, I don't know what it was. It looked like a lobster pot with a handle, and must be 24 blades sticking out of it. Knives mostly, and razor blades, axe heads, chains, that sort of stuff. Anyway, go on. First responder, right. What did you do when he came closer to you? Witness 1. Well, I ran. I just ran. Out of the motel and down the road until I realized everything I owned was in my room. I didn't fancy having to start over from nothing for a third time, so I came back. And that's when you bumped into me. First responder. All right, and how long was it from discovering the body until you called 911? Witness 1. Oh, I didn't call 911, honey. First responder. You didn't? Witness 1. Oh no, by the time I came back from my little jog, the place was already crawling with police. I still haven't been allowed back in my room. First responder. Are you aware that... End. His speech became muffled after that until the recording was nothing but static hum that had been in the background since the beginning. After hearing this for the first time, I didn't know what to think. I just sat in my old oak chair until my wife came in to tell me that she was going to bed. I kissed her goodnight and went back to aimlessly staring at the computer screen. Eventually, I closed it and stood up. I took the USB stick and left it on my desk. I left the room and locked the door behind me. I changed, washed, and climbed into bed with my wife. I kissed her on the back of her neck and tried to fall asleep. That thing that did this was still out there, but that wasn't my problem anymore. Story. I'm an FBI agent who hunts serial killers. This latest serial killer doesn't seem human. As an FBI agent in the elite homicide unit, I was often tasked with tracking down the worst of humankind. But one case in particular really stays with me, and to this day, still haunts my nightmares. Within the agency, we called him the Vampire of Frost Hollow, and the name was certainly a fitting one. We found the victims with bite marks all over their bodies. They also showed signs of extensive torture, as well as mutilation both before and after death. In some cases, glasses from their kitchens had been used to collect warm blood from the dying, struggling bodies of the victims. Others had organs removed. We would eventually find out why, and the reason was horrifying beyond anything I could have imagined. Agent Stone and I drove through the flat city streets as pale moonlight illuminated everything in a harsh glare. The summer heat still sizzled from the pavement. Everything felt muggy and wet, and dark storm clouds had gathered over the city. The house lay up ahead, just a flat, one-story place with no distinguishing characteristics. It was painted a dull blue and had a freshly mown lawn. It looked like it could have been copied and pasted from 100 similar houses scattered throughout the area. But it was what was inside that distinguished this house. Police cars blocked off the street in front of the crime scene. Their lights and sirens were turned off, always an ominous sign at a crime scene. I always knew that, When the police weren't rushing anymore, it meant the victims were too far gone for help. A couple of gawkers stood there as well, 2 teenage girls. One of them had hair dyed a bright pink with streaks of black in it. Many silver necklaces twinkled around her neck. A few cops unstrung spools of yellow crime scene tape warning people to stay off the property. An obese police officer with a face like a walrus and a large drooping mustache walked up to our black unmarked sedan. "Sorry guys," he said as I rolled down the window. "Roads closed." I gave him a faint smile and pulled out my federal identification card and badge. His eyes widened for a brief moment. "Jesus, you FBI guys are here already?" "This is the second case where people have had blood drained from their bodies in this section of town," I said with venom. "Of course we're here. Whenever we smell smoke, there's usually a much larger fire under the surface. If there's 2 separate incidents we can prove, then there may be more that we can't prove or haven't connected yet." The police officer nodded his fat face, jiggling his many chins. He smoothed his mustache contemplatively as he stared at us. "Were you at the first crime scene for this unsub?" Agent Stone asked the state cop. The police officer gave us a grim smile, wetting his small rubbery lips. His tiny teeth glittered white, but the smile had no real mirth in it. "Yes, I was there," he said coldly. He reached out his hand to me. "I'm Officer Paisley. Rick to my friends, though." He gave a short bark of laughter at this, though I didn't see what was funny about it. "What do you think about this guy?" I asked, always curious to know what the local cops thought. Officer Paisley shrugged his rounded shoulders, reminding me of Humpty Dumpty in his general body shape. "I think he's one sick sob," Officer Paisley said blandly, looking away. "I saw what he did to that family over on Turtleback Lane. You know what the cops call him? The Vampire of Frost Hollow. Quite a nickname, huh?" I remembered looking through crime scene reports of the first murder scene. It had indeed been a horrifying experience just reading through the sterile police descriptions of the homicides and looking at the photographs. In the first crime scene, there had been a husband and a wife murdered in the kitchen, their hearts taken out of their bodies, the blood drained from them. In the living room, they found an infant in a crib. His entire chest cavity had been ripped open, as if with claws. Everything once inside his small, fragile body was strewn about the room like garbage. The tiny intestines hung from the walls of the crib, unspooled like a bloody snake. They found the 7-year-old daughter hanging from a tree in the backyard, her eyes removed, her chest cut open down the middle. The black sockets stared sightlessly ahead. Her pale skin showed that her blood, too, had been drained. I wondered what nightmares awaited at us at this crime scene, now that I would get to experience it firsthand, and not just through pictures and documents. Agent Stone parked the car and stared at me with his cold blue eyes. "Let's go," he whispered, looking pale and uncertain. The police officer at the door waved us through the threshold. Inside, it was dark. I put on my latex gloves and tried flicking the lights, but nothing happened. Agent Stone and I pulled out our flashlights, turning them on. The white glare of the LEDs made everything seem overly saturated and unreal. "The power's out," I said. My voice sounded far too loud in the dark confines of the house. The shadows pressed in on us like the walls of a coffin. Agent Stone hesitantly stumbled ahead, flashing his light to the left and right. At first, we saw nothing out of place. We had entered a dining room with a long, rectangular table and an antique grandfather clock that eerily ticked away, marking each moment of time. "Where's the bodies?" Agent Stone whispered, glancing around nervously. We kept going forward into a kitchen, and there we found the first of the victims. It was a woman, and she had been young and beautiful when she was murdered. Even through the layers of clotted blood and the gore that covered her body like a carpet, I could see that. She had green eyes like a cat that stared sightlessly up at the ceiling, still filled with horror, even in death. Her chest was ripped open, and a dark, ragged socket marked the spot where her heart had been. Her grisly death mask showed the incomprehensible agonies she must have gone through before the merciful release of oblivion finally took her away. Next to her stood a blender filled with a slurry of organs and Coca-Cola. The half-empty bottle stood next to it, still fizzing quietly on the table. Other than our breathing, it was the only sound in the room. eerie and constant, like the last bubbling gasps of a dying man. Everything sounded muted, almost like how sounds become muffled and distant during a snowstorm. But there was no snow here, no storms at all. "What's your verdict, Harper?" Agent Stone asked, his face revealing nothing as he looked at me. "I think we're probably dealing with a paranoid schizophrenic, but it's odd," I said, looking at the crime scene with a sick feeling of revulsion rising in my chest. I pressed it back down, focusing on the job. From what I read of the last crime scene and from what I'm seeing here, it looks like a combination of both organized and disorganized features. There is clear evidence of planning. He picked the locks at both residences and covered the cameras with paint. "Whoever he is, he's drinking the victim's blood and organs," Agent Stone said, a quick flash of disgust crossing his face before it reverted back into a stony mask. "I'm thinking a white male, between the ages of 20 and 40. I nodded. Serial killers almost always targeted victims within their own race, after all, and all the victims so far had been white. It was a comfort thing for many, I believe, though there were always exceptions like Richard Ramirez, who would kill a variety of victim types of any race or gender. The age was just pure probability, as most serial killers began their sprees around the ages of 15 to 30. There could be dozens more victims stretching back a period of years connected to this unsubbed for all we knew. Agents at the FBI were looking through cold case files, trying to look for any connections to the blood drinker we now hunted. "Where's the rest of the family?" I asked, looking forward past the threshold leading into the kitchen, where a smeared trail of blood curved down the hallway. Agent Stone just shook his head, careful not to walk on any of the blood spattering the floor and walls. In front of us, the hallway opened onto doors on both sides. I looked into the first one, seeing a little boy's room decorated with posters of cartoon characters. It was empty, however. The bed was still neatly made. It looked like the boy had just stepped out and would be back at any moment. The truth made my heart ache. I felt a rising sense of sickness as I thought about the fact that he would never see this room again. The next one was the master bedroom. A large bed stood in the center of the room, surrounded by mahogany cabinets and dressers. Laying across the bed, I found the dead woman's husband. He looked like Jesus on the cross, his arms spread out on both sides of him, his legs tightly coiled together. The unsub had wrapped razor wire around his wrists and ankles. This victim was naked from the waist up and had deep slash marks on his chest and neck. The slashes seemed to form some occult symbol, though I didn't recognize it immediately. The symbol looked like 3 upside-down triangles of ascending sizes contained with each other at the center, followed by a circle with an 8-pointed decoration like a lotus flower around it. His eyes and eyelids were both gone, giving him a look of horror and surprise. The black sockets dribbled dark, clotted blood, as they stared sightlessly up at oblivion. His mouth had been slashed from ear to ear, giving his mutilated face an insane manic grin. "What's that symbol?" Agent Stone asked, sounding mesmerized. He took a step forward toward the body, but I put a steadying hand out to stop him. "I've seen it before," I said, "but I can't remember where. I think it was in some college class about religions, years ago." The memory felt like a word on the tip of my tongue, but the connection wouldn't come. I shook my head. "We'll take a picture and send it to the lab. They'll be able to look it up." "Does this change your profile of the unsub?" Agent Stone said, smirking slightly. I shrugged. "It seems to suggest more organization than we've previously thought, and perhaps some relation to occult rituals," I said. "This case just gets weirder and weirder." Little did I realize that I hadn't seen anything yet. Things were about to get very strange in the next few minutes. We found the 2 children, a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl, in the bathroom, their bodies intertwined like rats in a rat king in the tub. Their limbs were locked around each other in a death embrace. Rigor mortis had hardened their faces into grimaces of terror. The tub was half filled with bloody pink water. Their throats were cut from ear to ear, nearly severing their heads from the bodies. The hearts had been removed from both of their chests, leaving a dark, gaping hole of ragged bone and gore behind. "God," Agent Stone gasped, looking pale and off balance. "We've got to get this son of a bitch." "Maybe it's more than one person," I said, thinking back to the occult symbol carved on the dead man's chest. "What if we're dealing with a cult, something like the Manson family?" The Manson family didn't drink blood and liquefied organs. Agent Stone spat angrily. I think what we're dealing with... He stopped speaking suddenly, his eyes widening as he looked past my head, out the bathroom window. I glanced behind me and gasped. I saw two pale, glowing eyes, the color of cold moonlight. The flesh ran down in dribbles and rivulets, as if the skin were liquefying and dripping off like water. It looked like the abomination was melting under the effect of a corrosive acid. A hairless face shone white, its visage like flat, overlapping plates of bone. It had no nose, and its teeth gleamed like long silver needles. It put its long, twisted fingers to the window, leaving trails of blood as its fingertips lightly stroked the glass. It grinned at us with its lipless mouth before slinking down and disappearing from view. What in the fuck was that? Agent Stone whispered, quickly backpedaling out of the bathroom and away from the window. He stepped in the smeared trail of blood. With a sticky, tacky sound, he pulled his loafer free and stumbled away. I felt stunned for a long moment, still staring out the window, expecting to see the mysterious face return. But nothing stirred outside. Everything seemed deathly quiet. "Wait!" I cried, running after him. He stumbled toward the front door, pulling out his gun and cocking it. The semi-automatic pistol clacked with a sound like bones snapping. Agent Stone flung open the door and stepped outside. Taking a deep breath, I took out my gun and followed after. The streetlights cast the empty sidewalks in a harsh glare. The constant tink-tink-tink of their flickerings seemed like the only sound in the world at that moment, other than the fast, panicked breathing of Agent Stone and myself. "Where is everyone?" I whispered furtively. The police cars were still here, blocking off the road, but the police themselves were nowhere in sight. The entire street was deserted. I didn't see a single person anywhere. When I had driven up, there had been at least a couple gawkers on the sidewalk too. Sounds were muted and eerie. Each one of footsteps echoed up on the empty street. And yet I didn't hear a single bird or hear any crickets chirping. No mosquitoes buzzed around my head. It seemed as if we had entered some mirror world that looked identical, just without the people and animals. "Hello?" Agent Stone yelled. His voice reverberated back to us as if he had screamed into a cave. I grabbed his arm, shaking my head. "Don't," I hissed through gritted teeth. "Don't yell. I have a feeling that we're not alone." As Agent Stone's cry echoed off into the distance, I heard a new sound, heavy footsteps, like the pounding hooves of a running deer. Someone screamed nearby, on the other side of the street. I saw one of the gawkers stumble out, the girl with the pink hair. She was covered in slashes, her black clothes sliced up and wet with blood. Her eyes had rolled back in her head, the whites gleaming pale in their sockets. Her body shook, her fingers clenching and unclenching, as if a seizure were ripping its way through her muscles. I realized with horror that she was floating above the sidewalk a few inches, her feet angled down. With her wide white eyes, she looked straight at me and spoke. "The melted man is coming for you," she whispered in a voice like a shadow. "He's going to make you scream for death before the end. He can smell your blood, like sweet flowers in the springtime. He's coming with the power and might of the screaming goddess. Her dance will come tonight and destroy this place with her poison breath. The sacrifices have opened the door, for worthy are the lambs." Then the girl fell hard to the ground, like a puppet with its strings cut. A gunshot pierced the night from behind us. Then a high-pitched, bellowing scream followed in its wake. I spun, my heart thudding. I now knew that we weren't dealing with a regular serial killer. Officer Paisley came running up from the backyard, his fat body heaving. Rivers of sweat ran down his face. He saw me and Agent Stone and came sprinting towards us, his eyes wide and consumed by an animal panic. "It's after me!" he shrieked. As he got closer, I saw spatters of blood covering his face like raindrops. The deep thumping of pounding feet increased in speed and intensity. From behind the house came the creature with the dripping flesh, the one the girl had called the melted man. Wrapped around his body, I saw ancient, rusted chains that dug deeply into his chest. They spiraled up his torso and fused into the skin. The flesh dripped over them like putrefying drops of pus. His eyes seemed to glow with a cold white light that reminded me of winter starlight. The melted man loomed over Officer Paisley, his body 9 or 10 feet tall, His legs crackled with the snapping of bones and the strange twisting of his many joints. Though thin and emaciated as a death camp victim, he moved with an inhuman speed. His arms looked skeletal and long, lunging out towards Officer Paisley like the branches of a tree. "Holy shit," Agent Stone whispered. I saw his hand tremble, the pistol gripped tightly in his clenched fist, the knuckles white. He blinked fast, inhaled deeply, and raised the gun. With a booming shout like thunder, the gun went off, hitting the melted man in the torso. Black blood bubbled out from the wound. The chains slithered around his body like snakes. They unwound, loosening and tightening in rhythmic peristaltic waves. Within a few moments, the rusted spiral of chains had wrapped around the bullet wound, and almost caressingly, they covered the deep crater in his torso. The sound of the gunshot gave me a shot of adrenaline that sent me into action. As the melted man drew within a few feet of Officer Paisley, I aimed at his head and fired. The bullet smashed into his white, bony skull with a splash of black blood and a spattering of liquefied flesh and bone splinters. The melted man gave a wail like some ancient dinosaur, a cacophony of furious roaring. "Get back," Agent Stone cried to me, his eyes wild with fear, but I was already quickly backpedaling away from the abomination. Officer Paisley was only a few paces from us when the chains on the melted man's body shot out like a spear. Officer Paisley gave a cry like a strangled rabbit as the sharp point at the end of the chains burst through his chest, a blossoming flower of blood spurting from his ruptured heart. Officer Paisley looked down, surprised, the blood bubbling and frothing over his lips. Then he fell slowly forward, and the melted man pulled his chain back. He looked over at us with his glowing eyes and grinned. "The final sacrifice," he gurgled in a voice writhing with infection and sickness. "The blood offering for the goddess. She comes." The melted man knelt down, his inhumanly long body twisting as he ran his fingers lovingly across the blood pooling under Officer Paisley's body. He brought it up to his bone-white face. As drops of flesh dripped off his chin, a snake-like tongue shot out and tasted the blood. He looked up at us and grinned. There was a feeling in the air like electricity, an oppressive silence hanging over the street. The sky went as dark as a midnight funeral, and the stars and the moon winked out. I looked up, seeing an enormous black shape descending from above. It was a massive female form with 4 arms and a human skull hanging around her neck. Her skin looked as black as a centipede's, glossy and shining. She danced as she came down, her legs kicking and arms jerking in rhythmic motions. As I watched her dance, an overwhelming feeling of dread and horror came over me. As she descended, her dance quickened, and the waves of terror rushed out from her body like ripples in a pond. I could almost see them, like a blanket of shadows fluttering out in a circle. I saw Agent Stone turn and run, blindly sprinting away. I wanted to call out to him, to tell him to wait, to not leave me alone with this thing. But I could only stare open-mouthed at the dancing goddess as she came down on the street. She stood as tall as a house, looking down at the body of Officer Paisley. "My goddess, my queen, ruler of death and destruction, this is for you," the melted man hissed through his skeletal lips. The goddess looked down at the body. Her sharp, pointed talons of fingers reached down and ripped out Officer Paisley's heart from the still corpse. The ribs cracked, the flesh separating easily. Officer Paisley's eyes continued to stare sightlessly up at the black, formless sky. The goddess opened her fanged mouth. I could see swirling pools of darkness inside, silent screams echoing out from some eternity within. With a deep sigh of pleasure, she put the heart into her mouth and bit down, sending blood dripping down her face. I heard a car starting behind me. The melted man and the goddess looked in my direction with the sudden noise. Her dark eyes shone with hunger, the melted man's with insanity. "A blood sacrifice," the goddess sighed, her lips splitting into a wide smile, showing off her predatory teeth. "This one should suffer. The agony makes the blood taste sweeter." The melted man laughed and started toward me. I still had the pistol in my hand, but what good would it do me? I raised in a last-ditch effort to slow the abomination, knowing it was hopeless. I fired, aiming at the melted man's face as the goddess danced and twisted behind him. I felt the mortal terror emanating from her body like currents of air. I resisted the urge to simply throw down my pistol and flee blindly into the night. The bullet missed, and the grinning abomination rushed at me. A car engine revved directly behind me. It roared past me, missing me by inches. The sedan slammed into the melted man, crushing his legs with the sound of shattering bones. He went flying back as the chains on his body flew out in all directions, attacking everything around him at once. They hit trees and bushes and the walls of the house with the sound of clanging metal, then vibrated in the air. I saw Agent Stone driving the sedan, frantically motioning me inside. I jumped in the seat as the goddess soared into the air and followed after us. "Fuck," he cried, accelerating as fast as the car would allow. He swerved around the writhing body of the melted man, who lay on the road, twisting his limbs like a stinging hornet. Blood, the color of soot, pooled under his body. The melted man slowly crawled away, pulling himself forward with his skeletal arms. The goddess flew close behind us, even as Agent Stone pushed the car up to 70 and 80 miles an hour on this residential street. I looked back, seeing only a curtain of shimmering black shadows. Her arms wrapped around the car. I felt the back of it fishtail suddenly. "Drive faster!" I screamed, panicked. "She's..." But at that moment, the back of the car lifted off the ground. We went spinning, the world flying around us in circles. I heard the crunching of metal and the shattering of glass. My vision turned black for a few moments. I felt dazed, sick, on the verge of throwing up. Waves of dread gripped my heart like skeletal hands. Off in the distance, sirens roared. Blue and red lights flashed. The goddess looked down the street, seeing the caravan of police cars and unmarked black SUVs approaching the area. With a laugh like the tearing of metal, she took off into the air. "Released, finally, released on this world," she cried as she disappeared from view. The police and agents quickly surrounded us, pulling us out of the crumpled car. I was fine, just a bit shaken up and bruised. Agent Stone had a deep gash across his forehead from when he hit his head during the crash, but he was otherwise unharmed. When the police went to the crime scene, they didn't find any evidence of the melted man or the goddess there. Only a pool of black blood coagulating on the pavement showed that any of it had been real at all. Some things happen without explanation. Some experiences haunt people for a lifetime. This is where I tell those mysteries. And remember, not everything can be explained. Story: take out your AirPods immediately. Soon you won't be able to. I'm breaking every NDA on the planet by posting this, and I don't think things will go well for me once it's out. That doesn't matter though. All that matters is that you believe me. Those shiny new AirPods you got, all sleek and slim and white as fresh bone, you need to stop using them. Hell, to be safe, you should throw them away, burn them, hurl them into the ocean, or bury them deep in a locked box full of salt. I know the thought of tossing out those tiny little slices of the future you wear in your ears is painful, but it must be done. If you don't listen to me, if you keep using your AirPods, soon you'll start to hear terrible whispers. That is, if you aren't hearing them already. I'm sure I sound crazy. At first, I thought maybe I was going insane. That would be a more comfortable scenario than what's really happening. I thought working at Apple would be my dream job. For a few months, it truly was. Life was like some high-tech, minimalist fairy tale. Everything was bright and polished. Everyone I worked with was sharp and brilliant. And the cafeteria food was fucking amazing. Then, one day, about 4 months after I started at Apple, I stumbled upon some dead code. It was just a few orphaned lines in a massive briar patch of an update. Blink and even a skilled coder would miss the anomaly. It was pure luck that I spotted the quirk. I reported the dead code to my supervisor, who assured me he'd kick the issue up the ladder and it would be patched. I offered to work on the reconfiguration myself, but was politely, firmly told not to worry about it. I've always been burdened with more curiosity than common sense, so I promptly ignored my supervisor's instructions and began to dig. I ended up digging myself right into a coding mass grave. There are lines of dead code in every Apple update we've ever put out. It goes all the way back to the beginning. As far as I can tell, on their own, each errant string is harmless. Stack them all together though, and there's something wrong about the pattern, something horrible and hungry, something that seems to be on the verge of waking up. My first guess was that it was hidden messages, probably subliminal advertising. You'd be listening to the latest Taylor Swift song, and right as she hits the chorus, some elusive voice chimes in to tell you that Chick-fil-A always has the cure for whatever you're craving. It would be slimy if that was Apple's plan, but hardly the first use of underhanded marketing in America. I wish advertising was all this was. It's far worse. My initial guess was half right. You will start hearing hidden messages through your AirPods, but it won't be a subtle nudge to buy chicken. There will be whispers, so soft you might think it's your imagination. These whispers will make beautiful promises. They'll tell you stolen secrets and offer you every desire submerged in the darkest depths of your heart. Yet all of that will come at a horrific price. The whispers will make you do things, hurt things, yourself and other people. I don't know why, I don't know how, but if I'm reading the code correctly, you'll start to feel a push, an urge to damage the fragile things you love most. How could this have gone unnoticed for so long? The irregular code is hard to find, sure, but someone must have caught on at least once. Did they go to their supervisor just like I did? Did they listen when they were inevitably instructed to let it go? Or did they go digging like I did, digging until they dug themselves a 6x6 hole before they were buried along with their curiosity? I know right now you're still skeptical. I understand, really I do. AirPods are expensive, they're chic, more of a personal statement than a gadget. They're like earrings if Ray Bradbury designed jewelry. Maybe your AirPods were a Christmas gift from a friend or significant other. I don't expect you to only take my word for it. All I want you to do is keep an open mind, and, more importantly, an open ear. The whispers will be difficult to catch. The voices will be woven into your songs, your podcasts, your audiobooks. That's the terrible efficiency of Apple. Now that you know what to look for, though, you might be able to pin down a whisper like a butterfly to a board. Even if you can't notice the voices, be on the lookout for unexplained, violent urges. Set the sentry of your mind on guard against intrusive thoughts. If you feel your fingers linger on the throat of your child while you're fixing their collar, you'll know I was right. If you find yourself wondering exactly what shade of red your lover's lifeblood would be, you need to act immediately. I don't know why Apple wants us to rip the world apart. It could be a social experiment for the government. However, when I follow the strings of dead code and fit the pieces of the puzzle together, one on top of another, I see such strange and revolting designs. The symbols look ancient, twisted and squirming, like no other coding language I've ever seen before. It hurts my eyes to look at if I stare for too long. The higher-ups here are onto me. Maybe they were watching me from the beginning, but I don't think they expected me to move so quickly. I've barricaded myself in my office. They're trying to force the door, and it doesn't look like it will hold much longer. The frame shudders with every impact. It should last long enough for me to post this, though. Once the warning is out, I've done all I can. I'm not sure what will happen to me when they get in. I'm scared. But this was the right choice, the only choice. So don't let it be for nothing. Put away your AirPods. If you don't believe the danger, at least listen closely. Search for the whispers. Whatever you do, don't believe anything they tell you. Don't accept anything they offer. Listen for them, but don't let them in. Story. There's a woman trapped in my basement. She needs my help. You don't expect to find new things in old houses, particularly when you've lived in the house for a decade without any surprises. But one Tuesday in November, while I was putting summer junk into storage, I heard soft crying from the corner of my basement. "Jenny?" I asked, setting my unopened beer back in my emergency cooler. "You know you're not supposed to be down here." The crying stopped. I was worried my daughter had followed me down. The basement was crammed full of all of the odds and ends we couldn't fit into the shed, and dotted with the occasional rat trap. I'd killed a snake down there back in July. Overall, it wasn't a place I wanted my 4-year-old to hang out. "Jenny," I said, moving towards the dark corner where I'd heard the sobbing. "Daddy's not mad, but you shouldn't be down here." The basement was dim, spacious, prone to mild flooding. A single light bulb hanging from a chain cast angular shadows throughout the room. The shadows seemed darker today, especially around the back corner farthest from the stairs. That was where I'd heard the crying, where I walked, confused. There was a shape hidden in the dimness, a profile in the corner. The thing was larger than my daughter. "Hello?" I asked, stopping several feet from the corner. A sudden coldness took me. I was afraid. "Please," the shadow in the corner said. "Please, help me." It crawled forward, and my fear began to change to concern. First, a hand emerged from the darkness, pale and slim. Then an arm, a graceful shoulder, a slender neck. Finally, a face, striking and familiar. Though I was certain I'd never seen her before, that was as far as the woman came into the light. It was far enough for me to see she was beautiful and in trouble. On second glance, her slenderness verged on starvation. Her deep blue eyes frightened. Her black hair, a tangled mess. Her torso and legs remained hidden in the dark. I worried she was injured. Maybe there was an accident. I took a step forward, then froze. How did a strange woman get into your basement? Why is she? My eyes locked with hers, and all questions fled my mind. Her irises were huge, blue as the ocean in January, and heavy with pain and need. "Please," she said again, in a familiar voice I knew I'd never heard before. "Please, help me." "How? Are you hurt?" I did my best to peer into the shadows over and around the girl, to see more than an arm and face, but the dark was stubborn. Some reptile slice of my brain prevented me from getting any closer. "Help," she said, staring up at me. "Hungry." She did look hungry. I could see a hint of ribs under her arm. Her collarbone stuck out clear and bowed between shoulder and neck, her cheekbones sharp as barbershop razors. "Call 911. Call somebody." Those eyes again, catching me like a spider from a tunnel, driving my thoughts far and away. "Okay," I heard myself answer. "Let me find you something to eat." The girl stared long, head tilted, then finally blinked and smiled. She had lovely teeth. I felt unstuck when she blinked. My feet were my own again, and I backed towards the stairs. "Just wait here," I told her. Just wait. I'll be back." "With food?" she asked. I didn't trust myself to speak, so I nodded and took the stairs, two at a time. Sarah. My wife was in the kitchen, pen in mouth, bills and checkbook on the table. "Did you use the visa last week?" she asked without looking up. "I'm seeing weird charges." Jenny was sitting at the nook, coloring in her new book, watching the rain tap the window. "I don't think I used the card," I lied. "But not important. There's something in the basement I need you to see." The absurdity of the situation was settling in. A pale, starving girl in the basement? It seemed more likely I was losing my shit, but on the off chance, I wasn't bonkers. I needed second-party confirmation. Can it wait?" Sarah asked, gesturing at the papers in front of her. I stood staring. "It's something you should see, though." Sarah tilted her head. "Have you been—" She made a drinking motion. "Again?" Sarah was giving me her concerned look. The one that shared a fence with her irked one. "Hi, Daddy," Jenny called, waving from the nook. "Hi, Jenny," I replied, suddenly feeling exhausted. I turned to my wife. "Never mind about the basement. It's not important. And no, I haven't." "Haven't what?" Jenny asked. "Haven't forgotten that you're my favorite girl," I said, winking. "Don't tell your mom." Jenny giggled. I opened the fridge. "Don't ruin your lunch," Sarah whispered, as I walked downstairs into the basement carrying some deli meat, cheese, and grapes. "Just a snack." The basement seemed darker. There was a haze settled over everything. When I closed the door at the top of the stairs, the room was immediately pitch black. In the corner, a soft blue-white glow beckoned. It was the woman. She'd crawled farther out of the shadows, so that now only her lower half was hidden. Signs of malnutrition etched her body like scrimshaw. Her skin stretched tight against her ribcage. I thought I saw small tears like a frayed sweater. Dark blue veins wove across her, horribly apparent against her pallor. Everything about her was shriveled and pathetic. Everything about her was beautiful, hard to look at, painfully gorgeous. "Hungry," she whispered. I descended the stairs and set down the food on the basement floor in front of her. She doesn't look at it. Not that, she told me. Can't eat that. Then what? I asked. There were tears in my eyes. You know, you've always known. I shook my head. I won't. You can't. I won't let you. The girl in the corner stared at me a moment, then crawled closer. As she pulled more of her body from the shadows, I could see that her torso ended not in legs, but in slick, red tendons and ropey intestine. Her insides spilled out behind her, coiled together into a thick, wet thread that trailed back lost in the dark. She reached a hand to my face, gently brushed my cheek, then wrapped her hands around my throat with an impossible grip and pulled me towards her. Then we were moving. Then somehow we were falling into the blackness behind the girl. We should have hit the wall of my basement, but there was no resistance, only darkness and the sense of free fall. I couldn't scream. Her hands locked so lovingly, so tightly around me. After what felt like hours, I began to see light. It was the girl, glowing, eyes locked to mine. All around us, new lights began to pop up one by one, like new stars waking. Our free fall gave way to floating. I remembered vividly the one time in my life I'd gone night diving. As we drew closer to one of the lights, I saw that it was another glowing person. A boy this time, handsome from the torso up, a torn ruin from the waist down. He too trailed a grisly thread behind him that stretched away into the dark in the same direction as the line connected to the girl. When we drew close to the boy, he smiled, then darted forward and took a small bite from my shoulder. This time I was able to scream because the girl took one hand from my throat to wave the boy away like she was shooing a fly. So many lights floating around us, lanterns in a pond, and I could not help but shiver any time we drew near one. Eventually, I could make out a new shape in the gloom. A massive shadow, taller than any building I'd ever seen, 100 stories or more. It had its own glow that grew brighter as we came close. It was a tree. The girl that held me was tied to the tree by her gruesome thread. All of the lights seemed linked to the tree, strands ending gnarled in the branches, held like marionettes on a string. When we drew near enough to see the tree clearly, I began to thrash and fight, to struggle as best I could. Please believe me, I did everything I could. The tree had red-brown bark, rough and pitted, and in the bark I saw mouths. Hundreds of mouths, millions. They were every shape and size, some grinning, some panting, some frowning. The mouths were filled with teeth, perfectly white in some, rotted and broken in others. Some mouths were massive enough to swallow a bus, and others tiny enough to bite a finger. I closed my eyes and clawed at my ears. The mouths laughed and screamed, but most of all they whispered things no one should ever hear or know. We drew right to the tree, the girl and I, next to one mouth the size of a wood chipper. Hungry, the mouth told me in the same voice I'd heard in the corner of my basement that morning. The girl grabbed my arm and stretched it out towards the mouth. I fought, yelled, felt my shoulder dislocate from the force of my panic, but I might as well have been trying to fight the tide. My hand went into the mouth halfway to my elbow. The pain was like nothing I'd ever known. In an instant, a piece of me was gone and I watched the mouth chew, taking its time, savoring. I whimpered, then shrieked as the girl began to pull my other hand towards the mouth. "Wait!" I screamed. "God, wait! Wait! Wait!" "Wait for what?" a smaller mouth asked from above us. "Hungry now," another mouth called from below. "Don't take any more of me," I pleaded. I can help you." "Help?" the girl asked. She stared at me with her ocean blue eyes. I felt the blood from my torn arm drip warm against my side. "Feed." I'm writing this on my laptop in my basement. The glow of the screen is the only light. It's not easy to type with one hand, but I'm adapting to my new reality quickly, I'm proud to say. The woman in the corner is sleeping. You know, big meals and naps. My arm is doing well if you're wondering. Burned shut and cauterized. Can't be too safe when it comes to infection. I was lightheaded from the blood loss, but the girl jabbed one of her threads into me, and now I'm feeling right as rain. Better than I have in a long time, actually. When she's awake, she tells me the most incredible things, like how there's a new star in the sky, a red star. The girl tells me about a coming cure for everything. But most of all, she talks about a hunger that's waking up all over the world, and that's what she wants me to tell you about. Keep an eye peeled, would you? For more like her, check your basements, your attics, your old sheds and crawl spaces. Look to your hidden places and dark corners. You might just see a pale man or woman, hungry and in need of your help. I've got to go now. I can feel the girl stirring through the thread, hungry again already. My wife was so annoyed when I asked for her help, so reluctant. And she really overreacted when she saw my arm. But I know my daughter will be excited to finally be allowed to play in the basement. Jenny, honey, I called. Could you come down here? Daddy needs you. Story. Every morning I wake up, missing more pieces of my body. It started a week ago, out of the blue. One day I woke up and there was less of me than the night before. The first time it happened, I woke up missing a finger, my left index. There were no signs of it being cut, removed, or damaged. The finger was simply there one night and gone the next. The unexplained disappearance did put me into a bit of a panic. Unfortunately, the ER wasn't much help. I don't think the doctor believed me when I showed him my hand and told him there used to be another finger there. My hand had no scar, no evidence that something was taken. There was only an absence. The doctor was kind about it, suggested I should see a therapist, and even gave me a few numbers to call. I took a personal day and spent it at home, in bed, alternating between mindless Netflix watching and staring at my now unfamiliar hand. I knew, with absolute certainty, that a piece of me was taken while I was sleeping. Actually, more than one piece was missing. Besides the finger, some memories were gone. Obviously, I was distracted by my missing digit for most of the day, so it didn't dawn on me until later that other things were removed. Sometime around lunch, I considered calling my parents to tell them what was happening. But as I picked up the phone with my complete hand and tried to piece together how I would explain the day I was having, it struck me that I couldn't remember exactly what my parents looked like. I couldn't remember their names either. I could remember their voices, what my childhood home looked like, even my mom's favorite movie. But I couldn't catch a clear memory of my parents. They were always at the edge of my memory, like a dream dissolving in the morning sun. Speaking of dreams, I did remember having a vivid nightmare right before my finger was taken. The feeling of the dream stayed with me, but the details were burned away. I kept trying to bring it back. It felt like the nightmare and my missing finger, my lost memories, were all connected. Yet, no matter how hard I struggled, I could not pin down the dream. Frustrated beyond my limit, I quietly decided I was going crazy. I didn't want to burden my parents with my breakdown, so instead of calling them, I called my office and took off the rest of the week. It was sudden and disruptive, but at least I had time off to burn. I hoped a few days of rest would coax my sanity back to me. I went out to the liquor store, keeping my left hand in my pocket, and bought a week's worth of bottled therapy. The rest of the afternoon I spent getting beautifully, stunningly drunk. My last thought before passing out was that, of all the things you might wake up missing, one finger was hardly the end of the world. The next morning, I woke up without my right eye. At first, I blamed my unusual vision on the Navy's worth of rum I'd had the night before. But when I dragged myself in the bathroom, the mirror held a terrible correction. My reflection stared back at me with one green eye and one empty socket. Even the remaining numbness of the rum was no comfort. I screamed until I was raw, until my voice became another one of my missing things, though at least that came back later. I'm glad I have no close neighbors. I wouldn't wish the sound of me that morning on anyone. Once I'd pulled myself together, more or less, I tried to objectively assess my new reality. Like my finger, the eye was gone with no sign of damage or injury. If you'd never known me before, one might assume I was born with only the one eye, and that the empty socket with its deflated lid was just a genetic inheritance. But I knew that wasn't true. I took the best inventory of me as possible, under the circumstances, and found the eye wasn't the only new loss I had to reckon with. My memories of college were mostly gone. Gone also were a dozen other moments I was certain I could recall just the day before. I couldn't tell you my middle name. I couldn't remember the name of the first girl I kissed. Everything that was me was being chipped away. I was unraveling. And, much like the day before, I carried the certainty of a forgotten nightmare, a repeat of the first. Nothing I tried could bring the details into focus. It was like trying to watch a movie while deep underwater. All that came back to me were silhouettes and a sense of movement. That, and the lingering impression of fear and a terrible sadness. I found myself crying in the bathroom, tears falling silently from my one remaining eye. The rest of that day was spent in shell-shock wanderings, haunting my own house like a living ghost. I paced from room to room, aimless. My house is large, with more rooms than I need. It's on a farm and belonged to my grandparents before their passing. The walls are old and familiar, the floors well-worn wood dotted with an island of soft rugs. Everything about the house used to bring me comfort, but I was hollow that day. I didn't bother to eat or read or go for a walk in the nearby forest, which always brought me peace. I couldn't even work up the energy to drink myself dumb. The only way I could process my slow disintegration was to shut off my mind. I stayed awake for as long as I could. It was pushing 48 hours before I couldn't fight it anymore, and I fell asleep, slumped in a dining room chair. When I woke up, I found out that whatever was happening to me, it was accelerating. I held my left hand up, shaking. Another finger and the thumb were missing. I was now down a few toes as well. Exploring with my tongue, I counted 4 missing teeth. I wondered when I'd hit a breaking point when my body could suffer no more missing pieces. Just like each morning before, I woke still feeling the echoes of a dream that I could not recall. That was a rough morning. I sat at the table for hours, tallying and retallying my losses like a general after an ugly defeat. But I wasn't going to have 2 hopeless days in a row. I roused myself before noon, had a few drinks, then brought my laptop out to the living room. I set out to sit and drink and research, all while watching the autumn rain glaze my window. After an hour, I was slightly drunk, highly determined, and completely lost. Googling stolen body parts was predictably unhelpful. I was constantly redirected to articles about organ harvesting. Since I wasn't waking up in a bathtub full of ice each morning, I doubted any of that information would be useful. As I got up to fix another drink, which amounted to rum garnished with a lonely ice cube, I froze. What if I was missing an organ? Would I even be able to tell until it was too late? I gingerly pressed against my stomach. Everything still seemed to be there. I figured if something important was missing, it wouldn't take long for me to notice its absence. Outside, the sky began to fade to dark, casting shadows through my house. I pulled myself away from my computer screen long enough to move from room to room, flicking switches and turning on lamps. My goal was to ward off sleep again for as long as possible. The entire house was swollen with light. When I got back to the table, I dropped into my chair and stared at the computer screen. I just felt numb. The truth was, my failing body was the latest in a long line of spirit-breaking bullshit, and the cumulative depression was becoming too heavy to carry. Some days it felt like I was crawling across an endless beach, and the sand kept getting harder to move through the further I went. I rarely saw my family, sometimes just a phone call on the holidays. I cut out all social contact years ago. Somewhere in my 20s, friendships just became too much work for me to keep up with, and relationships, those always seemed to end ugly. I realized that I was the common denominator in all of those failures, so for the past 2 or 3 years, I've built my life around work and hobbies. I put myself into emotional quarantine because there was a perverse comfort in the isolation. But now that my world was falling apart around me, my body disappearing, I felt so alone. One night in the near future, whatever is taking pieces of me might take something I need, my brain, my spine, my heart. And then I'll be dead and no one will know until my office starts to wonder where I've been and sends someone to check. The thought of lying dead in my house for a week or more with no one the wiser nearly broke me. I tried to focus on a positive thought, but I struggled to find any warm memories to hold on to. Maybe those memories were another piece of me taken in the night, or maybe they'd never been in the first place. I looked at the ruin of my left hand and considered ending it all right then. There were pills in the bathroom, whiskey on the table. I even had a gun in a lockbox under my bed. I hesitated. Despite the circumstances, I found that I wasn't ready to go. At the very least, I wanted to know what was happening to me, why it was happening to me. The only clue I had was the fading echo of that dream every morning. I tried forcing myself to remember, but my mind could find no purchase. The dream was close enough to chase, but too far to catch. Huh, I said. I went back to my computer and searched Dreamcatcher. I spent 40 minutes reading all about dream catchers, their history, intended use, how to make one. They were originally created to hang above the beds of sleeping children, to ward off bad dreams and evil spirits. I figured it couldn't hurt to try. Half an hour later, I set my ad hoc dream catcher on the table. I didn't have string or yarn, so I'd had to use dental floss, woven through the frame of an old, stringless tennis racket. The final effect was completely ridiculous. "This is bullshit," I said out loud to my empty house. I went to crack my knuckles, remembered several were missing, and decided my entire week was bullshit, so maybe the Dreamcatcher was the answer to all my problems. Even though, as far as I could tell, Dreamcatchers weren't supposed to actually catch dreams so you could remember them, just trap bad dreams. Close enough, I muttered to myself, sitting the Dreamcatcher on the table next to my computer. I poured another drink, shaking the nearly empty bottle sadly. I knew I made a pitiful sight, alone in my old house, wearing old flannel pajama bottoms and a scruffy t-shirt. I decided to dive into some more research, see if there was something I missed, some silver bullet to bring my body and my mind back to me. I must have blacked out again because I woke up to the bright sting of sunshine, and I was outdoors. "What?" I mumbled. As I shook off the haze of sleep, I realized I was in a park. There were no parks near my house, but this one still looked familiar, all green and gently shadowed by tall oaks. I saw a dirt trail winding away into a wooded space, and a large playground in the distance. It looked like the old style of playground, all metal and wood and good memories. The kind of playground where you would spend hours as a kid, bumping and falling your way through a summer afternoon. There was a figure swinging on the swing set. Having no better ideas, I began walking down the trail towards the playground. I knew this park, and the farther I walked, the clearer my memory became. This was the park near where I grew up, where I played as a kid, and where I spent more than a few nights hanging out with friends in high school. It was even the place I had my first kiss. I was 14. Her name was Cassidy. Her face came into my mind vividly. I wasn't sure why the feeling was so strong until I drew close to the playground and recognized the figure on the swing. "Hey, Cass," I said, standing behind her. She turned to face me but kept swinging. "Hey, stranger." I think I gasped. There were lines and thin cracks all over her face, like broken pottery glued back together. Cass dug her heels into the ground, stopping her swing. "It's rude to stare," she told me. "Sorry," I said, still staring. Besides all the cracks and lines, her face looked how I remembered her, only older. Her hair was chopped short and blonde now. When we dated, she used to change the color often. I remember red being her favorite. Cass had delicate features, and her nose had a small tilt to it from when her dad broke it when she was a kid, and it healed off center. She smiled sadly at me, keeping her mouth closed like she always did, shy about her teeth being a little crooked on the bottom row. I'd always found her imperfections cute, and used to try very hard to surprise her, to get her to smile or laugh unabashedly. Sometimes she would, but only if we were the only ones around. Eventually, I collected myself and stopped staring. It was warm in the park. It felt like summer, even though it was November. Despite the heat, Cass wore an oversized dark blue hoodie. I realized it was one of mine I'd given her years ago. "How have you been?" I asked, kind of stupidly. She shrugged, then went back to swinging. Not having a better plan, I sat in the swing next to her and kicked off lightly. I noticed her hands on the chain of the swing had the same lines and cracks as her face. It reminded me of a puzzle. We swung in silence for a while. "The park looks nice," I said. "The trees look very green. For November, you know?" "You always say that," Cass replied. I stopped swinging. "What do you mean? When did I say that before?" "Last night," Cass said, still gently moving through the air. "And the night before, and the night before that, every night for quite some time. I'm not sure exactly how long." "I'm dreaming," I said. "Yes. This is the dream I have every night since." I glanced at my left hand with its missing digits. "I've heard that some people who lose limbs are whole when they dream. But apparently I carried my losses with me even in my mind. Yeah, Cass told me. This is the same dream, and we have the same conversation. Well, at least it usually starts the same. I'm confused. Is this just a dream? Is any of this real? Cass stopped swinging again. She sighed. Fat white clouds floated in the sky above us. One crossed the sun and pulled a shadow over the entire park. We sat for a moment, listening to the birds call to each other in the trees. A blue and yellow finch landed on top of the nearby seesaw. Even in the shade, the air in the park was warm and smelled like grass and wildflowers. It's a dream but real, I think, Cass said finally. Real enough, this is where I came after my fall. She traced the path of one of the lines on her cheek. I remember the fall, and then I remember waking up here, in our old park. That was a mindfuck. I'm not sure how long I was here alone before you started showing up. Not long. Her fall, the thin cracks like broken pottery all across her face. Cass, are you dead? I asked. She smiled, but only barely. You always ask that too. Am I dead? Her smile dropped. Number not yet, at least. I'm dying, aren't I? I asked. The pieces of me that keep disappearing, eventually I'll be gone. Yeah, I'm afraid so. Then what? Cass nodded towards the woods. I think you'll end up here, like I did. She started swinging again. I got off my swing and sat down across from her, on the edge of a merry-go-round. What happened to you, Cass? It's a long story. The short version is that I got in a bad way, couldn't find a way out, so I stepped off a building. What's the long version? I asked. I paused. You've had to tell me this story several times, haven't you? She nodded and smiled, this time almost a full smile. After we went our separate ways, the next few guys I was with weren't great. Dad got sick, so I stayed with my parents for a few years. Mom was too strung out to be much help. I started using too, just trying to find a little bit of peace now and then. It didn't help much. The years just kept slipping by. There were times I would tell myself that it wouldn't be that way forever, that I could climb out, but each day it felt like a little more of me was used up. I couldn't find a way out, and one day not too long ago, I guess I woke up just hurting too much. Cass slowed her swinging until she was rocking with her heels on the ground. I'm so sorry, Cass, I told her. Thank you. I know you mean that, just like I know what you're going to ask next. You want to know why you're here. I smiled. You know me, always gotta grab the spotlight. I gestured to the playground in the park behind me. This, whatever this is, whether it's your own piece of heaven or, well, whatever this is, it seems like it's yours. Why am I here? And why am I held up what was left of my left hand. Cass stood up. Before I tell you, let me show you something. It's kinda upsetting, so just prepare yourself, okay? She began walking farther into the playground and I followed. We went around the monkey bars and past the jungle gym until we reached a patch of asphalt. This was the place I used to draw with chalk when I was a kid, to play foursquare and hopscotch. There was chalk on the asphalt now, but this time it was in the outline of a body. Within the white lines, there were a few body parts laying on the ground in the appropriate places, some fingers, some teeth. I recognized the single green eye staring blankly up into the sky as my own. I screamed for a long time. At some point, I sat on the ground next to the chalk outline. Cass hesitantly put a hand on my shoulder, then sat down next to me and wrapped me in a hug. She rocked me back and forth. I cried. The weight of the last few days, maybe the last few years, cracked something inside of me, but it felt good to be held. Thanks, I said. I think I'm okay now. Cass pulled away, but still sat close enough that our arms were touching. I hate to tell you this next part. Why? I asked. Because I hate hurting you. But this, she pointed at the outline with the pieces of my body inside, I'm pretty sure it's my fault. I stared at her. How? Why? Because I was lonely, maybe. Or because I was still hurting. We were just kids, I said. I'm sorry, but it was so long ago. I know, Cass said. I forgave you a long time ago for leaving, for lying, for everything. I winced. Cassidy and I dated all through high school. but I went away to college and she stayed in town. We grew apart, or at least I did, but I had a hard time ending it. She always was so happy to see me when I came back to visit, but my mind was never entirely there. I felt like my life was moving on but didn't know how to tell her. So I dragged, and I came up with excuses, and I visited less and less. I had a fling with a classmate, confessed, Cass forgave me, then I did it again. Eventually, I was the one to end the relationship. If it sounds like I was a piece of shit, it's because I was. The only excuse I can offer is that I was young and had always hated myself a little. Those excuses sound empty even to me. Screwing up my own life was one thing, but I've always felt guilty that I took Cass along for the ride. If you forgave me, then why? Why bring me here? I asked. Cass reached over and placed her hand over my damaged one. It wasn't a conscious decision, please know that. It's just, you know how people say your whole life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die? It didn't, at least for me. Only the good parts, the bright parts, came back to me while I was falling, and you were in every one of those memories. Us here, at the park at night, or on days when we had nothing else to do, or that trip we took down to the ocean, July of sophomore year. Cass was crying, silently, the tears running along the broken lines in her face. I felt sick for all the pain I'd caused her all those years ago. The main thing I remember, right before was our senior prom, Cass said, wiping absently at her eyes. Do you remember? For a panicked instant, I was afraid I didn't. But then I looked at Cass and it was like looking back through time. I could picture her clearly in her yellow dress. I could see her face as she was then, with no scars or lines. She'd smiled in the picture my mom took of us that night, truly smiled, no hidden teeth. I remember, I told her. I wore a yellow tie to match your dress, and I accidentally sat on your corsage. I felt bad because I ruined it. You didn't ruin it, Cass told me. I liked that it looked different from all of the other flowers. Being mushed gave it a personality. She paused. I kept it. I don't know if I told you before, but I kept the corsage, dried out in a box in my room. It's still there, unless my parents cleaned things out after I... Her voice broke and she started to sob. Now I was the one who drew her in close, wrapped my arms around her, and put my forehead against hers. I'm sorry, she kept saying. I'm sorry. I didn't want to bring you here. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. Please believe me. I did. She looked up at me, touched the temple near my missing eye. I'm so sorry for everything that's happening to you. I think I'm just sinking, and you're caught in the drag. I don't know how to stop it. I keep trying. Whatever's happening seems to have its own momentum. But none of this is because I want to be cruel. I left the world lonely and scared. And in my final moments, all I could think about was how happy you made me, how real you made me feel. Even with all of the bad that came after, you gave me my 4 best years. From the moment I met you until you left, her voice cracked again. I felt loved for the first time in my life. My mom was too far gone, and my dad too angry. I never was much good at making friends. But you showed up with your bad jokes and your quick laugh, and your trouble-making ideas that you always included me in, and I believed. I believed that life, like stories, might sometimes have a happy ending. That my story might have a happy ending. So when it didn't, when I took that last step, all I could think about was how much I wished things were different. How much I wished we could have just stayed young and in love forever. And I guess something out there heard me, and I'm sorry. I kissed her. I could taste salt from where she'd been crying. It felt good. It felt like going home. Cass kissed me back. Did you know I was going to do that? I asked. She shook her head. This is actually the first time you did that. Well, I said, recent experiences have led to me slowly developing new perspectives. Plus, you look pretty good in my hoodie. Cass laughed. Bullshit. This is my jacket. Now this we have been over. I pulled at the excess fabric around the hoodie. You're like 100-pound soaking wee, and this is at least a men's large. There's clearly been a theft. Cass punched my arm, smiling, but it faded. I am sorry. You had your whole life ahead of you. I didn't mean to drag you down with me. I looked around at the park. alive with the sounds and scent of early summer. I watched animals dart around the trees, moving between the silky shadows. I turned to Cass, who even with the scars of life and death etched on her face, looked beautiful. "There are worse places," I said. "Thank God your happiest memories weren't of us in a bowling alley or something." Her laugh, again, and I couldn't help but laugh with her. "The sad thing is, you're not going to remember this conversation," Cass said. I thought about my silly little dream catcher at home. It probably wouldn't work, but maybe it would. Even if it didn't, I felt ready to remember. I would hold on to this memory, clutch it tightly when I woke up. I'd let a lot of good things slip away in my life, but this dream wouldn't be one of them. "I'll remember," I promised. We sat there for a long time. The chalk outline didn't bother me much anymore. I knew the pieces of me in there weren't missing. They were just waiting for the rest of me. "Hey, what's here outside of the park?" I asked. "Is there a whole afterlife-y dream version of our hometown out there?" "I don't know," Cass said. "I haven't looked." "Why not?" "I didn't want to leave the park in case you showed up since I never knew when that would be," Cass replied. "I didn't want you to wake up here alone." "Thanks," I told her. "I wouldn't want that either. But we should go look to see if—" That was the last thing I remember before waking up this morning. My right leg below the knee is gone. So is one ear, some fingers, more teeth, and I'm having trouble breathing, so I think I can add a lung to the list of parts waiting in the park. I don't know if the dream catcher really worked, or if I managed to keep my memory of the dream by brute force, but I remember all of it. I'm typing this out with my one good hand. The right hand is only missing the pinky so far. I want to leave this for anyone who comes looking for me. I want people to know that I was at peace with everything. I'll call my parents later, not to say goodbye, just to catch up, to let them know I was thinking of them today, even if I can't quite recall their names. I don't know how long it will take for me to transition from here to the park. I'm hoping it will be quick, that there won't be much pain. Whatever is happening seems to be happening faster every morning. I don't really think of this as an ending. It's more like going home. Story: The mean thing that lives in the cellar. There's a cellar connected to the basement in my parents' old house. A small room, barely more than a closet, probably used for storage. My family kept it empty and locked. That was where the mean thing lived. We moved into the house when I was 11, and Laura was 9. It was a big place, lovely to explore, to invent new games. But we never wanted to play in the basement. When we were down there, all we could think about was the cellar. The door drew your eye like a fresh scar on a child's face. There was a sense of coiled energy. If you got close to the door, there would usually be cold spots. My parents said it was just a draft, but they avoided the cellar, too. I even saw Mom burning something down in the basement every few months. It smelled like mint. When I asked her, she told me it was sage. Mom never said why she was burning sage, but I noticed the cold spots around the cellar went away for a while afterward. They always came back, though. Other than the cellar, that house was perfect, and our first year there was a dream. Even though all of us stayed away from the basement, we would joke about our downstairs guest. Anytime something went missing, strange odors or bumps in the night, we'd blame the thing in the cellar. For a while it was funny. Then the sounds from below came more and more often, knocking on the floor late at night. The entire basement caught a chill. A floating cold spot permanently settled across the room like a captive winter. Still, we were able to get on with our lives and ignore our guest for that first year. Then, the nightmares started. I would wake up screaming, the memory of being locked in a dark room with something fading quickly, but the fear lingering. Laura started having similar night terrors. I think Mom and Dad did too, though they didn't talk about it. One night in the summer, I woke up out of my bed. I was standing in the kitchen in my pajamas, the linoleum icy against my bare feet. I had no idea how I'd gotten downstairs. The basement door was wide open in front of me, the room absolutely dark. I could hear scratching sounds coming from where the cellar would be. Instead of slamming the door, running upstairs, or yelling for help, I felt drawn towards the basement. It felt like I was caught in some hungry tide pulling me away from shore. Part of me hoped I was still asleep, and that I was in the middle of another nightmare. But I knew it was real. The details were too clear. I was too aware. When I reached the door, I took a step into the dark, feet settling on the carpeted stairs. One step, another, and then I felt something shake loose. The tide broke and I was free. I pawed at the wall for the light switch. In my mind, the pitch-black basement was full of lurking, sharp shadows climbing up towards me. But when the light snapped on, the room was empty. I let out a breath, which turned to a whimper as the lock on the cellar turned with a click. Even from the top of the stairs, I could see the brass knob turning. The door drifted open, gentle, unhurried. Whatever was inside knew I was rooted to the carpet. I waited, frozen, for something to emerge from behind the door. A hand, an eye, a face. Something was inside the cellar, but nothing came out. Suddenly, dreadful curiosity sank into my stomach like a murder victim tossed into a lake. I needed to know what was behind the door, but the need felt like an invading influence. Halfway down the stairs, the scream incubating inside of me finally hatched and clawed its way out of my throat. Above me, I heard doors opening and my parents call out. The pull of the cellar was broken. I ran. Dad found me in the kitchen, curled under the table, bawling. "Cat, honey, what's wrong?" he asked. Something tried to make me go in the cellar. When he checked the basement, the cellar was closed and locked. But Laura admitted she'd been having nightmares about the door opening too. More than once, she told us she woke up out of bed either in her bedroom or the hall. I was the first one to make it all the way to the basement. Mom and Dad stopped joking about our guest after that night. Laura and I both had sleepwalking incidents over the next week. It got to a point where we started sleeping in our parents' room so they could keep an eye on us. Insomnia, the constant waking in the middle of the night, it all blurred together. One morning, Laura and I were both home from school. We kept falling asleep in class. Mom told our teachers we all caught the flu. Dad stayed home with us while she went to work. It was the last good day we would have as a family. I was napping on the couch while Laura sat next to me watching cartoons. She was holding Lemmy, her stuffed lemur. My eyes were red and heavy and kept falling before snapping open. I could hear the sounds of Dad shuffling around in his office upstairs. The last thing I saw before drifting off was Laura looking at something behind the couch. Sleep took me for a moment, maybe two, but no more than that. When I opened my eyes again, Laura was gone and Lemmy was lying discarded on our big blue rug. I sat up immediately. Laura took Lemmy with her everywhere. He was her comfort, her protector. Something was wrong. I moved slowly, weighed down by a dreadful gravity. My suspicions were confirmed when I walked into the kitchen. The basement door was open. It was hard to see into the room even during the day. There were no windows down there, and the light was off. "Laura?" I called out, barely able to force out more than a whisper. No answer. I took a deep breath, moved to the top of the staircase and fumbled for the light switch. Something grabbed my wrist from the dark. I opened my mouth to scream, but the grip was gone. Breathing hard, I flipped the switch and light filled the basement. Laura was standing in front of the cellar, staring ahead. The door was open. There were tears on her cheeks. I couldn't see what she was looking at. As I watched, the door opened a little further and she took a step forward. I've never gone downstairs as fast as I did that morning. All thought, even fear, was burned from my mind. There was only Laura, the door, and space between us. She was almost at the cellar before I reached her. I ripped her back as hard as my small frame would allow. We both fell to the floor, but we were safe. Neither of us went into the room. Looking down into her red eyes and puffy cheeks, I felt a roar of protective love. "Laura, are you?" Before I could finish my question, I felt a grip around my ankle. I had just enough time to see the horror stitched to my sister's face, a reflection of my own. Then I was yanked back. Carpet and friction tore my skin as I was dragged into the cellar. The door slammed and then I was alone in the dark. My scream must have shaken the house. I scrambled back, unable to see anything but ink black all around me. Bumping into the wall, I put my arms up. Laura was yelling something from the other side of the door, but she was muffled, distant. From the corner of the room, I heard breathing. "Who's there?" I whispered. "I hear you." The breathing stopped. A clicking sound began. It reminded me of teeth chattering or too many insects gathered in too small a space. Something laughed in the cellar. I felt my bladder go. Then someone was pounding on the other side of the door. Cat, open the door, honey," my dad yelled. "Unlock it, okay? Just unlock it." I pulled my knees into my chest. "I can't. Something is in here with me. Daddy, help." Thud, thud, thud. My dad was slamming his shoulder into the door trying to get to me. The air became freezing. If it wasn't so dark, I knew I'd be able to see my breath. I tried to inch closer to the door. The clicking grew louder. Hands, cold and sharp and strong, grabbed me all over. It hurt. It hurt so much. I shrieked. Dad hit the door over and over again, but it wouldn't open. He stopped. "Cat, are you okay?" "Help," I sobbed. "It's hurting me. Dad, I'm not playing, I promise, I swear. Something is in." The hands squeezed harder. I struggled to breathe. It was quiet for a moment. "Take me," Dad said. "Give her back and take me. Whatever you are, give me my goddamn daughter back. Take me instead." The unseen grip loosened. Air rushed back into my lungs. Ahead of me, a small line of light slit the dark. The door was opening. I saw my dad outlined against the bright basement. He was never a big man, but that morning he stood so tall. I'll never forget the way he looked in that moment, how much I loved him. Dad took a step into the dark, then another until I couldn't see him. Suddenly, I was free. I scrambled towards the light of the doorway like a drowner panicking towards the surface. The second I was out of the cellar, the door slammed. Dad was still inside. I knew for sure because he started to scream. Laura came to me and held on to me, and we stayed there listening to the horrible sounds coming from the cellar. Growling, shrieking, yelling, slamming, begging, scratching at the door. It sounded like a pack of animals tearing at my dad. I tried not to picture his skin ripping, bones cracking, the pain he must be in, the pain he took for me. I'm not sure how long Dad was in the cellar. Couldn't have been more than a few minutes. Then it was done and the door opened and Dad stumbled out. There wasn't a mark on him. He looked down at Laura and me. His blue eyes faded. Dad squinted, confused, then turned away and walked up the stairs. Laura was happy, glad that Dad wasn't hurt. But I knew that wasn't true. Even if he looked okay, I was certain something terrible had happened, some kind of violence that would leave wounds. I was right. Dad was never the same after that morning. He became angry more often. All certainty fled from him, and his days became a series of unconnected scenes, jumbled, a bird with one broken wing in freefall. The light in him was gone, but the body remained and did its best. We all did our best. It was no good. Mom fought through it for a year, through Dad's new meanness, his loss of memory, his dissolving act. The man she loved, I think, died in that cellar, and what came out was only scraps. After the divorce, Laura and I lived with Mom. We moved out of the house. Dad stayed. His decline was both steady and sudden. When I saw him, there would be a little less there, like a song I loved, slowly stripped of its notes every time I listened. Mom stopped visiting first, Laura a few years after. Only I kept going back. The price he paid was paid for me. Even when there came a time where he couldn't remember my name, I would never forget what I owed him. And every now and then, he almost came back. When I told him I was getting married, when I brought his first grandchild to meet him, flashes of my father returned. I will always be grateful for those little minutes. Dad passed away last week. His body gave out. I hope whatever was trapped in his bones is free now, off to find what was stolen from him years ago. He left the house to Laura and me. She wants no part of it. She has her own life now, a family, won't even talk about the cellar. Laura calls it my coping mechanism for what happened with Dad. I know there's something evil in that room, something real, something hungry and cruel that took my dad away from me when I was a little girl. I won't risk my husband. I won't risk my son. But the house is mine, now, and though I've grieved for my father every day, his death is a raw wound that I can't seem to close. God help me. I think I need to go into the cellar. Story. I met a modern-day plague doctor. He is desperate for a cure. In terms of anonymous online job postings, it wasn't the strangest I'd ever answered. The ad offered a ludicrous amount of money for a single day's worth of work. What that work would be wasn't really spelled out. The only information provided was an address, the promise of $5,000, and one short sentence describing the nature of the task. You will be helping Dr. Paolo. He is trying to save the world. Pretty fucking ambitious of the doctor, but for $5,000 I was fine, enabling some crackpot's fantasies. Lord knows I've done worse for less. That's how I found myself standing in front of a quiet office park at 4 a.m. this morning, hoodie pulled tight against the early autumn chill, chewing my lip and trying to puzzle out how such a weird job led to such a cozy location. The office buildings were clean, white, and chrome. The plaza in between well-groomed and crossed with cobble pathways that ran artfully from building to building like stone rivers. There were even tiny fucking bonsai trees. What a trip. I double-checked the address on the posting and walked towards the appropriate office. I did a subtle pat against the concealed holster on my right hip just to remind myself it was there. Technically, I didn't have a concealed carry permit, or handgun license for that matter, but with the unregulated kind of work I did, I figured it was worth the risk, especially for today. Working with the kind of doctor who posts anonymous jobs to the web and promises to pay in cash? That's a lot of red flags if you're the kind of person who prefers to keep their organs snug and comfortable in their original packaging. Still, $5,000 for one day of work was too tempting to write off entirely, so I told myself I'd scope the guy out, then cut and run if I got a bad vibe. The tidy office park put me a little at ease, I'll admit. I was expecting an abandoned warehouse or meatpacking plant, or a deserted junkyard at the edge of town that only serviced ice cream trucks and panel vans. The usual. The lobby lights were off, but the building's door was unlocked. I walked in cautiously, and soft light snapped to life. My hand was halfway to my holster before I realized the lights were on motion sensors. The interior was a mirror image of the exterior, white, polished, full of marble and modern angles. It was trendy. I didn't like it. There was no one at the front desk, but as I drew closer, I noticed a big blue post-it on the counter. Dear, my name. Half of your money is behind the desk. The rest will be paid upon completion. Please meet me in room 8. Dr. P. I walked behind the desk and found a large red duffel bag. Inside of the bag were several stacks of fresh $20 and $50 bills. I'll be damned, I said. Here was the money, half of it at least. There was the door. I nearly walked out. I wish I had, but my curiosity was like gasoline in search of a fire. I simply could not help myself. I walked down the hall counting doors until I reached room 8. The door was unlocked. Shit, I whispered. The room was cavernous, much larger than I would have expected, larger than should have fit in the entire building. Hospital beds stretched in neat rows and aisles as far as I could see in every direction. Small white cots with white blankets in a room as pale as a deep-dwelling fish that had never seen the sun. Everything was spotless, but everything, everywhere, was sickness. You could smell it on the air, the nauseously sweet odor of rotting things and bodies dying slow deaths. Everywhere I looked, I saw misery, people writhing in pain on the cots, sweating and moaning. A few were begging, many more were silent. There was another sound as well, faint but persistent. It took me a moment to realize it was music. Quiet, cheerful elevator music. Several rows to my left, I noticed a man bent over a bed, checking the pulse of an unmoving body lying tangled in sheets. The man stood up and turned towards me. I started to shake. The man was dressed as a doctor, white coat, tie, stethoscope, and all but I couldn't see his face. He was wearing a black mask with huge eyes and a long beak. Slowly, he raised a hand and gave me a little wave, then turned and pointed. That was where he wanted me to go. While I stood there, my mind stuck on loading, unable to process the scene, another doctor in a black bird mask wandered. He was whistling. The second doctor stopped when he noticed me. Then he too gave me a little wave and pointed to the same destination. No, I whispered. Please. The doctors just stood pointing. A third doctor approached from I'm not sure where. She was dressed identically to the other two and carried a chart. She didn't bother waving when she came close, only pointed. Her foot tapped in a pantomime of impatience, and I felt a heavy dread settle in my stomach. "Okay," I said. "Okay." I began to walk. As I went past the rows and rows of beds, I saw nightmares I could have never imagined. I watched a masked doctor comfort a woman with a pad on her hand, while she shrieked as something inside of her began clawing its way out. In another bed, several doctors held down a man as he jerked and twitched, massive red pustules forming and bursting across his chest so rapidly I could hear them pop. The smell was staggering. Not far away, another woman had fallen from her cot and lay tangled in a pile of wires. I drew closer and realized the cords that wrapped around her weren't wires. They were greasy blue veins. When she tried to stand and rip some of the veins loose, I saw they were connected to her. Somehow they'd just gone from inside her body to out. She didn't scream when she ripped the veins. She only sunk back to the floor into a fast-growing puddle of her blood. A doctor approached her with a mop, but I did not stay to watch. After what felt like hours walking among the dead and dying, I finally reached a door. This is where the masked doctors had sent me. The door was unusually tall, bright red with a frosted glass panel. Above the panel was a name written in golden letters. Dr. Paolo. Feeling like I was in a fever dream, I knocked. "Come on in," said a voice on the other side of the glass. I opened the door and was immediately blinded by beautiful golden light. I screamed in pain and joy. I'm not sure which feeling was stronger. "Sorry," said the voice. "Forgot about that." The light was gone, but all I could see was blackness. "Yep," the voice continued. "Looks like we burned those out. That must have smarted something awful. Hold on, we will patch you right up." I felt a hand reach out and touch my face. Not just touch, but enfold. The darkness lifted and my vision returned, blurry but quickly clearing. The room was well lit and comfortable, spacious, but dominated by a large desk in the center. A man sat behind the desk, smiling slightly at me. He was dressed like the doctors in the ward, except this man wasn't wearing a mask. His face was flawless, inhumane in its perfection, like a statue come to life. "It's good to meet you," he said. "I've been waiting so very long for today." The man stood up and I saw that he was tall, impossibly tall. He didn't so much stand as unfold himself from behind the desk. "My name is Dr. Paolo," he told me. I couldn't speak. I couldn't find any words. Dr. Paolo's smile widened. "I understand. Today is a big day." He winked and reached behind his desk. "The rest of your money," the doctor said, handing me an identical red bag to what I found in the lobby. His hands were so large he only used his thumb and index finger to hold the duffel. "Plus a little extra. Call it a bonus for being timely." I clutched the bag to my chest, mouth working, still unable to speak. Finally, I managed to choke out a few words. "You said, the ad, you need an assistant?" The doctor shook his head. "No, I have assistants, my little birds out there. What I need from you is much more important. I need your help spreading the cure." "The cure for what?" "The cure for you," he said. "Why don't you have a seat?" I plopped down instantly. Luckily, a chair was somehow behind me. I held the bag closer, a security blanket. Dr. Paolo sat down on the edge of his giant desk. "I don't understand," I said. "What do I need cured?" No, the cure isn't for you. The cure is for everything else. You are the disease." I shook my head. "I don't. You," he continued. "All of you, people, humans, you are the greatest plague ever inflicted upon this planet. You burn, and you kill, and you take, and you pollute, and you use, and you breed, and your offspring continue the cycle in an ever-worsening spiral. You were given paradise, and you poisoned it. You were given everything, and you ruined it, spoiled it, used it all up, and never showed an ounce of gratitude at the unfathomable depth of gifts and blessings you so casually healed into the dirt. You are a plague. You are the plague, and I have spent so very, very long looking for a cure. I've tried so many times throughout history, but always you managed to survive, to outbreed your losses, to come back worse than you were before." He leaned back and chuckled. "You're like aggressive bacteria, harder to kill than cockroaches. But cockroaches, at least, have personality. So for the sake of the cockroaches, and every other thing that walks, swims, flies or crawls, for the sake of the deep water and the soft skies, the trees tied to the earth, and the wind that touches those trees like a lover, for them and for the rest of the planet, I have created a cure, and you will carry it to the rest of your ugly little species. I was crying silently. As he spoke, I saw images of every casual horror, every atrocity mankind ever wrought. I saw forest fires dance behind his eyes, heard atomic bombs drop in the silence between his words. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I said. The doctor leaned forward. I know, the sorriest thing I've ever seen. But today you can rise above the blood and muck and violence of your previous life. Today you can help me save the world. Why me? I whispered. He shrugged. You answered the ad. Are you ready? I couldn't speak. Paolo smiled again, then leaned closer. He filled up my vision. He was an eclipse. As I sat trembling, the doctor gently kissed my forehead. The dread I'd carried with me since I'd opened door 8 finally bloomed into numb acceptance. In the kiss, I felt a transfer, something insubstantial but inevitable, as heavy and as hidden as guilt. You are my cure, he told me as he drew back. Now go, travel, explore, spread. I woke up alone in my apartment. That was 3 days ago. I've convinced myself that I was drugged, that the doctor must have tested some kind of hallucinogens on me, some new drug, something vivid. I'd say the entire experience was a dream, except that there are 2 red duffel bags swollen with cash in the corner of my room. Enough money to get away. Enough money to see the world. But to do that, I would need to leave my apartment, and the truth is, I've been feeling a little under the weather the past few days. Time waits for no man, though, so this morning I booked tickets for a flight, for a trip. We're living in strange times. There are reports of a red star in the sky and people going crazy. You never know how much time you have left. I think I should see the world while I can. It's almost like there's a little voice in my head telling me go. So, I'll walk down to the pharmacy later, stock up on meds for the plane ride. This new cough is becoming persistent. Then I'll pack my bags, and I'll take my cash, and I'll go on a grand adventure. Yeah, Eddie answered. It was. The smell of cinnamon and the ocean was gone, but they were easy to recall if I closed my eyes. I glanced down at the miniature lamp keychain. The brightness was now a soft bluish glow. I smiled and brought the charm back to Eddie. We have to remember to leave this on the windowsill tomorrow so it can catch some sun. You never know when we'll need a little light. We'll never go back to that hospital. In fact, we decided to use some of the money Mom and Dad left us to move. I heard a rumor from a friend of a friend about an unusually lucky neighborhood a few towns over. The area isn't just fortunate. This is a place where sometimes sick people get better. There's supposed to be some weirdness there too, but I'm finding that my family has a high tolerance for weirdness these days. If things ever go bad, we'll always have Eddie's lantern, and I know none of us will ever face the dark alone. Story: A light in dark places. The hospital near where we live has an ugly reputation. Its official name is Nottingham General Hospital, NGH, but everyone calls it Not Going Home. The building is out of date, the staff either too new or too burned out, and even the lights seem to struggle to shine. If you're dying, it's a good enough place to die faster. But if you're hoping to recover, you should keep driving. That's why, despite living less than 30 from NGH, we take my brother Eddie to the big city hospital 3 hours away for his chemo. Besides the air of misery, there are other, darker things I've heard about Nottingham. They say even small sicknesses can blossom into something fatal there. They say the halls are haunted, that there's blood in the food, and that the dead dance in the morgue at night. I'm sure it's all bullshit, but I have to admit, even driving past the place, there's a wrongness to the tall building, like a dirty scar on the skyline. There was another reason I avoided NGH. It was where both of my parents died, less than a year ago, and less than an hour apart. I would do anything I could to keep my family away from Nottingham, but last week Eddie developed a cough that turned into a wet choking in less than a day. We had no choice but to rush him to NGH's emergency room. Pneumonia. Eddie was touch and go for a few days. Ben and I stayed in the room with him the whole time, sleeping on the chairs. I appreciated that the doctors didn't chase us out after visiting hours. I doubted the hospital got that many visitors in the first place, so maybe the staff appreciated the company. On the fourth day, we took Eddie home. The docs wanted to keep him another day for observation, but he'd stabilized, and we'd had our fill of the place. All of us had nightmares every night we stayed at Nottingham. I didn't ask Eddie and Ben what they dreamed about. For me, it was two dreams that played on repeat. The first nightmare was about a doctor walking slowly down a hallway towards me, fluorescent lights above flickering out and dying as he came. The man was dressed in stained green scrubs. I could never see the doctor's face. The lights kept cutting out just in front of him. I could smell him though, the sick sweet scent of industrial ammonia, hints of copper and rotting meat. I always woke up just as the doctor got ready to walk into Eddie's room. In the second dream, I walked down a long staircase. There was a door, and I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't stop. The door led to the morgue, and I saw my parents' bodies both laid out on cold stainless steel tables. They were naked and each had a raw, red, Y shape cut into their chest and stomach, fresh stitches barely holding the cut together. It's how I imagined they must have looked after their autopsies. Both of them died in the same car accident. My dad as soon as they got to the hospital, my mom not even 10 minutes after. The two of them were on a date, the first they'd taken in probably a year. Eddie being so sick for so long, it was hard on my family, but my parents in particular. It seemed so terribly unfair. All mom and dad wanted was one night for themselves. A bad tire and a patch of ice later, and they were gone. Ben came home from college after the accident. Somebody needed to watch over Eddie and me while we finished school. In 2 years, I'll be done with high school, and I can do more to help. Maybe take turns with Eddie so Ben can pick up some classes. We were making shit up as we went, but we were together, at least. When we got home from the hospital after Eddie's ER visit, as soon as Ben opened the door, Maggie tackled into us like a gray gold cannonball. "Did you miss us?" Eddie asked, still a little short of breath. Maggie wagged her tail and pressed her head against Eddie's percent. Her fur was faded from the years, but when I looked at her, I saw the same puppy my parents brought home the week Eddie was born. Ben and I had demanded a dog for years, and Mom and Dad thought it would be nice for Eddie and Maggie to grow up together. "No roughhousing," Ben said, doing his best to sound stern. I couldn't tell if he was talking to Eddie or Maggie, but they both did their best to look chastened. "You gotta take care of yourself, Eddie. You're still on the mend." Eddie, looking bony and tired, still managed to grin. I'm the picture of health. We couldn't help but grin with him. Then he coughed. Ben had the car keys out, and my arm was halfway back through my jacket before Eddie talked us down. "Just a tickle in my throat," he promised. We slowly relaxed. Even Maggie looked concerned, big brown eyes fixed on Eddie. "Hey," Eddie asked, sounding scared for the first time in I don't know how long. "Has anyone seen my lantern?" He began frantically going through his pockets. Eddie's panic infected the rest of us. Ben was about to drive back to the hospital, ready to tear the place apart, when I noticed a lump in the inner pocket of my sweater. "Eddie, I've got it," I said, pulling out the object. "I picked it up from your nightstand when we were leaving the hospital, just to be sure we wouldn't forget it." The lantern was actually a keychain, a miniature version of the lamppost from the Chronicles of Narnia. It was scaled down to fit in your palm, copper cast and solar powered, so if you left it in the sun for a few hours, it could produce a weak glow at night. It was the last gift my mom gave Eddie before she passed. The chemo was taking a toll on him, months of it, life-saving poison that burned up body and soul. In one of the worst stretches, my mom gave him the little lantern. She quoted Tolkien, told Eddie to let the lantern be a light in dark places when all other lights go out. Mom, Eddie, and Ben all loved their fantasy. I took after my dad, not so much a daydreamer, but I knew there was power in stories. Eddie took the keychain from me and hugged me close. "Thanks, Liz." He cupped his hands around it, put his eye close. Eddie looked up, disappointed. "There's no light," he said. "I think it needs some sun." I moved a strand of hair out of his face. "Yeah, I don't think we got enough sunshine at the hospital." Even on bright days, Eddie's hospital room, the whole damn building even, seemed to stay in the shade. "Put the lantern on your windowsill and leave the blinds up tomorrow." Speaking of light, said Ben, walking into the dining room. "Would you like to fire up the candles, Ed?" Eddie sprinted after Ben so fast, I was surprised the little guy didn't give the floor a friction burn. I smiled as I watched them both duck into the other room on the way to the den, Maggie on their heels. I followed after, at my own pace. We kept Mom and Dad's ashes in wooden urns on the mantel. Mom was in maple, Dad was in cherry. Next to each urn, we kept a candle that reminded us of them. For Mom, it was cinnamon. Her season was always winter. Mom put so much effort into organizing the perfect Christmas song playlist every December we used to joke she should DJ as a side hustle. Dad's candle was the ocean. He'd lived for the trips we'd taken as a family to the shore, for fireworks in July. Even after Eddie got sick, we still managed one last trip to the boardwalk together that summer. We light those candles every night, and it makes it easier to remember Mom and Dad. Cinnamon and sea salt, first snow and summer sand. When the smells fill the house, it's almost like we're all together again. There's gravity in those moments that keeps our memories from drifting too far away. Ben, Eddie and me, and Maggie spent the rest of the day making sugar cookies and watching Lord of the Rings for the millionth time. Eddie made it most of the way through 2 towers before falling asleep on my shoulder. I didn't want to disturb him, so Ben and I stayed in the den. We both must have nodded off right around when the orcs dragged Frodo, and Sam went to follow. I was woken up by a knock at the door. Eddie was still sleeping on the couch next to me. Ben was stirring. He was as light a sleeper as me. Maggie was nowhere to be seen. But I could hear her in the other room. She was growling softly. The knock came again. Ben looked at the clock above the television. "Little late. Are you expect?" he began to ask me. He stopped when we heard the front door open and close. "It was locked," I whispered to him, standing up. Maggie came backing into the room, still growling. She was facing the dining room, which connected to the foyer. "What's, huh?" Eddie asked, still half asleep. Ben and I were both standing now. We'd put the candles out, but forgotten to turn off the light in the den while we were watching the movies. The dining room and the rest of the house were dark. "Is someone there?" Ben called out, taking a step towards the other room. No one answered. The smell of ammonia and rot washed over me, and I nearly retched. "Jesus," Ben gagged, covering his mouth. I felt Eddie grab my hand and squeeze. I squeezed back. Maggie began to growl louder. The den lights were weakening my night vision, but I thought I caught the shadow of a man next to the dining table. "If someone's there, you better go," Ben continued. "We called the police already, and we're armed," Maggie barked. "And we have a dog, and she has fucking rabies, so fuck off." We stood in silence. The shadow in the other room moved closer. "You left," a voice whispered. "Too early. Still need help." There was something wrong about the dark in the dining room. It wasn't a gradual darkness, lighter near the den and shadier further back. Instead, the gloom was almost solid, hanging like a curtain between the 2 rooms. A hand reached out from that blackness, followed by an arm. The hand was covered by a dirty latex glove. The arm was wrapped in stained green scrubs. It pointed at Eddie. "Come back," it said, voice hushed. "Sick, sick, sick, hospital." "Get the fuck out of our house," Ben whispered. It was still pointed at Eddie. "Give," Maggie snarled. Ben stood a little straighter. "Not going to happen," he said. The lights in the den flickered, then went out completely. Ben shouted and Maggie yelped. I froze. The lights came back, but they were dimmer, like they were dying. Ben was still at the threshold between the den and the dining room. He had his hands up like a boxer. There were fresh scratches and cuts all over both arms, and something had torn the collar of his shirt. He was breathing heavily. Maggie had lost some fur, and there was a small streak of red on her side. She was favoring one of her paws, but still standing. They were both still standing between me and Eddie and whatever was in the other room. The gloved hand reached out of the darkness again. There were bright red splotches visible against the faded white latex. "Give," it said, pointing at Eddie. "Fuck you," Ben replied. Maggie growled. It sounded like she was agreeing with him. The two of them made an unusual pair. Ben, my skinny big brother, was wearing green flannel pajamas and an old Radiohead t-shirt. Maggie was so old we had to carry her up and down the stairs every night so she could sleep in Eddie's room. But seeing them standing there, they looked like giants to me. I wouldn't have traded the two of them for a platoon of Marines. I knew that whatever followed us wasn't getting to Eddie without a fight. The lights flickered again and I screamed, nearly choking on the smell of ammonia and old blood. It was like the darkness in the other room was oil, slowly flooding the rest of the house. The thing's arm reached a little farther, coming out to the shoulder. Shadows in the dining room were pulled with it, like fabric stretching. I was terrified that the stretching would continue until something ripped, and then it would be in here with us. "Please, God," I whispered. "Please." I felt Eddie squeeze my hand. A moment later, he pressed something small and metal into my palm. I turned to look at him. "It'll be okay," he whispered to me. "I won't let anything hurt you." I opened my hand. Eddie had given me his charm, his lantern on a keychain. I felt all of the fear drain out of me. There wasn't enough room in my heart for fear. It was overfilled with a fierce love for my brave little brother, for my entire family. A love so animate it hurt. I turned to Eddie and smiled. He looked so small in the low light, so fragile. The cancer had taken its cut of him, the treatment taken as much or more. But, like Ben and Maggie, Eddie was still standing. My poor brother, all of us. We'd been through so much hell over the past few years. It wasn't fair for some nightmare to chase us home, to try to take more from Eddie than the bill the world had already called in. No more fear then. But there was room in me for at least one other emotion besides love. I looked at the arm reaching out from the dark and I felt rage. How dare this thing come into our house, hurt my family, come calling for my brother? How fucking dare it? The lights flickered again, then everything was black, but only for a moment. The room lit up with a blue-white brilliance. I felt warmth in my hand. The light was coming from Eddie's lantern. I could see my brothers and Maggie clearly. There was a hidden shape, tall and crooked, caught between the two rooms, right on the other side of Ben and Maggie. There were two other shadows in the den with my family, standing next to Eddie and me. I could smell cinnamon. There was a chill in the room, but pleasant, like the first cool night in the winter. The cinnamon faded and was replaced with the scent of the ocean, and my hair stirred in a warm summer breeze. I began to walk towards the blackness in the dining room. The two familiar shadows walked with me. "Leave," I said. "Never come back." There was a swelling pressure, and then it was like the world exhaled. All of the shadows were gone, and I was alone in the house with my brothers and our dog. Ben and Eddie were staring at me. Even Maggie looked confused. "Was that?" Ben started to ask, trailing off. Story. We cover all of the mirrors at night. Gran loves mirrors, but she said we need to cover all of them in the house every night. "Mirrors are fine things in the daylight," she told me once, pulling a heavy black drape over the vanity in my bedroom. "But mirrors are so close to windows, little bird, and at night they get even closer." I stopped brushing my teeth as Gran moved to cover the bathroom mirror. "What's so bad about windows?" "I don't know about you, darling, but I don't think I want people looking in at me when it's dark and I can't see them back. Besides, if mirrors are windows, well, any window is a door if you push hard enough." She clicked her teeth and laughed in her sing-song way. I shivered as she finished taping up the thick tarp across the glass. If I looked long enough at night, could I see through the mirror? If I pushed, would it open? I stared so hard into the black cloth, I imagined I could see the threads as they slithered around each other. Was that a glint of silver under the material, the smallest rip in the fabric? Closer. Was that my reflection looking back, the barest suggestion of an eye? I blinked. It didn't. "Come to bed, little bird," Gran said, holding out her hand. "I'll tell you another story." With a final glance over my shoulder at the covered mirror, I followed. In the winter, we were never cold. That was nice. I'm not sure what it was about Gran's house, but the chill never managed to slip in even on days when the wind came calling against the old walls. I can only remember being cold once. As I walked past a covered mirror in the kitchen, Gran asked me to get her some water. As I moved by the mirror, I noticed the black material over the glass ripple. There was a coolness on the other side. I leaned in close, probably closer than I should have, and I thought I could hear bells, maybe even smell snow. I missed the snow. Gran called out, asking if I was having a hard time finding the water. I hurried on. In the spring, I can hear the rain dancing on the roof as I help Gran cover the mirrors. I can feel the sun setting, even if I can't see it. I miss the sun, I told Gran. The rain will stop eventually. Can I go out when it does? Gran smiled, the wrinkles in her face spreading out like ripples in a pond. We'll see, little bird. We were at the big mirror in the hallway, the fancy one with all of the vines and ships and animals carved into the frame. Gran called it scrimshaw. I thought that was a funny word. Out of tape, Gran muttered. Stay here and face the wall, okay? I'll be right back. She moved away, limping a little. I obeyed. The mirror behind me was mostly covered, anyway. A long curve of shining glass that stretched nearly the entire length of the hall. I didn't turn around, I promise. But while I stood there, I was so sure I could smell flowers. My hair stirred in a breeze that wasn't there a moment before, and I felt sunshine? Something warm on my neck. Then Gran was back, biting off a strip of rubbery tape and tucking the mirror away safely into the dark. She left for the bedroom, and I followed. I felt another shiver, using my spine as a ladder. If the smell of flowers could come through a mirror, what else could? A voice? A hand? Teeth? In the summer, you could feel the warmth outside if you touched the walls where they were thinnest. But inside it stayed cool and dim. Gran was sleeping a lot. Most days she'd only wake up long enough to uncover the mirrors in the morning, then to hide them again at night. I asked her once why she even bothered to unwrap the glass during the day. How else would I see the world? Gran snapped. Some days she was so tired she'd ask me to uncover the mirrors in the morning. A few times she even trusted me to wrap them up in the evening. I never peeked. Not until the night I heard someone saying my name from the other side. You, Laura. I miss you every day. The voice was coming from under one of the mirrors I'd already covered. My hand was shaking so hard, I almost pulled the entire piece of fabric off as I lifted the corner. Instead of my reflection, I was looking into a bedroom. It wasn't like my bedroom in Gran's house. This place was colorful. There were posters on the wall, and the bed even had a blanket. The sheets looked clean. I missed that. There was a girl in the room kneeling at the foot of the bed. Her hands were clasped, and her head was down. Wherever she is, even if she's with you, please take care of her. Amen. The girl looked up, and then her eyes snapped to mine. I must have made a noise, a gasp, something. She looked so familiar. Dark hair and eyes. She was like an older version of my reflection. Assist. What are you doing? Gran asked from behind me. I jerked away from the mirror. The last thing I saw from the bedroom was the terrified girl staring back. It was an accident. I thought I heard my name. Gran put one gentle hand around my cheek. Long fingers coming around to the other side. Little bird, don't worry, you'll forget your name soon enough, and it won't bother you any longer. Gran turned and began to limp down the hall, shoulders brushing against the ceiling. Tape the cover back and come lay down. I made a decision that night as I lay next to Gran. It was awful, sleeping next to her, cold. Her breath always smelled like meat that was left out too long. Gran was so thin, all bones in her skin was hard enough to leave scrapes on me when she pulled me tightly in her sleep. There was no comfort in her, no warmth. I missed home the most on those nights. The longer I stayed with Gran, the more my memory began to dry up. I knew she was right. Eventually, even my name would be gone. But for at least a little longer, I remember. I remember my home, my parents. I remember playing in the yard under the willow, weaving crowns of daisies in the spring. And I remember my older sister playing with me, even if I can't recall her name. I remember. I've tried going back through the mirror, but it doesn't seem to work from this end. Or maybe it does, but only Gran can make it work. There's nothing to write with anywhere in the house. The mirrors, though, they fog up, and I can draw with my finger in the blur I create on the glass. It's taken me all night to write this message out one breath at a time. The space is massive, at least on this side, but I've still used every inch and have so much left, I want to say. I love you, sis. I hope you find this in the morning. Maybe it'll fade, but if you get close enough, if you happen to breathe on your side of the mirror, if you do see this, please know I'm thinking of you and Mom and Dad. I miss you all more than anything. Gran. I don't think Gran will ever bring me back. She told me before that she wants me to be like her. I don't want to be like Gran, but I already feel myself changing, stretching. I'm scared. Tonight though, at least for tonight, I'm still me. I'm still Laura. I love you. I can hear Gran moving, waking up. If she catches me, goodbye. Tell Mom and Dad, well, maybe don't tell them. I thought about waking you up, but I didn't want to scare you. I'll watch you for as long as I can. Love, Laura. I used to think my room was haunted when I was a girl. My sister disappeared one summer, but I always felt that she was with me. Once I even thought I saw her looking at me from my vanity's mirror. When I was 13, I found the above story scrawled backward across that same mirror. Mom and Dad thought I did it myself. They got upset. Now that I'm older, I can understand why. It scared me then, so I never told anyone else. I kept looking for any sign of Laura in the mirror, but never saw her again. Not until last night. I saw something in the mirror in my daughter's bedroom. It might have been my sister. Once, long ago, the thing appeared familiar and watched my daughter sleeping. When I blinked, it was gone. I'm taking all of the mirrors out of the house today. I miss my sister, Laura, with all of my heart, but I never want to see her again. Story: Pedro is a state of mind. The whispering started about a week ago. This was around the same time I found the lump on my temple. There was some correlation between the two. That was obvious from the beginning. I was making breakfast when the low murmur I'd been hearing all night coalesced into a voice. "Good morning," the voice said. The sound was high and scratchy like a breeze swollen with spring pollen. I stood entirely still while my eggs sizzled weakly in the cast iron pan on the stove. Hello?" I said out loud to an empty kitchen. "Your breakfast smells great," the voice replied cheerfully. "I am the devil, and I'm going to eat your fucking eyes." I dropped my spatula. "Could you repeat that?" I asked, pulling my bathrobe tight against a sudden chill. "The part about the breakfast, or the other part?" "The other part." The voice confirmed that it was the devil, and repeated its plans for my eyes. It then added some new information. Its name was Pedro. Deviling was its occupation. It was whispering to me for years, and was surprised I finally heard it. The voice suggested I get that lump on my temple checked out. After I finished throwing up in the bathroom, existential dread always has a way of making me nauseous. I examined the lump. It was roughly the size of a marble, firm to the touch and paler than the skin around it. There was no pain when I poked at it, but the voice did increase in volume. It was singing now, the voice, not the lump. Christmas classics. I felt something lick the back of my left eyeball. I screamed. The voice stopped. My morning kind of went downhill from there. I gave up on breakfast, feeding my half-fried egg to the trash can. Instead, I tried to drink the world back to being rational, first with wine, then with rum. All I accomplished was getting piss-drunk by 11 a.m., literally piss-drunk. I couldn't stumble to the bathroom in time, so I ended up relieving myself in a collection of succulents and cacti that Mary used to decorate the living room. The voice stayed quiet throughout the entire time I was debasing myself, but it was a fragile silence. I got the impression of something waiting for its turn to speak. After my blackout nap, Pedro returned to whisper to me again. "How are you feeling? There's piss all over the rug, you know." I felt a horrible, gentle pressure on the back of both of my eyes. It was as if teeth were resting on the orbs, the enamel not quite breaking the surface tension. But at any moment, those teeth could snap and grind and chew. I whimpered. An invisible tongue rooted somewhere in my skull began licking from the inside out. "Oh Jesus. Jesus Christ, please stop," I begged. "Have you checked on your lump lately?" Pedro asked. Gingerly, I pressed at my temple. My fingertips came back stained with a greasy white-yellow liquid. The substance smelled like rain leaking from an overflowing dumpster. The lump had opened. I prodded again and realized that the mass had actually split, like a tulip greeting the spring. There were curves and ridges and flesh and a hole in the middle. My head had given birth to a third ear. "Your fucking eyes!" Something screamed inside my mind. The volume was staggering, lighting up my nerves like a Christmas tree doused in gasoline then struck by lightning. I fell off of the couch and curled up on the floor. Pedro was silent for the rest of the night. The next morning, after calling my office to let them know I'd quit and would never return, I found a fourth ear blossom. It was a little lump on my left side just below the rib cage. When I shined a light on the mass, I could clearly see the outline of a tiny ear no bigger than a quarter. Over the next week, more and more of the lumps sprouted and then erupted into new ears of various shapes and sizes. I was spotted with them, chickenpox made of new body parts. My fingerprints deepened, then spread until they became swirling walls of flesh. Tiny ears covered both hands. When I pressed my fingers to the wall, I heard such terrible sounds. "This is Hell's Radio," Pedro told me. "Listen, use your new ears, all of them, fields on fields of them." "Why?" I asked. Pedro didn't reply. I woke up later that night to the new, horrible sensation of teeth biting my eyes. There was a tremendous pressure, sharp objects jabbing into me. "Wait," I begged. "Please Both orbs popped together. Something was chewing on my optic nerves, ripping and munching on the deflated sacs that used to be my eyes. My vision went black, true black, the absolute absence of light. I screamed until I passed out. While I slept, I dreamed of massive trees dangling lights from their branches. In that dream, the sky was starless, save for one bright red dot against the black. It looked like a stab wound hanging in the air. When I woke up, there was no more pain, but I was blind. Not only blind, eyeless. There was a wet, sticky substance leaking from my sockets. I brushed it away with fingers that were completely covered in small ears. They were everywhere now, the ears. Small and large, they sprouted from every inch of me and dragged the sound into me like hooks, bringing in fish. I was nearly deafened by the roar of noise every time I took a breath. My neighbor's television sounded was so loud I wept more of the fluid from where my eyes should have been. The planes flying above, the satellites in their drift, all of it was agonizing, all of it was crystal clear. Worst of all was Hell's Radio and the promises Pedro made. I heard him making croaking sounds as I crawled across the floor. The rasp of my stomach ears dragging on the carpet was so painful I vomited. I couldn't see the sick that came out of me, but judging by the texture and the chunks left in my mouth, even my puke was filled with ears. "You should have listened to me," Pedro gloated, "when I told you not to listen." I can feel Pedro slinking around in my head as I write this final account. He's hungry and loud, licking at the meaty contours of my brain. His tongue feels like a Christmas tree made out of razor blades. It's difficult to type with each fingertip ending in a soft shell. Not being able to see the screen doesn't help either, but I can hear the keys as I press them. I blink some of my face ears and can almost listen to the story stitching itself together, but not quite, so please excuse any spelling errors. Hell's Radio crackles and flows all around me. When I feel the first teeth nibbling at my gray matter, I open my jaw ears to laugh. Story: Stain. I haven't been sleeping well lately. When I dream, I see a sky full of blazing yellow suns. In the dream, I shut my eyes against the brilliance, but the light still burned through. I tried to blind myself, fingers pressing into my irises. Nothing could stop the violent sunshine. Then I'd bolt awake covered in sweat and scratches. So I wasn't sleeping much at all. The insomnia gave me a lot of free time though. That was nice. I started taking long night walks throughout the city, soaking in the starlight and dark air. I never set out with a destination, just slipped into my boots quietly to avoid waking Daria. The city was a living thing, as restless as I was, and the streets carried me safe and sheltered. Until the night I met the man in the stained suit. He was standing off the street at the edge of a retainer wall, pissing into the harbor. I assumed he was homeless, another broken member of Baltimore's ruling class. The man was short, gray suit blotched with dark puddles and rings, a Rorschach test made of spilled wine and dust. I could see him clearly, standing in the dirty orange glow bleeding from a streetlight. When I passed, the man turned towards me. He smiled as I looked away and began to walk faster. "Connor." I stopped. The man was staring at me, still smiling. His face was a map of lines and scars, his skin unhealthy in the streetlight glow. It was hard to tell in the shadows cast by his hat, but his eyes were so large they seemed lidless, mouth so wide I wasn't sure he had lips. "Connor, stay a while," he said, walking to a nearby bench. "Sit. I'm very alone." "How do you know my name?" I asked, moving no closer. The stranger scratched at his gray-veined beard. "You've been having bad dreams lately, eh?" Sit, Connor," he said, patting the bench. I didn't want to join the man, but the way he spoke, my name was quietly commanding, a silk noose that pulled tight if I thought about walking away. We sat together on the bench for a long while, listening to the night sounds, the city exhaling, the rumble of distant traffic, and the splash of the nearby harbor. "Do you ever wonder why we only see the one sun?" the man asked, fidgeting with a threadbare tie. "It's because we only ever look with a few of our eyes. Would you like to open some more?" I talked with the ragged man for a long time, but don't remember any of the rest of it. The sun was licking the horizon as I made my way back from the harbor to my apartment. Daria was already awake, cooking breakfast and avoiding eye contact. Her pink bathrobe was looking worn, fraying at the hems. I made a note to buy her a new one, something nice, for her birthday. I bit my lip when I realized I couldn't remember when that was. The day, even the month. Daria looked me full on for the first time since I came in. She was so pretty, my darling Daria. Time had taken siege to her, like the rest of us, but her eyes still shined in the morning light. Her dark hair was traced with a few twists of gray, much less than my own. Only her hands showed her years. Still, they were nimble enough to dance across a keyboard, soft enough to want to touch. She was giving me the most peculiar look as she slid my breakfast in front of me. "You were out late?" Daria asked, joining me at the table. I chewed on toast, enjoying the feeling of the burned bread on my tongue. "Couldn't sleep." "Where did you go?" "Night walking." Daria rubbed her hands. "I worry about you, Connor." "Thanks." I smiled with my teeth full of eggs. "Did you hurt yourself?" I wrinkled my eyes, confused. Daria gestured towards a spot on her throat. Gently, I touched the same spot on my neck. A rough patch, and under the skin, a bump. "Excuse me," I muttered, food falling from my mouth. I moved quickly into the bathroom. Sunlight drifted in through the half-open blinds, catching floating dust in bright beams. It was enough light that I didn't bother flipping the switch. In the mirror, I noticed an angry red scratch in a perfect straight line on the side of my throat. The area bulged, slightly. Hand shaking, I poked at the spot and winced at the electric kiss of pain. Everything was tender. Prodding with one hand, I used the other to flip on the lights for a little better clarity. As I pushed the skin to either side, I saw the scratch split open. A green eye stared out from the wound, iris darting wildly. The scream caught in my throat. Only a wet, choking sound made it out. "Are you okay?" Daria called from the kitchen. "Fine," I lied. This new eye jolted up, watching me in the mirror. Not sure what else to do, I rummaged in the medicine cabinet for an ace bandage. Once the eye was concealed, I headed for the bedroom, nearly bumping into Daria in the hall. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked. I nodded. "Yeah, just tired from my walk. Gonna lay down. Before I do, I have a stupid question. What color are my eyes?" "Blue," Daria said, pressing her lips together. "Did you forget?" "I guess," I muttered, moving into the bedroom and closing the door. When I woke up, Daria was in the bed beside me, asleep. Moonlight slipped in through the curtains, and city sounds called to me. The bandage on my neck was wet and smelled like old meat. I could feel something twitching on the side of my throat. I ignored it. It was time to walk again. While I slept, I dreamt of the sky full of suns again, and my skin still burned. Night air was just the ticket to fix what ailed me. Hours later, I came back to my apartment, soles a little thinner, scraped across Baltimore streets. I found the man in suit waiting on my steps. He looked even worse than the night before, like he'd been dragged and soaked and dragged again. One eye swollen shut with a raw purple bruise, the man smiled as I drew close. "Who are you?" I asked. "What's left?" I could smell him off the breeze. Body odor and vanilla. "What's left of what?" I asked, hesitant to climb past him. "A stain. You can call me that, if it makes you feel better." The man hopped up and went into my building first. He was short, walking with an uneven gait. I wondered how he got in without a key. "Hurry up," he called down, taking the steps 2 at a time. "Where are you going?" He ignored me. A plucked string of panic sounded off in my head. I could picture this stained man knocking on my door, Daria answering. It wasn't a comfortable thought, the way I knew he would look at her. I took the stairs quickly to catch up. We stopped at my floor. As we came closer to my door, I tried to calm down, afraid the screech of my pulse might burst the veins that carried it. But we didn't stop at my apartment. The man approached the door across from mine, Miss McGrady, a lovely widow who sometimes invited us over for cards when she was lonely. Stain knocked on McGrady's door. "Don't answer," I whispered, surprising myself. Stain didn't turn, but I could sense his grin widen. Miss McGrady opened the door. "Hello? Can I help? Oh, Connor, who is your—" Stain tackled my neighbor, kicking the door closed as they tumbled into her apartment. I stood stunned for a moment, and then Miss McGrady began to scream, high-pitched. The sound of a rabbit in a lawnmower. I ran to her door, locked. I banged and I pulled and I put my shoulder into it. The door held and the screaming ended in a wet gurgle. Something started to hum, and there was the sound of a knife at work. I fell, stumbling back to my apartment. It felt like it took years for me to put lock to key, even longer to throw the bolt once I was inside. For several minutes, I stood looking out the peephole. Miss McGrady's door opened, and something waved to me. It looked like McGrady, but stretched tight over an ill-fitting frame. Her wrinkled skin was unnaturally smooth. McGrady's eyelids and lips were gone. A thin, red tongue slipped out between rotten gray teeth. The thing in McGrady licked her missing lips, then winked. I sat for hours with my back against the door, a living barricade in case anything came knocking. "Connor?" I rolled my head to find Daria watching me. She was wearing a pair of leggings and one of my old t-shirts. They always looked so much better on her. "I must have fallen asleep," I mumbled. "Against the door? And Jesus, what happened to you? Were you in an accident?" I stood up. I'd been dreaming again. "What do you mean an accident?" "You're covered in scratches and bruises." Cold settled into the space between my lungs. I touched the bandage on my neck and felt something soft twitch. Looking down at my arms, I saw dozens of shallow cuts, each with a little lump underneath. "Have you been fighting again?" Daria asked, scanning my face for a liar's tell. "I know it's been a bad year, Connor. I know you're hurting, right? I'm hurting too. I miss her just as much as you do." Daria brushed fingertips over her stomach absently. "But you can't just keep disappearing. It's getting bad, Connor. I'm not sure I recognize you anymore. You need help." "I just need some sleep," I whispered, pushing past Daria. Her words were like little wasps crawling into my ears. Too distracting. Too much pain on the way. I locked myself in the bathroom. My reflection was swarmed with cuts, thin lines with moving shapes under the surface. Lumps swelled and wiggled within my skin, on my face, neck, arms. I could sense them under my clothes across every inch of my body. The room was so horribly bright. I flipped off the light. In the dimness, I felt a nauseating release. Suddenly, I could see everywhere in the room at once. I turned away from the mirror, but it didn't stop me from seeing my new reflection. Dozens of eyes had opened all over my body. They were every shape and color. Were they grown? Were they stolen? The surreal insanity of my body crashed into me. I screamed. Daria was banging on the door. "Connor? Connor?" There was a pocket knife on my keychain, a slim red Swiss Army model. I pulled out the larger of the two blades. My hand was shaking so violently that I nicked my arm twice before I could bring the knife over one of the eyes near my wrist. The pain dragged a sound out of me I wasn't capable of making. A shriek like a mother finding their child dead in a summer-roasted car. But I kept cutting off as much as I could. They wouldn't close, and the world was too bright to bear. Connor. A different voice from somewhere else inside the house. I opened the bathroom door and stumbled out past Daria. "Jesus, what did you do?" she whispered. I could see her following behind me as I moved into the living room. The front door was wide open. "Connor, what did you do to yourself?" Daria asked again, reaching towards me. No, I said. Stain was back in his dirty suit, standing behind Daria. "Don't hurt her," I begged. Stain only raised a finger to his lips. He tiptoed closer to her, exaggerated movement like some sick cartoon. "Connor?" Daria asked, seeing the look in my eyes, all of my eyes. "Con." I wouldn't let him have her, not Daria. I took a step forward, but the room was becoming so dark. That's when I slipped. I'd forgotten about the blood, my blood. I'd cut so much away that the floor was slick with it, my clothes soaked in it. The last image I saw before the dark closed in was Daria leaning over me, Stain peeking over her shoulder. Daria was bandaging my cuts when I came awake. "Oh good," I wheezed. "You're okay." Daria grinned at me with a lipless grin, her eyes wider and more dazzling than I'd ever seen. She leaned in to kiss my forehead. The lovely scent of sweat and vanilla washed over me, and I smiled back. That night I dreamt of dead black suns, boils on an endless gray sky. They were left to rot like apples in an abandoned orchard. I never slept so well. Story. There's a new star in the sky. A red star. Whatever you do, don't look for it. We started the project with the best of intentions. We wanted to build a beacon, a signal fire to announce to the universe that we are here. We are searching, and we, in turn, hope to be found. Construction on the Terrestrial Orbital Relay Communication Hub, TORCH, began nearly a decade ago. The relay was built in secret, with a small team, and launched quietly once complete. We wanted to avoid the controversy we'd seen with new technology like the Large Hadron Collider and, honestly, we didn't have the highest hopes for success. TORCH was something new, an orbital satellite that emitted a constant signal across 1,000 different spectrums, all imperceptible to humans, powered by an experimental generator that promised greater range to our beacon than anything we'd tried before. Still, it's a big universe out there, and myself and the rest of the team didn't expect any return on our investment, at least not for several generations. So we kept quiet about TORCH, launching it into orbit during routine tests of my company's latest rocket model. I have to admit, it felt good to have a secret from the rest of the world, to know that TORCH was up there rotating above us, a light in the darkness, a tolling bell we could not hear but others might. TORCH was in orbit for less than 3 years before we heard the first rumors about the red star. My company has a friendly rivalry with NASA. We joke that they are the old guard, hands tied by politics and budgets, but sometimes they still beat us to the punch. I used to work at NASA myself, until the siren song of a thriving private sector pulled me away. I kept in touch with some of the former team, meeting every now and then for a beer or a game of darts. Our only rule was no shop talk, so I knew something was wrong when Benny asked me about work. "Have you noticed, well, anything out of the ordinary?" he asked, long fingers tapping on the table next to his untouched drink. It was just the two of us meeting for a beer. I'd been rambling on about the difficulties of trying to build a chicken coop in my backyard since we arrived at the bar and hadn't noticed his distracted expression. "Define out of the ordinary," I replied after a moment. The room was nearly empty, not too much traffic at 4 p.m. in a dive bar, but Benny stilled, leaned in close, voice dropped to a whisper. "There's something out at the edge of our vision, our equipment. It's inconsistent there, 1 hour, gone the next, never in the same place twice. A tangled mire of electromagnetic interference and white noise that we can't." Benny clenched his hand in frustration. "We just can't." I took a drink, finishing my beer, trying to process what I was hearing. "You said this, whatever it is moving?" I asked. "Constantly. Benny looked me directly in the eye for the first time since we sat down. There was fear written onto his face, the primal terror of the first man who heard thunder and didn't know what it meant. "I think whatever it is, it's coming towards us," he said. I promised Benny that I'd keep an eye out and let him know if we found anything. That night, lying awake in bed, I kept telling myself he was getting worked up over nothing. It was most likely an equipment malfunction. Lord knows the only thing holding NASA together these days was elbow grease and red tape. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't help wondering if Benny was right, though. My last waking thoughts were of Torch floating above the world in its widening gyre, slouching from horizon to horizon. The machine was both beacon and bell, candle and horn, shouting humanity's existence into the empty dark. But what if the dark wasn't so empty? What if the dark saw the little flame we shot into the sky? What if the dark was curious? I couldn't tell if I was more afraid or more excited. The first public rumors of a new star in the sky, scarlet and bright, came in less than 48 hours after my beer with Benny. It didn't take long for reports of the red star to pour into my company. According to witnesses, the star would shift around the sky, not just each night but every few minutes. Some people claimed to see it clear and sharp, while others said it was barely a crimson smudge on the sky. We detected occasional blips on our sensors like flashes of polar lights, but nothing concrete. The star, for us, remained a phantom. It took a lot of money and favors being called in to keep the reports from the news. We needed more time to investigate before the story broke. If it was nothing, if the red star was some hoax or mass hallucination or natural phenomenon, then Torch would stay a secret. But if this really was first contact, our logistics team was already working on plans for the parade, and our CEO was on at least the third draft of his Nobel Prize acceptance speech. We kept searching, electronically and by telescope, for any sign of the red star. On the fifth night after my meeting with Benny, I saw the star with my own eyes. Work was rough that day, more unverified star sightings, but something else. There were new stories of hysteria, even violence from some who claimed they saw the red star. There was an unsettling account of a man taking his family onto their roof so they could see the star just as he had the night before. When his wife and kids tried to go to bed, the man reportedly tied them up in chains and staked the chains into the roof. Then, when his family became tired and their eyes began to close, the man removed their eyelids with an X-Acto knife. At least, that's what we heard, but it seemed like an urban legend to me. Bullshit or not, I couldn't stop thinking about the family on the roof, bodies chained, eyes open, as I waited in my backyard looking up at the sky. I was out there for hours with my telescope, one of the best personal models money could buy. The sky was beginning to turn lavender with first light before I finally pulled away and sat back. I blinked tired eyes and glanced up, and it was there, razor red and bright, right above Ursa Major. I froze. Have you ever been caught in a riptide? It's a horrible feeling. The dragging inevitability of an invisible force pulling you away from shore into deep water. That's how I felt staring at the red star. There was a tugging sensation that lasted for what felt like hours, and then a quick, terrible snap. Suddenly the star was growing larger, closer, brighter. I realized with growing horror that I was moving towards the star. As my perspective rapidly approached the object, I began to make out details. I could see the exterior of the star. It was difficult to gauge the scope of the thing, but I pegged it as either a small planet or massive asteroid. The surface was a dark maroon beneath the crimson light. It was pockmarked and pitted, scarred and crumbling like rotten wood. Ugly brown tendrils crisscrossed the planet. I thought of congealed veins on a dead leg, or worms on the sidewalk after a rainstorm. I tried to stop, but I couldn't break the riptide. Closer and closer, I could see that the holes and cuts in the surface were deep. I was drawn towards one of the pits and felt myself stop above the deep dark. Then, the pit opened, and I realized it was an eyelid. I stared down into a human eye the size of a city, bright blue and intelligent. The eye blinked and focused on me. I saw it was sharp and clear, and I knew, without any doubt, that it saw me. And I knew it hated me. The raw malice crushed me, and the terror was enough to finally break the pull of the star. I felt extraordinary vertigo, then falling. I blacked out. When I woke, I was back on Earth in the bathroom of my house. I had no recollection of leaving my backyard. The sun shone clear and autumn warm through the window behind me. For a moment, I convinced myself the red star was the worst nightmare I'd ever experienced. Then I felt something move my head until I was looking in the mirror, and I felt something blink. My eyes, and when they opened, my green eyes were gone, replaced with cobalt blue. Something smiled with my mouth. I screamed, ripped myself away from the mirror, fell, struck my head and was out again. That was earlier today. When I woke up, I kept my eyes closed and crawled into my bedroom. It must have taken me an hour to open them, even longer to fumble towards my buzzing phone. There were a dozen missed calls and even more texts. Calls from Benny, from work, from other members of the Torch team. The texts told a story. Reports of red star sightings jumped exponentially the night before, as did unconfirmed rumors of violence and disturbing activity among those who saw the star. We wouldn't be able to keep the story from the news much longer. My boss wanted all hands on deck. He still saw this as a golden opportunity for us to reveal Torch to the world, to claim credit for finding signs of life out in the stars, for welcoming that life to our doorstep. Something in me shifted. Something was getting comfortable. I felt sick, violated, and strangely claustrophobic. I had a passenger. I don't know how much longer I will be me. Already I'm hearing whispers, thoughts in my head that I'm not sure are my own. The only certainty I have is that I must shut down Torch. Maybe it's too late. Probably it's too late, but if I can stop Torch from sending its signal, if I could kill that beacon, then maybe the star will lose track of us. Humanity can crawl back into a dark cave and hide and wait until the predator passes by. In the old stories, fire was a protector. The light kept the monsters away. But in reality, I think the light just got their attention. I'm uploading this record in case I fail. Even if I succeed, I think I'm already gone. I am sorry. We started with the best of intentions. If I can't shut off Torch, or if the red star is already too close, you'll know soon enough. It will be in the news. It will be all of the news. Be careful. Stay indoors, particularly at night. Go underground if you can. Whatever is coming, try to wait it out. Should you find yourself outside at night for any reason, keep your eyes down and guard up. If you see someone standing perfectly still, staring up into the starry sky, run. If they notice you, if we catch you, I will make you look. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story. Hello, thrill seekers. Welcome to Real Crime Stories, the channel that plunges you into the heart of spine-chilling mysteries, true crime cases, and unsolved enigmas that defy explanation. Today, we're unraveling a gripping collection of stories that will haunt your thoughts. If you're hooked on suspense and can't get enough of these eerie tales, smash that subscribe button and ring the notification bell to never miss a video. Now, brace yourself, let's dive into the first bone-chilling story. I'm not a serial killer, I swear. I have insomnia, and oftentimes find myself up until the early morning hours. To pass the time, and sometimes even try to lull myself to sleep, I watch YouTube. I like to watch videos about different unsolved mysteries, strange phenomena, and serial killers. A few nights ago at about 3 in the morning, I found myself drawn into a new channel. The name of the channel was Tales of the Other World. The first few videos were of the typical fare, a couple of strange disappearances, and one very chilling confession on a message board. The next video came up and was entitled The Most Prolific Serial Killer in American History. In truth, I had seen several videos in the past with this title. Most of them portray the likes of Bundy, Dahmer, or even the Zodiac as the most prolific serial killers, and I subconsciously prepared myself for another one of these individuals to pop up on my screen. Much to my surprise and dismay, the photo that popped up wasn't any of those men, nor was it any serial killer you've ever heard of. Instead, the face on my screen staring directly at me was none other than my own. To be honest, I wasn't really listening to the narrator due to my surprise and had to start the video over to actually hear what was being said. The audio portion is as follows, with some personal information redacted for my own privacy. With a body count of over 153 confirmed victims, this man stalked the United States from the East Coast to the West Coast. Active for more than the 2nd of December AIDS, he committed his first murder at the age of 12, when he pushed his babysitter from the second-floor balcony as she was having a cigarette. At the time, the authorities chalked it up to an accident, and it wasn't until he was in custody at the age of 32 that he confessed to the murder. Tomas was able to escape detection by changing his MO and signature constantly. He studied other famous serial killers and would learn from their mistakes as well as their successes. An indiscriminate killer, Tomas crossed social, economic, racial, and gender boundaries. He never committed a murder in the same area as his previous one. The most odd thing about this man is the fact that if he had not in fact turned himself in, he would probably never have been caught. Authorities and psychologists are still perplexed as to why such a cold-blooded murderer with no empathy would give up in the middle of a murder spree. The narrator continued by describing my childhood, including when and where I was born, as well as the names of all my immediate family. Every bit of information the narrator said was dead on accurate. The hairs on my neck started to stand on end, and I became sick to my stomach. I felt violated and terrified at the same time. I slammed my laptop shut and went to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. By the time I got back to my room, I had calmed down slightly. I knew it had to be some kind of joke one of my friends was playing on me. It was no secret that I had a slight fascination with serial killers and the like, and I was definitely known to watch a lot of YouTube. So, it was entirely possible someone I knew had created the channel and the video as a way of messing with me. I opened my computer up and went to the channel page. There were only 5 videos uploaded, and all had been posted over a year ago. I clicked on the About section in an attempt to gain more information. The channel had also been created a year ago, and there was no information in the description section aside from one sentence. To learn more, please email me at admin@_____. By then, I was sure it was one of my friends playing a prank. I clicked the email link and began typing. I expressed how I was not pleased with my personal information being put on display on the internet, and to a lesser extent was not happy about being portrayed as a serial killer. I mean, what if a girl I liked had seen the video, or worse, one of my little cousins? As much as I appreciated a good joke, I definitely felt that this video had crossed a line. I ended my email by saying that they needed to take the video down and then call me so I could personally chew them out. I closed my laptop and finally found the peace of sleep after tossing and turning for a while. I woke up the next morning and proceeded with my daily routine. I went to work and then came home. I made myself dinner and sat down to binge watch some Netflix. It had been a rather pleasant day and I was in the mood for some comedy. About halfway through the second stand-up comedy special, a notification pooped up in the top left corner of my screen, indication that I had received an email marked as important. I paused the show and opened up my inbox. The subject line of the new email was, "Not a joking matter." I opened it up, and this is what it said. "To whom it may concern, I am pleased that you have watched my video, but I must insist that I find it in poor taste that you are claiming to be Tomas____________. This man is, in my opinion, a monster of the highest caliber, and anyone wanting to emulate even something as small as his name is in need of professional help. At best, I consider you a very poor jokesman, and at worst, you might be delusional. Though it was a nice touch to claim I am the one pranking you with some kind of false video. I definitely think you should seek a psychiatrist to help you." After I finished reading the email, I was perturbed to say the least. If this was one of my friends messing with me, they should know that my email was a serious one, and I would not be happy when I found out who it was. I did find it odd that they used an actual name at the end though, and decided to do some research to find out if it was in fact a real person. After a few minutes, I was able to find this person on social media. I snooped his page and was unable to find any links to a Tales of the Otherworld website or really anything having to do with serial killers or the like. I figured whichever one of my friends was pulling this prank had just made up a name that happened to be that of an actual individual. I opened the email back up and hit reply. My response is as follows. "Dear Jackass, enough is enough. I'm not sure if this is Paul, or Chris, or even maybe Danielle, but whoever it is, the joke has ran its course. You should know that I am being 100% serious, and that if you don't take down that video, that when I find you, it will not be good for you. I am up for a promotion at Walmart, and I do not want this to come up when you Google my name. Seriously, take it down. P.S. The fake name you used is actually a real guy. I found him on several social media sites. I figured that the email would be enough to convince whoever was behind the joke to take the video down, and figured that shortly I would be receiving a call from one of my friends laughing and apologizing at the same time. I continued my Netflix binge for a few more hours when I got another email marked important. This email read, "Okay man, I'm done playing games. This joke has gone too far and I am seriously concerned about you. I fear you may be delusional. There is no such place as a Walmart and I have never heard of Google. Also, of course I'm on social media, but all of my personal accounts are private, so I have no idea how you found me. Though in an effort to have this charade over with, I am willing to set up a video chat and you can prove to me who you are. Let me know if you agree to this and I'll set up a time." Joseph, that email bothered me slightly. I wasn't sure what the actually endgame was now. I guess maybe it was actually a few of my friends pranking me together, and when the video chat connected, they would be on the screen laughing at me. I replied that I was fine with video chat and waited to receive a response letting me know when. After a few moments, I received a reply and an invitation to a video chat right then. I accepted, and a new window popped up. As the video chat connected on the screen, I saw not any of my friends, and instead, it was the same man I had tracked down on social media, only his hair and facial hair were different. As soon as he looked at me, the color drained away from his, and he said one sentence before disconnecting. "It is you." I still have not been able to connect again with him, and he has not answered any more of my emails. Needless to say, I am definitely disturbed by this entire exchange, and I have no idea where to go from here. All I know is that I am not a serial killer. I've done some searching on the internet and discussed some of the particulars with a few people on message boards, and the general consensus is that somehow I was able to access an alternate reality. Apparently, the individual who created the video I watched and who I was able to contact through email and video chat was also from this alternate world. That is at least the prevailing theory. Now, as much as I like to watch videos about the paranormal, I consider myself a skeptic and would have not given these theories much credence at all. That is, until the dream I had last night. It was a very odd dream in which I had no real control over my action or movements. It was like reliving a memory, except it was of something that I have never done, nor would I ever do. Quite frankly, it makes me sick to my stomach just to think about it. After it was finished, I woke up drenched in sweat with my heart pounding. In my dream, I was back at my childhood home. The sights, sounds, and smells were so vivid. It was almost as if I could reach out and feel the rough texture of the cream-colored wallpaper in the hallway. I climbed the stairs and could feel the shag carpet, which covered the steps, between my toes. As I glided up to the door which led to the balcony, I could see my babysitter, Tiffany. Tiffany was a junior at the local college during the time she sat for me. She was taller than average and had long flowing auburn hair. She was extremely skinny, and in fact I believe she was on the track team and was a very proficient runner, which would help to explain her lean physique. I'll be honest and admit to having a bit of a crush on her, and in my prepubescent mind, she was as beautiful as a movie star. Looking back, I think she was aware of my slight infatuation because every time she saw me, she would remark on how handsome I was getting and how one day I would be as good-looking as John Travolta, which, during that time, was a big compliment. It would never fail that, when she told me such things, my cheeks would become flush, and I would be unable to thank her without my stutter becoming incredibly pronounced. In my dream, though, Tiffany does not notice me as I slowly open the door to the balcony and slowly tiptoe towards her. She is facing the railing which overlooked our backyard and is enjoying a cigarette. I know these days cigarettes are looked at as uncouth, but back then smoking was still seen as a glamorous and very sexy thing to do. She shuffled slightly as she exhaled a cloud of smoke. I can still feel the cool evening air on my face as I crept up to her. I could see my hands reach out behind her. It was in that moment that I knew what I was going to do. Terror and dread filled the entirety of my being. I willed every molecule of my body to stop, to just turn around and do anything but this. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop myself. My hands made contact with her and she started to turn as I applied force to said touch. The push knocked her off balance and she fell off the balcony. She had spun halfway around as she tumbled over the wood railing, her eyes meeting mine in a horrifying moment. I could see the look of fear and betrayal as she dropped from my view and hit the ground with a sickening, bone-crunching thud. I looked over the edge of the railing, and I could see her twisted and broken form on the ground below. A small pool of blood was already forming behind her head. The most disturbing thing, though, was that her eyes were still open, staring up at me with lifeless accusation. I awoke right after that part of the dream and immediately ran to my bathroom to vomit. The dream was so real and so terrifying that I never want to sleep again. After cleaning myself up, I immediately tried to contact Joseph again. I sent him several emails begging and pleading him to respond. I have never in my life had an experience as terrifying as that. This morning I finally got a response email from Joseph, and it is as follows. I'm not sure what to think about all of this. What you have written to me sounds like the ravings of a madman, and if I had not seen your face with my own two eyes, I would chalk all of this up to lunacy. After the video chat, I did some internet sleuthing of my own to try to figure out if there was a way for you to manipulate the video in the chat. As far as I can tell, there is no way to do that without me also being in on the edit. A few of your previous emails do provide clues that your alternate dimension theory may in fact be correct. Though, honestly, I'm still not sure this isn't some kind of elaborate joke, but for the time being I am willing to entertain this, if for nothing more than to have an interesting story for a future video. I propose we start simple and focus on the first two things from your initial emails. First and foremost, what is Walmart and what is Google? Also, if you can provide any information to back up these answers, such as links to sites or even Wikipedia articles on them, it would go a long way in proving you to not be a madman. As for your dream, what you told me was almost an exact description of how you suppose doppelganger from my world committed his first murder. But as it is a rather easily accessible bit of information, it does not necessarily prove your theory. Though, I do admit it is extremely intriguing. Looking forward to hearing back from you, Joseph. _______________________________________________________________________________________________ Upon reading the email, I was relieved as well as terrified. I realized there was still a small part of me which had been hoping that this whole thing was just a sick joke which had gone too far. It was clear now that that was not the case. I took a few moments to gather myself mentally before sending an email back. In my reply, I explained to him about Walmart and Google and even attached a link to the homepage for each company and their Wikipedia pages. I also noted that he had wrote the word Wikipedia, which was strange, but honestly was one of the least strange things in this entire situation. I am eagerly awaiting a response from him, so I can get to the bottom of this. All I know for sure is I am not a serial killer. I hope. The past few days have been insane for me, in more ways than one. Joseph finally got back in touch with me, but unfortunately the links in the email I sent did not work for him. Which makes sense if he is in an alternate reality. So, ultimately I had to copy and paste from the sites, and actually film myself walking through work. That seemed to do the trick, and upon receipt of the follow-up email, Joseph admitted that I was indeed in another universe. Having him actually confirm it filled my heart with terror. I was honestly just hoping that I had gone insane, and truthfully, a padded room would be so much more preferable, compared to the sheer horror of my past few days. Of course, after the initial concession from Joseph came a flurry of questions, some of which I answered. Others, though, had me stumped. I began to realize that as similar as our universes were, they were vastly different in many ways. The truly chilling part was that whereas here we have a plethora of serial killers, mass murderer, and generally awful shit play out on a daily basis, in his world there is much less, which in turn means that when something disturbing happens, it is very big news. Hence how my doppelganger is the most infamous man in the world over there. After a few hours of 20 million questions, I reluctantly decided to call it a night. I showered and laid in my bed wide awake before slumber finally had me in its grasp. I had yet another creepy and terrifying dream. It was another pseudo-memory, only this time I wasn't 12. It was the summer of my junior year. and I decided to drive cross-country, filming different ghost towns. It was an art project for school, but more importantly, it was an excuse to get as far away from my parents' impending divorce as possible. In this dream, I was about 40 miles outside of Lincoln, Nebraska. It was late at night, and the only thing I could find between the static of the radio was an oldies station. Leadbelly was belting out, asking, "Where did his girl sleep last night?" as my headlights came across a hitchhiker standing at the edge of the long, straight road. It was here that the dream differed from what happened in my reality. In my reality, I drove past the man standing with his thumb out, knowing how dangerous a stranger on a lonesome dark road could be. But in the dream, I pull over and invite him into the car. The man throws a bag into the back seat and then hops up front. He looks over, holds out his hand, and introduces himself. "Thanks for stopping, man. Name's Leroy." I smile, shake his hand, and give him my name and offer to take him to Sioux City, which was my next stop. Leadbelly finished his soulful singing, and the dulcet sound of Cream playing Sunshine of Your Love came on next. Leroy turned up the volume while yelling, "Man, I love Clapton. He is a god. Want to smoke some grass?" he asks, holding out a rather large joint. I grab the joint from him and take a big, long inhale. The acrid smoke fills my lungs, slightly burning. This is an odd and unknown sensation to me, as I have never partook in any recreational drugs in my life. I exhale a huge cloud of smoke and pass the joint back to Leroy. We continue down the road, taking turns smoking until the joint is so small it burns my fingers. Instinctively, I drop it onto my seat and Leroy scrambles to pick it back up. "Sorry, man, I don't have any roach clips," he said as he snuffed out what little was left. "Thanks again for picking me up, man. Most folks are too wary about hitchhikers these days. What with all the serial killers and whatnot in the news." I just nod in agreement when suddenly I hear a loud pop and the steering wheel jerks to the right. My tire had had a blowout, so I pulled over to the side of the road to change it. Both Leroy and I stepped out of the vehicle. I popped the trunk and handed him my jack and tire iron. He started to jack the car up as I fumbled with the spare. I plopped the old spare tire onto the ground with a thunk as Leroy finally got the car at an appropriate height. "Hey man, hand me the tire iron, will ya?" he said over his shoulder. I could feel this cold, yet pleasant feeling start at the base of my skull as I walked over and picked up the tire iron off of the ground. Leroy was sitting down on the ground facing the tire. His right arm was extended with his hand open, waiting to be handed the tool. Just like the previous dream, I knew what I was doing, but I could not stop myself. I swung backwards over my head with the tire iron and brought it down in one swift motion. The cold metal of the tool connected with Leroy's head, and a sickening crunch echoed in my head as metal collided with flesh and bone. Blood splattered onto my face and ran down it in warm streams as I swung again and again. Then, after several more hits, the crunch sound had deflated into more of a squishy thud, like a baseball bat striking a bowl of mashed potatoes. Blood and brain matter oozed from the crushed remains of Leroy's head. I pushed his body out of the way and finished changing my tire. After I was done, I rolled the corpse into a ditch and drove away. That cold feeling at the base of my skull had transformed into a warm hug that enveloped my entire body. Yet, my mind was racing with thoughts. A part of me was appalled at my actions, the part that was just a passenger on this crazy ride. To be honest though, a part of me thoroughly enjoyed it, and what scares me the most is I'm not sure whether that part was dream me or the real me. I awoke drenched in sweat yet again. I walked to the bathroom in the dark. I turned on the light and froze in terror for a moment as I could see the blood splattered across my face in the mirror. I closed my eyes tight, and when I reopened them, my face was clean. My imagination was definitely running wild. I decided I had had enough sleep for one night and was going to just stay up. I'm not sure what the hell is going on, and I don't know how much worse it is going to get. All I know is I'm not a serial killer, I think. Story. I am a police detective, and I cover every mirror in my house at night. I became a detective a little over 1 year ago after spending 5 years on the beat. Any case I've worked on has always been clear-cut. No questions left unanswered, concrete evidence, confessions. But there was one case, is still one case, that leaves a lot of unanswered questions. Questions of which, I suspect, may not have an answer grounded in scientific rationale. As disclaimer before I begin, I'm not superstitious, nor do I believe in ghosts or anything that can be termed the paranormal. Having said that, here's what happened. I didn't choose this case, but rather it was thrust upon me with the death of a colleague who was in charge of its investigation. He was a senior detective, 28 years experience. On the morning after the first night of the investigation, he was found dead in his home. His body was huddled into the back of the walk-in closet of his bedroom. The coroner cited sudden cardiac arrest as the cause of death. The bedroom door and the door to the closet were both shut at the time. And the photographs, I'll have more to say about them later. I was given a case file on a family of 3 who were living in a small flat in the Isle of Wight, UK. The family were Korean immigrants. There was a father, mother, and an infant girl. The case involved the sudden death of the 38-year-old mother. She was found collapsed on the floor of her bedroom. As the crime scene reports indicated, she seemed to have died while in the middle of applying her makeup. More to follow. The husband, who was initially suspected to be the perpetrator, committed suicide a few days after. He was questioned for 48 hours, then released, due to return 24 hours later. He was found in his van in the garage of the block of flats. A hose was attached to the exhaust with the other end stuck in his window. The air vents were duct taped shut. The infant girl was never found and was passed on to the missing persons case officers. Although now I think she will never ever be found. When I visited the crime scene myself, things in the flat and some further evidence that I had collected just didn't seem right. I would even say unnatural. Together with a junior detective, I visited the scene roughly 70 hours after the incident took place. It was still classified as a warm crime scene. That is to say, things were mostly left untouched, and as they were at the time of discovery. Some evidence was removed, however. I'll start with the kitchen. On the counter next to the sink were diced pumpkins, dried and crusty, and in a bowl next to it, some pieces had been mashed into a fine paste. This was presumably for the baby girl. The living room was otherwise normal. It was clean and well maintained. There was a large bookshelf on the southern wall of the room, which housed around 50 books. All of the books were in Korean, so naturally I couldn't understand the titles, but when I opened some of them, they all appeared to deal with subjects relating to the occult or traditional Korean pagan beliefs. I gathered this from the photographs and drawings. On the arm of the sofa, a book was open at a page which showed a zodiac calendar. It looked like a traditional Chinese one with all the animals around it. Next to this was a diary, the mother's, open at the yearly calendar page. A large red circle was around one of the dates. Incidentally, this was the date her body was found, and the day the daughter went missing. At this time, my partner mentioned he had a Korean friend growing up in London. He added that whenever he went to their house at night, all of the mirrors in the house were covered with sheets. He asked his friend about this, who embarrassingly said that it was a silly Korean superstition. At night, he was told, witches can enter this world through mirrors. They come to our world to steal babies and bring them back to hell with them. I shrugged this information off when I heard it. A silly superstition. I'd still like to believe that now. On the table in the middle of the room was a small bowl of half-eaten pumpkin mash. There had been something which the initial crime scene investigators had marked on the floor beside the table. There was a long line of something on the floor from just next to the table which ran across the room, through the kitchen, and into the parents' bedroom, incidentally the site of the mother's body. Taking a close look, I could see it was a long, thin streak of saliva, which contained traces of pumpkin. Every few feet or so between the living room table and the bedroom could be found small puddles of saliva with the pumpkin mixed with it. This suggests, as per the initial police report, that the baby had crawled from the table to the bedroom and came to a stop at the dresser. My partner asked for me permission to go and ask further questions of the residents living on the same floor, and I was left in the flat alone to continue my investigations into the other rooms. It was in the bedroom where I experienced something that to this day I cannot explain. I looked at the spot on the floor where the mother's body was found. The cause of death was ruled as a severe heart attack, and death was instant. This is in spite of her having no history of cardiac illness, nor any such instances in her immediate family. The photos of the body show her face up, her face suggesting she died in a state of shock or fear. Her eyes were wide open, and bulging from their sockets, her mouth jarred agape as far as it could. She was frozen like this, as if someone had shown her a scary image and pressed pause on her reaction. That's the best way I can describe her state in the photograph. She was clutching a hairbrush, too. Now, I will tell you about the mirror that was sitting atop the dresser. It was a normal-looking vanity mirror, pearl inlay border, and propped up by a small stand at the back. It looked like an antique. Perhaps it's something I have acquired in my years on the job, call it an intuitive sense, but I could sense something coming from the mirror. It had a presence, one that was not existent in the other rooms. It was as if the mirror was the focal point of the entire room. It occupied the whole space, as if it were alive. What is more, anytime I turned away from it, I felt a sense of being watched. I know it sounds corny and cliched, but I know when I'm being watched. Not only watched, but menaced. It comes with the job and is a necessary survival tool for any law enforcement person. As I was standing in front of the mirror with my back to it looking at another part of the room, I felt an overwhelming sense of danger from behind. It felt like an impending blow to the head. There was definitely an intent to harm. Startled, I spun around. I immediately noticed my reflection in the mirror. The reflection was of me, of course. But it was me from behind. I was looking at myself from a position behind my body, as if through someone else's eyes. Then the image in the mirror started to slowly lurch toward me. In a flash, I pulled my firearm out of my hip holster and spun around. There was just an empty room, the same as it had been when I entered. I spun back around to face the mirror, gun still held at eye level, and the reflection was of me again, from the front. I stood like this for quite some time, half expecting the image in the mirror to change again. Once my heart stopped beating in my throat, I holstered my weapon and checked around the mirror for anything like a pinhole camera or other device that might make it possible to project an image on its surface from a remote source. A check of the bedroom also revealed no such devices. I decided to take the mirror as more evidence of the crime scene. Perhaps forensics can find something with it and, more to the point, find something that would give me peace of mind about what I had just seen. I put the mirror in a sealed plastic evidence bag and placed it on the back seat, then called my partner's radio to tell him we were leaving. The whole time driving back to the station, I had the sensation that someone was sitting in the back seat. So strong was the sensation, and still feeling rattled from what I experienced in the flat, I grew fearsome of looking in the rearview mirror. After handing in the mirror to the forensics team, I decided to look over the case photos again, and as I did so, I became aware of a terrifying similarity. All of the deceased, including my senior, who passed several days before, all had the same expression on their face. The only words to describe it would be pure horror. The ways their eyes had distended in terror, their mouths distorted in their final scream or plea for mercy, and the way they all seemed to be trying to escape from whatever they were seeing. The mother's body was turned in one direction, her head twisted in the other. The father had his head buried into the cushions of the back seat of the car, and the senior detective was cowering in fear at the back of his closet, which contained a full-length mirror. All three had died in front of a mirror of some sort. Had they seen what I saw? That day as I was leaving, I happened to bump into the forensics officer whom I handed the mirror to. "Evening, sir," he said. "We had a spot of trouble with your mirror." "Oh?" I said. "Yeah. We couldn't get to the handprint that was left on it." I hadn't a clue what he was talking about. There may indeed have been a handprint on it, but in my haste to leave, I failed to notice it. "Handprint?" I asked. "Yeah, tiny little thing, like this." He spread his thumb and index finger apart to indicate the size of the hand. I'd say they were around 8 or 9 months old, definitely an infant. He shook his head in disbelief. This sent an ice-cold wave of recognition through me. It must belong to the daughter. "What do you mean you couldn't get to it?" I asked. He waited for 2 other staff to walk past and out of earshot before he answered. "Well, the handprint, sir." He looked around again. It had been put on the glass from the other side. "Other side of what?" I asked. "The mirror," he said. My stomach sank, and I instantly thought of the things my partner had told me about the superstitions involving mirrors. "Are you sure?" I pressed him. "We're fairly sure, sir. We've taken thousands of prints from glass surfaces and other reflective materials. but we've never seen something like this." He held up his hands. "It's a mystery." I started to feel lightheaded. He patted me on the shoulder. "But that's for you guys to solve, right?" With that cheerful jibe, he left me standing confused and exhausted in the corridor. I remained that way until his footsteps receded out of earshot. The mirror was never used as evidence, and it was consigned to a file cabinet somewhere in storage, never to be taken out or spoken of again. The handprint was just passed off as a manufacturing defect. The whole case is now cold, unsolved. 2 sudden deaths of natural causes, a missing child, and a suicide from being unable to cope with the grief. That's how it ended. For me, however, I cover every mirror in the house when the sun goes down. Story. I am a detective currently working with a private company to solve old mysteries. I think I just solved the Eileen Moore lighthouse disappearances. Let me address a couple of things first. I use Reddit a lot. I am just using a throwaway so that no one that I know in real life can trace this back to me. Also, no one knows I am working on this case, and no one will know for another 4 months or so. If my findings are proven correct, we will publish our results, and that is when this information, along with my name and the name of my company, will be made public. So please forgive me, but I must refrain from using specifics in this write-up. But the findings were so unsettling that I felt compelled to share it with someone. I figure if only a small group of people see it, then there is no harm, no foul. Also, if you haven't heard of this unsolved mystery, then you should read about it here before reading my report. The mystery itself is unsettling. Anyways, on with the report. I had worked for various police departments throughout my career as a detective. I began solving murder mysteries that others before me had failed to. This began to create a reputation for my professional career. I was known around the detective world as one of the best. This is why I was hired around 5 months ago by a private company, whose name will remain hidden for reasons I previously stated. I got an eerily generic email from this company that said they would like to interview me for a private job. This was not unusual, but what was unusual was the fact that the interview was in Britain, along with the job. I was hesitant, but because I hadn't started a family yet, I decided to try for the job. This company paid for my flight over, and we met to discuss exactly what I would be hired to investigate and what they expected from me. This was not a normal interview. I was already chosen for the job, if I accepted, and they told me straight up that they expected a definitive conclusion to their mystery. Anything less, and I wouldn't be paid. This was incredibly unusual. But the pay was so high, and I was so confident in my abilities, that I decided to attempt to solve the case. The company assigned me to the Eileen Moore lighthouse mystery. What basically happened is that there were 3 experienced lighthouse keepers that were discovered missing by the boat sent to pick them up at the end of their 3-month shifts. What was unusual about the disappearances is how there were no bodies found. Also, the lighthouse was left unattended in what seemed like a hasty decision. There was half-eaten food on the table and doors open, etc. The strangest part, however, is the log that was found during the initial investigation. The log was written by one of the 3 members, and it was pretty normal until the last 3 days. In these entries, the man wrote about his colleagues crying and complaining about a huge storm. They were all complaining about this storm that they had never seen anything like. The last entry simply said, "Storm ended, sea calm, God is over all." The scariest fact about this case is that there were no recorded storms in the area during the days the logs were written. Let me remind you, this actually happened. This isn't some made-up conspiracy. This is cold, hard evidence. The event took place in the year 1900. I can't repeat it enough to myself, and to you all, this actually happened. Investigating this case, I have learned one thing. Seeing is truly not believing, because I didn't believe what I had discovered as I was working on this case. But it is all real, I can assure you. I started about 2 weeks after my interview and flew to Scotland, where I then took a boat to the island. The island is still home to a functioning lighthouse with living crew members there that stand at their posts every day. I talked to the 3 men working at the lighthouse at the time and introduced myself. I told them I would be living with them while I was trying to solve the case, and they were all delighted by the idea of company. After getting settled for a day or 2, I started my investigation by interviewing the crew members currently stationed on the island. They all noted strange things that happen every now and then. such as voices telling them to jump off the edge, and other voices saying things like, "He is waiting for you. He will get you soon." They say they only hear it individually, but they all have heard the voices, and they all talk about it and agree to just shrug it off. I continued investigating the island and its physical features for the next week or so. That week added no new insight to my investigation, although it did give me a better idea of what our missing people were working with when they died. Honestly, the next month of my investigation didn't offer any new insight. It wasn't until I started hearing the voices for myself that I finally made some progress in my case. The voices began talking to me after I had been on the island for exactly a month. Unlike the crew members, I listened to the voices when they didn't tell me to jump off of something or try and harm myself. These voices would say things like, "Go down to the dock, you'll see him there." I would go down to the docks and wait, and there would be nothing, just clear waters and knotted ropes. I didn't know who he was, but when I would respond to these voices, they would never answer back. Eventually, the voices began telling me to search in the cellar of the lighthouse for the answers that I sought. I followed their orders and went to the cellar. This is where things got weird. At the cellar door, it was chained with a big red X on the door. I thought about asking the crewmates if I should go, but they were on their job and I promised not to disturb them while they were on duty. I unchained the door and entered in slowly. I had to use my phone as a flashlight because there were no lights in that place. As I finally made it to the bottom, I realized that this room was completely pointless. There was nothing of value to the crewmates or the lighthouse as a whole. Honestly, I was expecting a storage room or a generator or something, but instead it was a dark, blank room lined with cement blocks and wooden floor that supported one bland chair. The room was blank for the most part, except for one sentence written in red on the cement wall. It read, "I didn't do it, he made me." I was unnerved, and that is saying something, because I have seen a lot of shit on this job, and I've never let my fear get the better of me, but I couldn't help it here. I ran upstairs and laid in my bed until diner time. Diner is when I get to talk to the crewmates. Most of the time we talk about my findings and how their day went. It's not much, really, but whatever. All they care about is the company. Well, that night I decided to bring the cellar up to them. Right when I mentioned it, they all looked up from their food at once. They knew what I was talking about, but they tried to play dumb. "Huh? What cellar?" I wasn't buying it, so I continued to explain it by saying, "The door with a red X on it." They knew that I knew. They had to come clean and tell me what was up with that room. They said that every 2 weeks or so, they would all wake up in the morning lying on the floor of the cellar. They would have cuts on their wrists, and there would be one knife lying in the center of them. They said they always woke up with their bodies forming a triangle-like shape. They also told me that once I arrived, the voices stopped, and with them, so did the cellar. I asked them who wrote that sentence on the wall and who was he. They responded saying that they wondered who he was for a while, and they don't know who wrote that on the wall. They assumed it was someone who was stationed at the lighthouse before them. I wrote down my findings and warned them not to keep secrets from me again. After 2 more weeks of investigating that cellar as best as I could without going into it, it happened to me. I woke up the next morning lying on the wood floor with no recollection of how I got there. There were cuts all up my arms, and I was lying in an odd position. I arose, horrified, when I saw a small light creak from under the door. I ran to the door and flung it open. The crewmates were all sitting eating breakfast, and they were unresponsive to the scene I was making in the kitchen. When I noticed they weren't responding, I walked up to one of them and moved in to tap him on the shoulder. But before I could, her turned to look at me. His face was emotionless, his eyes were completely black, and much larger than usual. He didn't blink, he just stared straight into my soul. I was horrified. As I backed up, he slowly stood, maintaining eye contact with me, and the other 2 rose with him. They all started walking to me slowly, all the while chanting in a low hum. "He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you." I passed out before they got to me, and woke up to a bucket of water being splashed onto my face by the same people who were cornering me a second ago. This time, they were normal, their faces filled with fear, like they knew what I had just gone through. I asked them what time it was, and they said that it was 4 p.m. on Tuesday. I passed out on a Sunday. They said they had all experienced it, and they just prayed that it would go away. They told me that the visions only feel like a few minutes, but last 2 days or so. I asked them why they didn't wake me, and they told me that I was locked in the cellar, and they have tried to break the door down while their colleagues were locked in the cellar. But it is pointless. It never budges. They also said they could hear me screaming at the top of my lungs in the most unimaginable pitch for hours on end. They told me it was normal. Another week had passed, and I moved on by doing exactly what the crewmates did. I shrugged it off. When something that surreal happens to you, all you can do is just shrug it off. Your mind doesn't let you accept that it was real. The next morning, we heard the ship that was sent to pick us up and replace us with new crewmates. I began to pack my belongings when I realized I couldn't find my Bible. I brought it with me on the trip for God knows what reason. I never look at it, but I always keep it with me. And now, I couldn't find it. It sat in the drawer of my nightstand every night, and now when I was leaving, it disappeared. I asked the crewmates if they had seen it, and they all told me they had no idea where it was. I shrugged it off, something that had become a habit of sorts for me, and headed to the boat. Right as I stepped foot onto the boat, I just felt different. It felt like a weight had just come off of my chest. It felt freeing. On our trip back, I asked my crewmates if we should talk about what happened on the island, or just keep it a secret, and something strange happened. They looked at me baffled. They had no clue what I was talking about. I told them, "Nice one, but seriously." And they just stared at me, confused. I began to try and jog their memories, but they genuinely had no clue what I was talking about. They claimed I may have gone a little crazy being on the island and not being around a lot of people for a couple of months. I was angered. I thought they were playing a joke on me, and maybe they were, but I tried to exchange contact info with them before we parted ways after the boat had docked in Scotland. They responded by saying, "We don't bring our business lives into our personal lives. Sorry, mate. Have a good one." And they waved to me and left in a cab. I sat there reviewing my notes from the island, and I kept wondering, were they trying to trick me? Were they joking? Or did they really not remember? And if they didn't, why am I the only one that does? That's when I remembered the missing Bible. I remembered the "he" that was written in that cellar. I remembered the cellar itself and the days that I spent sleeping in it, apparently. I didn't know what to make of it until I thought about the Bible again. Why would he take my Bible? Was he offended by it? And how does he have the power to control time? I examined the evidence for days and finally drew the conclusion. That island was home to the Antichrist. That was the only way. There is no way someone of this earth has the power to control time and the minds of humans. It had to be the Antichrist. I submitted my findings to the company that employed me, and they are reviewing the evidence right now. If my claim is somehow proven, I don't know how they could ever prove it, then you will see a report with my findings published in a couple of months. Along with it, you will also probably see thousands of articles about how I am insane and crazy. But that is why I am telling you guys now, before I'm published. It happened, it was real, and I just had to share it with someone. One question still haunts me though. What does "God is over all" mean? Story. Someone leaked my personal details onto the dark web. Now everyone I love is being hunted down. To be perfectly honest, I was never a fan of all that dark web stuff. I mean, it's interesting enough and all, but I never had the patience, nor technological know-how, to figure out how to use it productively. In fact, my whole family seems to be missing the technology genes. We've struggled with everything from computers and phones to toasters and microwaves. My mother even got scammed a few times before she passed away. Luckily, she never lost anything more than a few $100s, but it still stung. Francis, my best friend, on the hand, was a tech whiz. He loved that stuff and never shied away from looking up the most bizarre and horrific things online. If he could reach it, he would. He even tried to set up a Tor browser on my computer once, but I just ended up ignoring it, somehow deleting the shortcut and losing track of where he placed it. Still, he'd periodically send me pictures from Alphabet, which is apparently some dark web black market. It was mostly strange or illegal products. Other times he'd find impossible, random conspiracies. It was usually weird and funny stuff. But sometimes he'd send me darker things, pictures of murder victims, videos displaying horrific car crashes and other accidents. It made me appreciate our friendship a little less, but Francis was all around a good guy. albeit an eccentric one. We stuck together. On the rare occasion that he crossed a line, I'd just politely ask him to stop, which would work for a while. Then, after the shock had worn off, he'd send more stuff he found on the dark web. It would always start off so innocent, with funny pictures or forums, but it inevitably got darker, escalating to more disturbing areas of the dark web. The most horrific thing he ever sent me, however, was little more than a picture of myself, found randomly out there in the sea of onion sites. It was just a screenshot he'd sent, with a picture of myself and some text lined up next to it. In a way, it looked like a profile for some sort of social media page, but it was plain, simple, and seemingly pointless. It contained my name, birth date, address, everything. "I'm so sorry, Tyler. I don't know how they found you," Francis sent me as a message. "What do you mean? Who are they? What's going on?" I asked back in a flood of questions. "Did you open any suspicious emails, or sign up for something weird online?" I tried to think back. I couldn't remember anything that stood out, but in my business I dealt with hundreds of mails each day from various clients. "I don't know. Francis, what's going on? Your name is on Alicia, listed as a participant. What the hell is Alicia?" "A red room. It was supposed to be closed down, but it's back." I chuckled at his remark. I wasn't much of a tech genius, but even I knew red rooms were little more than myths told to scare teenagers and gullible adults. "Come on, man. This is a joke, right? Red rooms aren't real." "I think this one is." After that, I'd reached the maximum amount of Francis' antics that I could handle. I told him to back off and leave me alone for a bit, which had become somewhat of a routine between the two of us. Still, I took his warning serious enough to dial the non-emergency line to the police. I explained the situation, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, my personal information leaked on a website shouldn't have been much of a threat. They just told me to call back if anything more substantial happened. I went about my week, and nothing came of the mysterious website. Francis even admitted he might have overreacted a tad. Truth is, most people have their email information leaked somewhere online. Even passwords and personal details are readily available all over the place. But for most people, that's just useless information. Then about a month later, I received a letter in my mail. It didn't have a return address, nor any stamps. It was just a plain envelope put in my mailbox. The only way I could have received it would be if someone had personally delivered it themselves. I opened the letter to find a perfectly black paper inside, with little more than a single line of text in the middle. It was just a string of random numbers and letters, ending in .onion to mark the fact that it was a dark web page. At first I didn't even connect the dots. I had long since forgotten the fact that all my personal details had been leaked. Instead of just throwing it away as I should have, I decided to contact Francis. He was more intrigued than worried, showing up about 15 minutes later to help me connect to the website. He only needed about a second to dig up the Tor browser and input the onion link I'd received. "Shit," he mumbled as the title of the site popped up. It was Alicia. "That's the site that has my name?" I asked to be sure. Francis nodded. A few seconds passed as the site loaded, before a black video player popped up in the center of the screen. It didn't have a timer or anything to let us know the duration of the video. Instead, it just had a play button. Francis clicked it, and though it was too dark to see what was going on, I could hear something in the background. "Turn up the volume," I said. Francis did as commanded, and we were greeted with the muffled sounds of someone struggling. It was quiet, just loud enough to make out what was going on, without understanding the hidden context. Then it got brighter, just enough to make out the walls and ceiling of a small room. In the center lay a man tied to a bed with chains, his face obscured by a bag pulled over his head. "What the hell is this?" I asked. It's a red room." "Well, turn that shit off." Francis was reluctant to oblige, whether it be due to curiosity or shock. Before I could reach out and turn it off myself, a man entered the picture. He was naked, with his bare chest covered in old scars and fresh blood. He pulled the mask off the tied-up man, and I let out a loud gasp. "What is it?" Francis said. I pointed a trembling finger towards the screen. That's Mr. Dawson, my boss." "You sure?" I nodded. Is this a live stream or something? No, I don't think so. As far as I know, you can't live stream on the dark web. It has to be a recording. I wanted so desperately to just turn it off and call the police, but we were both frozen in our seats. The naked man pulled out a knife from a bag on the ground and started peeling off pieces of skin from Dawson's leg. He tried to scream in agony, but he was gagged, left unable to move or even call for help. Little by little, the man cut off pieces of flesh from Dawson, moving his way from the legs to the torso. I can't say exactly how the video went on for. It skipped minutes at the time, showing Dawson at progressively more mutilated stages of the torture. It wasn't until his skin had been almost completely removed before he finally lost consciousness. I threw up, finally snapping back to reality as the screen turned black. Francis sat speechless in his chair, but what could we do? Dawson had to have been dead by the time we even opened the link. Naturally, I called the police and gave them all the information about the website that I had. But by the time the police got around to checking it out, the video was gone. Once it had been viewed, it was simply removed. They believed us though, saying that they'd forward the information to the appropriate sources, which turned out to be the FBI. There was little more I could do. Without solid evidence that my boss had actually died, he was just reported missing while the investigation went on. I was questioned by various officers and an FBI agent a couple of times, but that was about it. A year passed, and life went on. My place of work just hired a new manager, and Dawson's disappearance remained an unsolved mystery. I fully believed that would be the end of it. I thought the horrors I'd witnessed would be a one-time occurrence, that I would be fine. During that time, I also drifted away from Francis. We weren't even able to look each other in the eyes anymore, not after what we'd seen together. Then everything changed, as I got another letter in the mail. It was unmarked without an address, just like before. That time, however, I didn't hesitate to call the police. I already knew what would be inside, and I wasn't about to ruin another piece of evidence. The police redirected me to the responsible FBI agent who was working the case. He was quick to act, coming to pick me up within the hour alongside 3 armed agents. "Mr. Larkin, I'm Agent Vance. We need to come with us," he said before they rushed me inside the car as if my life depended on it. They took me to an office building in the middle of the city and made me wait in an interrogation room while they checked out the evidence. I sat there with a cup of water, 100 thoughts running through my mind. An hour passed before Agent Vance came to check up on me. He looked upset, but had put on a brave face to talk to me. "We checked out the link in your envelope and found a video like the one you described last time. We've taken some still shots of the footage, and I'd like it if you could help identify the victim." I shuddered at the thought, but agreed to help. Vance guided me into a room full of computers. A group of office workers sat in front of one, staring at a picture, trying to figure out who the person was. They didn't need to analyze it any further, because I knew exactly who it was: Francis. He looked absolutely horrified, the still picture showing him clearly alive, but for how long that would last, I didn't know. "Izzy," I began to ask. "He didn't survive. I'm sorry," Vance interjected, knowing what I wanted to ask. "How did he die?" "It's better you don't know the details, but we're going to catch this guy. I promise you that much." Again, we went over each and every detail. They promised over and over they'd do everything in their power to chase down the people doing it and to keep me safe. But as weeks turned to months, no culprit was caught. Eventually, I stopped working. Instead, I just hid at home, afraid that anyone remotely close to me might be next. I didn't have much in terms of family, no siblings, and my parents had long since died. I suppose that made me an easy target for the runners of the Red Room. Despite the FBI's best efforts, the letters kept coming with random intervals. My ex-girlfriend was the next victim. Though we'd broken up a few years earlier, we'd remained friendly. Again, I got the link to a video of her brutal murder. I just forwarded it to the FBI, unable to stomach another horror show. Then they took one of my old coworkers. One by one, they killed the people I knew and loved, and I could do nothing to stop it. I couldn't even contact the culprits and ask what the hell they wanted from me. But then it hit me. I was being tortured, and while it wasn't physical like the others, it was still mental torture. Like the horrors they'd committed on my friends, The pain wouldn't end until I was dead. Maybe that's what they so desperately wanted, for me to kill myself. Maybe it was some sort of sick game to see how long I could last. I sat down in front of my computer, ready to give up. If there was even the slightest chance that it would save lives, I had to do it. I looked up the best ways to do it, but in the end, I decided to go for the gun. I picked it up, pressed it against my temple. I felt like hours passed, but I just couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger without letting every possible scenario run through my mind. Then the phone rang, and I almost dropped the gun in shock. I glanced at my phone to see a call incoming from an unknown number. "Hello?" I asked as I picked it up. "Not like that," a twisted robotic voice said from the other end. "Not like what? Who are you?" "You need to record it properly," the voice continued. Whoever they were using some kind of voice-changing software to make them unrecognizable. "How did you?" I began, before noticing the camera on my computer. Of course they'd been watching. I didn't even need to ask. I just stared at the camera, and the mysterious person on the other end confirmed. "That's right, we've been watching you." I felt my heart drop. So all I have to do is to kill myself? And the suffering ends? Yes, face the camera when you do it. You have 15 minutes, or the next person will be taken. I don't have any other options. I can't let anyone else die because of me. I just pray that once I'm gone, it'll finally stop. Story. I'm the chef that cooks death row inmates their last meal. My secret ingredient came back to bite me. The botched execution of Norton Carraway, the most prolific serial killer you've never heard of, should have made national headlines for weeks. But Carraway was so much more than your average, garden-variety killer, and the factors that made his case so special also made it embarrassing for powerful people with means to make unsightly stories go away. That meant in the hours that followed, I had very little information to go on, just the details I'd seen firsthand in the witness gallery, and the gnawing feeling it was all my fault. I paced until I thought I'd wear a hole in my apartment floor, replaying the events in the hopes that some logical explanation would let me off the hook. Guards led Carraway into the chamber, scalp shaved bald. They restrained him in the electric chair, the method he had fought in court to have over lethal injection. When the executioner threw the lever, Carraway convulsed. I kept waiting for the shaking to stop. Instead, it worsened. I don't think I'll ever forget the screaming and the smell of burning skin. Prison staff shut the curtains to the witness gallery and rushed us out. I left knowing he was still alive, and silently prayed with each passing moment that I would get the call confirming his death. When my cell phone finally did ring, it was Warden Paul Perkins, calling from his personal number. I answered. "Hello? We need to talk about Carraway's last meal." My blood felt cold. What did he know? How could he know? I don't. In person. I've never driven so fast. It's a miracle I didn't get pulled over. I reached the penitentiary before dawn. Place looks like an old high school, wrapped up in barbed wire. An uneasy silence filled the long, sterile corridors. The guards I passed looked twitchy and unnerved. The whole prison seemed to be on its feet, waiting for something. The warden greeted me in his modest office, all bookshelves and filing cabinets, with a small window overlooking the plains. "It's been a long night." He gestured toward 2 steaming mugs of coffee on his desk. "Sit, drink." I obeyed. "I didn't think you stayed for executions," Paul said. "Usually don't." The warden lowered himself into his chair with a huff. Why was last night different? I studied his pudgy face, normally bright, kind, and clean-shaven. This morning, his eyes were bloodshot. "A victim approached me," I said. "Give him a grain of truth, something he may know anyway." It made this case feel more personal. "Who?" "Rebecca," I said. "She tracked me down and knocked on my door." The poor woman had looked so thin, like she'd forgotten to eat. Mismatched, wrinkled clothes. Paul just looked at me, expectant. I continued. "I felt awful for her, so I invited her in, made her dinner, then let her talk about her daughter. Among other things. Oh, if only she had just gone home. I know you were doing a nice thing, but I'd be careful around her," Paul said. He took a sip of coffee and smacked his lips. When Rebecca's daughter went missing, did you know that she was the prime suspect? No, I didn't. A lot of people up in that tiny town still believe Rebecca is the strangler. Seems none of them are eager to open those old wounds. Paul set the coffee down. In the early days, back when it was only a disappearance, a K9 officer paid her a visit. He wanted one of Daniela's favorite stuffed animals, something to let the dogs catch her scent. Know what they found? I shook my head. Weird stuff, Kathy. Runes, weird little dolls, and animal bones. She told the cops she'd been doing a ritual to bring her baby back, Paul said. She couldn't tell them where she was when Daniela went missing, so they booked her. Caraway was well-trained, disciplined, waited as long as he could, I expect. But that urge, he trailed off. He couldn't help himself, I expect. Had I given too much away in mentioning Rebecca? Point is, Rebecca might not have done anything to her daughter, but she's not safe or sane, Paul said. I'm getting sidetracked, though. The execution. You stayed out of sympathy then? Sure, you could call it that. Okay. Paul nodded. Well, things got a bit hectic after you left. Shall I fill you in? I nodded. Executioner cut off the power at the 20-minute mark. Way longer than it's supposed to take. Paul took a deep breath. By that point, Caraway looked like a half-spent candle. Bastard wasn't just alive, he was coherent, begging for death. How is that possible, I asked. I knew exactly how. The question was, did the warden? Problem with the chair, maybe. The warden shrugged. I made the call to override his wishes. He got the lethal injection and stopped breathing at 3:45. Caraway was dead. I relaxed a little in my chair, but tried not to show a change in my posture. Why did you get into this job, Kathy? Paul asked. The shift in questioning caught me off guard. Where was he going with this? Honestly? I asked. I hate when you say that, he said. Implies you've been dishonest about everything else. I picked a terrible time to be a chef. Restaurants going under right and left. What was it, 25% in the whole country that year? Something like that, Paul agreed. Any halfway decent owner wanted a chef with serious culinary experience. Sleazy ones wanted to get me on server staff, so they could see my ass in one of those tiny uniform skirts, I said. You were my only option. Cooking last meals for death row inmates has its perks, Paul said. No bad reviews to worry about. No repeat customers either. The ideal learning environment. He curled his lips into a smile. But that was years ago. You've got your degree now. More than enough talent and experience. Anyone would have hired you. The challenge, I said. I mean, you're cooking someone's last meal. You only get one of those. Unless you're Norton Caraway. No other reason? The warden asked. I answered honestly. Number. He leaned in. You didn't ever like to mess with them? Who? The prisoners. You ever mess with their food? He knew, and he saw it in my eyes. What's going on? Engineer took a look at the chair. Paul bit his lip and shook his head. Nothing wrong with it. So after Caraway's heart stopped, I ordered an autopsy. Maybe he had some freak medical condition. I don't know what I was expecting. The warden went on, his voice starting to shake with anger. You know what I find? What? DNA. A victim's DNA. Daniela's blood, mixed in with the food in Caraway's stomach and intestines. My face felt prickly. Stressed sweat tricked down my forehead, stinging my eyes. Her what? I'm asking you this as a courtesy, because I consider you a friend. Did you tamper with Caraway's last meal? I opened my mouth. And before you answer, he cut me off. Keep in mind what's going to happen here. Sure, the state wants to keep this one low profile, but they'll still need to at least investigate what went wrong. Might do their own autopsy. Maybe take a look at your other meals. I need to know how long this has been going on. Was this always some karmic justice for you? Like spitting in a rude customer's food on a just sick level? Paul, you don't understand. I'm sorry, Kathy, I've got to fire you. You can walk away clean. If you don't make a fuss, I don't think they will either. Food tampering? Then it clicked. Paul only thought I'd been tampering with their food. He harbored no suspicions anything supernatural even happened. He didn't know what I'd done, the ritual that evil woman had convinced me to play a part in. I thought back to Rebecca and the vial she had given me, along with a tattered recipe card. "Execution is too good for him," she'd said. "Feed Caraway this and he will never know peace." Where had she gotten her daughter's blood for the concoction? Why did the lethal injection work when the electric chair failed? A blaring siren from some distant watchtower answered my second question. "Prisoner escape," the warden muttered under his breath. He reached for his phone. Before it was halfway from its cradle to his ear, a corrections officer barged into the room, panting. "What's happened? Are you all right?" Paul gestured to the front of his uniform, soaked in blood. "It's not mine." "Then whose? Who's down?" "The coroner." The warden had gotten halfway to his feet when he froze, his brow wrinkled. "Wait, then who's missing?" "Caraway." My breath caught in my throat. "Caraway's body is gone. Autopsy report too. Someone must have broken in and dragged it off. They can't have gotten far." "How many hurt?" "Half dozen," the officer panted. "Pretty badly too. I don't know about Hopkins and Clark. Medics are with them, but..." The officer trailed off. "How about you? You're not wounded?" Paul asked. "No, sir." "Good. You'll need to keep Kathy safe in my office until those freaks are caught. You'd have to be some special kind of screwed up to try stealing a famous killer's body." "Yeah," I agreed. He jabbed one of his sausage fingers in my direction. "Don't think I'm done with you. This isn't over." He had no idea how right he was. The corrections officers didn't catch them. Little did they know, there wasn't a them to catch. A member of the riot team made raving claims, said he'd fired dozens of rounds into the charred, disemboweled corpse of Norton Caraway. He just kept coming, howling in pain the whole time. The warden's preferred explanation felt equally far-fetched to me. The unnameable agency that had honed Caraway into a ruthless instrument of death wanted his body for some clandestine purpose, so they took it. Staff buried an empty box in the prison cemetery and pretended the night had never happened. Theories of witchcraft, or an undead man fighting his way out of the penitentiary, never crossed anyone's mind. If everyone was willing to forget, perhaps I could too. But I couldn't. He had the warden's autopsy report, the one that raised questions about his last meal, and the woman who cooked it. I kept thinking of the way he studied me, how normal he'd looked. He was average height and in decent shape. Neat, combed hair, atop a round face, with a small nose. Nothing about him was intimidating, or even remarkable. Difficult to pick out of a lineup. Paul quietly let me go from my job at the prison. Felt like I got off easy for what I did. I decided to put my talents to other uses. I'm working on setting up a non-profit that helps provide hot meals to victims' families. Setting it all up involved a lot of phone calls to try and secure money. That meant a lot of unknown numbers popping up on my caller ID. So when my cell rang one weekday evening, I answered without hesitation. "Hello, Kathy speaking." "Kathy, I've just learned the most interesting recipe. You should cook it for that charity of yours." The voice was wheezy and labored. "It's to die for." The caller let out a laugh somewhere between cackle and coughing fit. "Who is this?" I demanded, but I knew. Rebecca told me everything I needed to know, in the end. "Told me how to reverse what you bitches did to me," Caraway said. "The bullets weren't the worst of it. Frying in that chair, being paralyzed while they cut me open to dig around in my guts," he raved. "I felt everything. I still feel everything. The pain is constant." I kept the phone close to my ear, turning on the spot to ensure my windows and doors were secured. I kept expecting the man's marred remains to leap out at me. "But you can take that pain away," Caraway rasped. "I'd be honored, Kathy, if you'd have me over for dinner." My phone buzzed with a text message notification. A new image, bony fingers wrapped in disfigured skin, pinched the edges of a recipe card. "Dinner for two," I read aloud. The witch could only push around pain and suffering from one person to the next. "Daniela to me, and now me to you," Caraway said. "Follow those instructions, and you'll have a proper last meal for me." "And for me?" I asked. Caraway laughed. "You'll take on my suffering, Every pinprick of pain I've felt since I ate that cursed dinner you served me. It's a heavy burden, I admit. If I refuse, I'd hoped your conscience might get the better of you, or at least some sense of responsibility for what you unleashed. He sighed, his labored breath crackling in the receiver. Rebecca said we both needed to eat willingly. I can't force you to cook or eat, but I can certainly persuade you. How? Use your imagination. Watch. Give me a ring when you've seen enough. The call ended. I called the police, lied about some vague phone threats from a stalker. An officer came to search the house. When he found nothing, he promised he would be in the area and gave me his number. I was so worried about my physical safety that I never quite wrapped my head around what the madman actually threatened me with. He's careful, but I can see his pattern in the disappearances and killings that go unsolved. I've unleashed a quiet terror on the world, a man who craves death, who cannot be killed, and whom no one is looking for. And he wants to make me pay. I know what I have to do to stop him. I know I'm the only one who can, but I'm scared of what it means to take on that pain myself. Every time I think I'm strong enough, I think back to those screams of agony from the witness gallery and the smell of burning flesh. Maybe justice can wait a little longer? Story: The Silent Call. I'm David, and I have been a call handler for Cambridgeshire Police for 5 years, mostly working on emergency 999 calls. In that time, I must have taken hundreds of Silent Nines calls. A silent call isn't always silent. It's just how we refer to a call where the caller isn't responsive and no request for the police has been made. They are mostly people accidentally pocket dialing, but you always have to go through the routine of trying to get a response, checking the phone number against previous calls to see if there is any history to suggest someone may be in danger, listening for any background noise to suggest any distress or disturbance. If there is a reason for concern, we will dispatch someone to check. Usually there isn't any concern and the incident log is closed off without any further action. This call wasn't that unusual. An operator transfers the call though and states the basic facts. No request made for police. Possible breathing was heard down the line, but that wasn't very clear due to the background noise, which was, quite irritatingly, the theme tune to Peppa Pig. So many silent calls are from children playing with phones while sitting in front of the television, so again, this wasn't too unusual. The line was still open, so I tried to engage with the caller. "You're through to the police, is anyone there?" No response. "If you can hear me, can you press a button on the keypad or make a noise?" Still no response. I did some system checks. There was a history of calls from this number from 7 years ago, but these were all marked restricted, so I couldn't see any details. After a while, satisfied there was no apparent emergency, I stopped trying and announced that I would be ending the call. Just as I pressed the button on my phone to hang up, I heard a voice. "Hello," it said just as I cut it off. I instantly called back. The line answered, but again there was no response. Peppa Pig still played in the background, but not a full episode, just the theme tune on repeat. Once again, it got to the point of ending the call, and just as I pressed the button to hang up, hell, for fuck's sake. Before calling back again, I slid off my headset and walked over to the supervisor, advising him I had a silent call with restricted history to see if he could check the details for any reason for ongoing concern. I sat back at my desk ready to call back, and the supervisor came over to me, quicker than I expected. "Don't worry about that history," he said nonchalantly. "They're old incidents and it won't be the same caller. Might not even be the right number, could just be a glitch on the line. If there's nothing new on the call, get rid of it." I know it sounds harsh, but it wasn't unusual for us to be that blunt about a 999 call. We deal with so many. If there is no sign of distress or disturbance, we can't waste any more time on it. A real emergency call could be waiting. It wasn't unusual for call logs to be restricted either, usually because they contained information on other staff members or their families. Sometimes because the incident related to some ongoing operation, only high-ranking officers should see. I decided to give the line one last call back. It rang and picked up as before. The Peppa Pig theme played on a loop. "Hello?" She sounded weak and confused. "Can you hear me? I've been trying for so long to get through. Why won't anyone help me?" "Why have you called us? What is the problem? I asked. She went silent for a while, then, nobody will help me. I keep calling. Can you help me? What is your name? I asked. Nicole. She paused. I think. Please help me. David, help me. Then the line went dead. I hadn't told her my name. Maybe someone else called David was there. I called her back. Stop calling me. Just come and help me, please. My daughter is here. We need help. Where are you? I asked, trying to get the key information to send someone out. 37 Butterfield Road. She sounded panicked, breathing heavily. Please help. While she was talking, I was already updating my incident, entering the address and sending it for dispatch. I'm going to get someone right out to you. What's happening? The line cleared. I transferred the incident to the dispatchers on an immediate grade, the highest priority grade for attendance. I didn't understand what was going on, but someone was in distress, with presumably a young child present. We needed to attend. While I was updating the notes on the incident log, the system kicked me out. The incident became restricted, and the details on the incident list replaced with restricted. It wasn't unusual for this to happen, so only the dispatcher and the control room inspector, known as Oscar 1, could see the incident, while still sending someone out to the address. I couldn't understand why this was restricted, but that is above my pay grade. Nicole kept calling throughout my shift. She was getting increasingly agitated and afraid. I assured her someone was coming out. But after an hour, I started to doubt this was the case. I spoke to my supervisor. They said they would ask Oscar 1. Oscar 1 said this was even above them. They have been told not to attend. It was being dealt with by another department as part of an existing operation. My shift came to an end at 2 a.m. Before then, Nicole had called a few more times. I kept telling her someone was dealing with it, but I don't think she believed me. She started to get angrier with me. She kept shouting her address at me, 37 Butterfield Road, desperate for someone to come and help her. She was screaming my name at me, the name I had never told her. I noticed on my mapping system that I knew the road. It was near my route home. I was glad to take off my headset when 2 a.m. came. I got in my car and drove home. Guided by compulsion, I drove down Butterfield Road. I wondered if someone may be there to help by now. I looked out for number 37, but I couldn't find it. It was a normal residential road, but in the middle, there was a gap between houses 35 and 39, which was filled with small trees, well-maintained bushes, and a flower bed. I drove up and down the road a couple of times to check I had the right place, then stopped at a 24-hour off-license further down the road. I went into the shop to buy a can of Coke for an excuse to ask the lady at the till where number 37 was. She seemed unimpressed, rolling her eyes at me. "Nicole's house?" she asked. "You're a few years too late to see it. They knocked it down to stop all you true crime nuts coming to gawp at it." Once I had paid, she shoved my drink back across the counter at me. "It's been almost a decade now. You'd think people would let that poor family rest." I left. Clearly the lady wasn't going to entertain any more questions from me. I got in the car and immediately went on my phone to search the internet for references to what happened at Nicole's house. I found an old local news story headline from 7 years ago referencing the murder of her and her children, and another more recent article suggesting the murder remained unsolved. But my search was interrupted by a phone call from an unknown number. I had to answer. "David," Nicole shouted. "David, where are they? You promised me help was coming." I didn't know what to say, largely because I didn't know what was happening. What was I really talking to? I can't help you." The line cleared. Then straight away, another call, Nicole screaming. A child cried out in fear in the background. The line cleared again. The phone rang. I didn't answer. It rang again, and again, and again. I couldn't answer again. Would these calls continue? I couldn't take it. I got out of the car and walked to the memorial garden where 37 Butterfield Road once stood. The flower bed occasionally glittered with gold in the streetlight. I went over and knelt down for a closer look, and the ground littered with other SIM cards. Even whole phones had been discarded there. Some were old and partially submerged in the dirt, but others were fresh. Some were clean enough they could have been scattered here within days. I looked at my phone and considered adding my SIM card to the garden. "You too?" a man said from behind me with a drunken slur. The surprise made my heart stop. I turned to see a haggard man looking at the memorial garden. He stunk of vodka and smiled at me sadly. It won't stop her. It never does. He was right. Nicole still calls me, on any phone, at any time. No amount of call-blocking efforts can stop her. Sometimes I accidentally answer. She still screams for help, facing a danger that has long since passed. I was pulled aside at the start of my first shift back at work to talk about the calls with an officer who had come up from London. I assumed she was from the Home Office. She was very official and very guarded. I told her I had got calls on my personal phone, and she didn't seem surprised. She told me it was officially a hoax caller, but we both knew that wasn't true. I was instructed to keep a log of the calls and email them to her weekly. I have been off work for 2 weeks now. The woman who visited told me to take as much time off as I needed, on full pay. Her department would authorize it as long as I kept them updated. After all, I wouldn't be much use going to work just to talk to a woman who doesn't know she is dead. Story. My therapist said this would help. What happened at summer camp, 1977. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm sitting at my computer, midnight, my fingers pecking out these terrible words on the keyboard. But insomnia is a bitch, and my therapist says this is a very healthy exercise. All I want is to get some sleep. He says that the words need to come out. They're clogging up my insides like sludge and ancient plumbing beneath a crumbling house. Words can be poison, he says. Thoughts can be poison. It's like draining a wound, he says. But don't you have to drain a wound over and over until it's healed? I don't think I can do this more than once. When I was 8, I went to summer camp. On the first night, 3 girls were raped, murdered, and left for the counselors to find the next morning. I've heard it all, the different diagnoses given by every doctor from one coast to the other. Survivor's guilt, PTSD, schizophrenia in some rare cases. The problem isn't in what I saw, it's in what I didn't say. Shit, I'm jumping around too much. Let me start over. 3 girls, raped and murdered while the camp counselors slept just yards away. Piled like dirty laundry on the trail with the silly name, because whoever left them there knew someone would be along sooner or later to take a shower. 3 little girls in their sleeping bags, excited for the start of summer camp. Just as excited as I was, hell, I may as well have been one of those little girls in tent number 7. They call it tent number 8, but that's stupid because we all know no one counted the counselor's tent. I was in tent number 6 with 3 other girls, or tent number 7, if you read the reports. Whatever. Does the number matter? Maybe it did. Oh God, I get this cold metal taste at the back of my throat when I think about how much it really might have mattered. We were all in the same group, the Kiowa group, our tents in a tight little cluster. It made it easy for him, I guess. Tiny little tents with tiny little girls inside. I'm off track again. I can't think. My hands are shaking, and I have to keep hitting the delete key. Start over. June, 1977. Tent number 6. That's where I was, until I heard the noise outside. I woke with a start, clutching the stuffed animal I had tried so hard to hide from the older girls because they had laughed and said toys were for babies. Mr. Beans wasn't for babies, he was a friend. But I didn't have many friends that weren't stuffed animals, so I kept him hidden in case the older girls came back. And maybe they had, was what I thought. The rustling sounds outside the tent sounded like someone was there, and my first thought was the older girls from the Arapaho group. Girls who were allowed to wear lip gloss and talked about boys, and just seemed so cool, like the ladies on the covers of magazines. They had teased me earlier at dinner that night, especially about Mr. Beans, but for one terrible hopeful moment I thought maybe they were testing me to see if I was tough enough to be their friend, to prove I wasn't a baby. Mama said sometimes that people teased because they liked you. I wanted them to like me. I didn't wake up the other girls, because I knew they would ruin the whole thing. They would probably cry and be babies, and then the older girls from Arapaho wouldn't be my friends. I even put Mr. Beans behind my suitcase so they wouldn't see him. I waited, but nothing happened. More rustles, that was all. The tent flap opened. I looked for the faces of my new friends, but it was a man. Not any of the counselors, someone I'd never seen before. This realization set in like a heavy stone sinking to the bottom of a black pond. I can't do this. I can't do this. I have to finish. I have to drain the wound. His eyes scanned the tent. His eyes counted 1, 2, 3, 4 little girls. His eyes stopped on me, the fourth little girl, and his eyes met mine. He smiled. It was not a very nice smile. He put one finger up to his lips, pursed them, and said, "Shh." I nodded, because he was a grown-up, and Mama taught me to listen to grown-ups. He ducked out and closed the tent flap again. It was late at night, or early in the morning. I'm not sure which, but it was so dark, and it seemed like such a long time to lay there awake, before I heard someone moaning in the distance. It was quiet, but not that far away. I'm told that other girls heard it too, but from 4 different areas of the camp at once. Some girls made up stories afterwards to get attention, but not me. I never told anyone, not until now. When the light finally started to break, I realized how badly I needed to pee. I wasn't sure if the man was still outside, but it was probably okay because it was morning and the sun was coming up over the horizon and bad things didn't happen to little girls in the sunshine. So I poked my head out of the tent, looked around. The sky was that pale white-blue color it turns just at dawn, but it still felt safe. Somehow better because the sun had risen and everything was okay. I headed down the trail with the funny name, towards the showers and the toilets, and that's where I saw them. At the base of a tree, slumped together like strange piles of garbage, were 3 little girls. I knew their names. I still know their names, but that doesn't matter now, does it? 2 of them were in their sleeping bags. One was just on the ground. She had her pajama top pushed up. No pajama bottoms. A strange red flashlight near their feet. There was blood. They weren't moving. I can see them. I can still see them. I can still see them. This doesn't feel like draining the wound so much as infecting it. I don't know why, but I went right past them. I guess I knew if I went back to my tent I'd wet the bed, and I'd never have any big girl friends, so I went right past the little sleeping bags and straight to the bathroom. I peed. I went back to tent number 6. Tent number 7 was empty. When I went back to sleep, the last sleep I ever had unbroken by nightmares or screaming, I think I had convinced myself the whole thing was a bad dream. There was no man, no pile of sleeping bags with dead little girls in them, no empty tent number 7. The counselors got us up earlier than usual. We went to the Great Hall for breakfast. We went canoeing in the river. It was fun. Everything was okay. Bad dream. That was all. Buses came to take us back to the Great Hall. When we got off the buses, one of the older counselors, the ones that ran the camp, he told us there was a problem with the water supply. Camp was canceled for the summer. We all needed to pack our things and go home. Water supply. Camp canceled. In tent number 6, the other girls whined about how it was unfair. They'd sold so many cookies to get here this year, and after one stupid day it was already over. But I kept hearing the gray-faced counselor's words in my ears. Camp is canceled. Camp is canceled. I tried to nap on the bus ride home, but my seatmate kept waking me up because I was crying in my sleep. She called me a baby. Bus stopped. Got off the bus. Troop leader said not to talk to anyone who wasn't our parents. Lots of reporters, shouting. Mama grabbed me and cried. "No more camp," she said. She threw out my sleeping bag as soon as we got home. The police came once or twice after that, but I never talked to them. Mama told them I'd been very clear. I hadn't seen anything. I'd slept all night. I'd slept all night. I haven't slept a full night since. Would it have helped if I said something? If I had told? Every time I thought about doing it, my heart plummeted into my stomach. I saw the man's face and his finger on his lips and heard his shh. Usually I threw up. So these words, the words I've never said until now, they festered inside me like some exotic form of mental rot. I can't hold a job for more than a few months. I call in sick too much. No husband to speak of. The night terrors took care of that. A man will only sleep in your bed so many times before the screaming and thrashing drives him away. But my new therapist, he's been so nice. He tells me whatever happened isn't my fault, and that this will help. And I started to think that maybe it was time to tell. Time to describe the face that poked into tent number 6 that night in 1977. And then I remember why I can't. What I had blocked out. The thing my mind forced me to forget, even though I can still see the twisted, tangled little bodies underneath the tree as clear as day. My brain shattered this memory and scattered it to the wind, but it has always been there, waiting at the bottom of my gullet to force out vomit instead of words should I ever decide to tell. Mr. Beans was gone. When I went to pack my bag, Mr. Beans was gone, and in his place, a little scrap of paper, much like the one the counselors had found back in April and discarded as a joke. The note that mentioned killing 3 girls. 3 girls, not 4. Tent number 7, not 6. But my note, oh yes, my note. All it said was, "Shh, we don't sleep." Story. There's a dark truth connecting 3 1980s upstate New York murder cases. This comes from someone who claims to be a former forensic investigator that worked for a few precincts in upstate New York. To clarify, I have no personal ties to this person, don't know why they specifically reached out to me, or felt this page was their only remaining option to tell their story. I'm simply passing along what they said and will leave it to your own interpretation. After conducting my own research, however, I will say their theories are plausible, and whoever this is genuinely believes they've uncovered something heinous. Here's the account I received, told in their point of view. I worked as a forensic investigator in New York State's Delaware and Columbia counties. I've seen my fair share of crime scenes, from child suicides at ages they had no business of even entertaining such thoughts, to gruesome accidents and murder victims killed in the worst ways imaginable. There were 3 particular cases whose backstories compelled me to dig deeper, even after the official investigations concluded. What I found made me question the extents of reality, human depravity, and avarice. The first happened in East Chatham, December 1986. A teen, who I'll refer to as Will, murdered 4 of his family members, seeming to be driven by financial gain. All 4 bodies were discovered in their bedrooms, dying from gunshot wounds to the head. Despite being described as a shallow, detached individual, Will excelled in school and was thought to have a bright future. His family was very active in the community and owned a successful business, which made these murders especially stunning. The teen readily confessed when questioned, but wasn't very forthcoming on certain crime scene details: dozens of candles placed on top of coins scattered around the house, inscriptions written in blood on the living room floor, most of which we couldn't document because they were repeatedly tracked over before we arrived, and the bodies all being smeared with an oily light green substance. The coroner reports on all 4 bodies described their wounds as narrow, bullet-shaped holes entering through the victim's forehead and exiting through the back. The exit wounds looked nothing like those made by bullets, no casings or rounds were found, and tests for gunpowder residue were incidentally damaged at the lab by a pipe burst. While the official report said all 4 victims died from gunshots, it was technically never proven. Thinking they had sufficient evidence, detectives saw no need to investigate further after Will confessed and overlooked these bizarre details. Although they determined Will, who claimed to have no recollection of that night, suffered a psychotic breakdown, I always suspected he had an ulterior motive. Any attempts at deciphering what was written on the living room floor were futile, except for one semi-legible phrase, Judoc. The light green slippery substance slathered on all 4 bodies was also identified as money oil, an herbal remedy used in witchcraft that supposedly brings prosperous wealth. Although many acknowledged there was a lot more going on, everyone ultimately wanted to move forward and minimize the attention East Chatham was receiving from this tragedy. In the end, I understood the desire to put this dark chapter of East Chatham's history behind us, and eventually accepted I wouldn't learn any more about what happened than what was already known. Fast forward a few years later, when I was working in Delaware County. The second case happened in June 1989, another mass murder that conjured up memories of East Chatham. A 23-year-old, I'll call Evan, murdered his family at their cabin outside Stamford. Lit candles placed on top of coins littered the home, where 4 bodies were found in the house's attic. Initially perceived as gunshots, the autopsy report explained their wounds as being bullet-shaped entrances that went completely through the victim's body. Unlike the East Chatham killings, these murder victims contained several deep perforations. The bodies were centered around a strange symbol that seemed to depict a blocky, crookedly drawn uppercase B. A small backwards J protruded from the B's lower left corner, while a jagged uppercase T branched off its top left end. The emblem was drawn with a scorched powder that, based on samples recovered, had an initial light green color and was composed of different herbs. It looked like Evan had been interrupted in the middle of whatever he was doing, prompting him to flee. He was cornered at an abandoned farm in a neighboring county, which ensued a lengthy standoff. Before being gunned down after opening fire on police, officers on scene recalled Evan kept screaming he was so close, needed to complete the circle, and finish the process. One bizarre piece of evidence was a black envelope Evan pinned on his family's business storefront sometime after committing the murders. It was covered in green wax and contained burnt remnants of paper that, from what few strands were salvaged, appeared to be some kind of letter or note. Although Evan apparently had severe mental issues, this dismissive explanation for his appalling actions disregarded some alarming details. Evan was apparently obsessed with money and wealth, to the point where it influenced him at a cognitive level. He stood to assume his entire family's estate, which, according to friends of his, Evan incessantly pondered about the liquid value of and what he'd do with all that cash. When I disputed the investigation's conclusions, my police chief gave a familiar explanation. "Evan's dead," he said. "No need to allocate time and resources to an already solved case." Even after noting every similarity with the East Chatham murders, he wouldn't entertain any further inquiries, and eventually reassigned me to another division. It was after this I learned the powdery substance found in the attic was identified as money powder, which had many similar vegetal ingredients as its oleaginous counterpart, money oil. Despite violating orders and an abundance of department codes, I started my own secret investigation trying to connect these cases. There was too much overlap between them that I couldn't let this go without leaving no stone unturned. Both killings were committed by young men with financial motives. They murdered their families in near-identical manners. Candles placed on top of coins and substances made from the same materials were found at both crime scenes. Although I was convinced Will and Evan were trying to perform the same or closely related rituals, my evidence was circumstantial at best. I needed a direct link connecting them that would give my theory the credence necessary to be taken seriously. About a year into my independent probe, a case from February 1988 in Groveland, New York, was brought to my attention. A man I'll call Larry murdered his whole family before committing suicide and setting their house on fire. After extinguishing the blaze, police discovered 5 bodies. Larry killed his wife and 3 children, who were each found lying in their beds. Although gunshots were officially deemed all 5 victims' causes of death, Larry was the only one described as being explicitly caused by a firearm. His wife and kids died from what the documents described as wounds closely resembling a gunshot that completely passed through the victim's cranial region. For me, there were 2 affirming details in this case that connected to the East Chatham and Stamford killings. Investigators determined the fire was started by lighting a charred black envelope. The note inside was too badly burned and no longer legible, but this envelope looked exactly like the one Evan pinned on his family's storefront. Larry also had a tattoo on his back matching the symbol found at the Stamford Sinea jagged B, with a smaller uppercase T and backwards J stemming from its corners. I also discovered Larry and his wife were having marital problems, which derived from a crippling financial situation that put them on the precipice of ruin. Finding this case led to more chilling discoveries. One regarded an owl rope bracelet with a gold wolf head charm Larry had on his wrist. Will wore the exact same bracelet when he was found, which I neglected to mention earlier. Despite living in Groveland when murdering his family, Larry settled there fairly recently, having lived most of his life in Schoharie County. Not only did he own a business in East Chatham from 1983-1985, where Will happened to work for 8 months, but the abandoned farmhouse where Evan made his final stand was on land formerly owned by Larry's family. I delved further into Larry's background. Although information was hard to come by, it led me to learning about lupus viridis, meaning green wolf in Latin. What little I found described them as some kind of fraternal order, where Larry was a member. The only other details I uncovered about Lupus Verdis was they were formerly headquartered in a now-abandoned lodge located somewhere between Medusa and Southwesterloreley, the midway point between East Chatham and Stamford. The lodge burned down in the summer of 1989, after which the organization appeared to cease operations. The former lodge's dilapidated remains still stand today. I spent months trying to uncover more about Lupus Verdis, but had stagnant progress and came to a barrage of dead ends. Shortly after, however, my rogue investigation was halted after being discovered by the DA's office. Although no charges were pressed, the police confiscated most of my documents and case files, after which I was swiftly terminated. A few years passed, when something seemingly out of the blue happened that dragged me back down this rabbit hole. I woke up one morning to find hundreds of papers, which came from a filing cabinet filled with old files I still had on these cases that the police somehow missed, littering the room where they were kept. Written on every one of those papers was a 6-letter word: Mammon. It was written in what appeared to be bloodhand. I initially neglected to mention the filing cabinet holding these old documents was in my bedroom. I couldn't let anyone know these files were still in my possession, so I took to the internet, where I gained a lot of perturbing insight on this word's meaning. Mammon was a theological demonic entity, representing greed and want, who promised its worshippers boundless wealth. I almost fell over after first seeing Mammon's sigil, a distorted B with an uppercase T and backwards J jutting from its upper and lower left corners. It was the same symbol found in Will's attic and tattooed on Larry's back. This led me to read up on the different rituals for summoning Mammon. They varied in complexity, and many involved using specific items like candles, coins, owl rope, herbal remedies like money, oil, and powder, along with writing letters and requests to Mammon that you burn or place in black envelopes. I was especially bothered by a redundant detail of Mammon's appearance that was in quite a few visual depictions of the being. Many had Mammon brandishing a long, narrow spike that retracted from its wrist, which was used to impale its victims' bodies. The stories I read said Mammon extract people's souls in this grisly manner, which were added to a collection it amassed over the millennia. It made me think about the wounds every one of those cases' murder victims had, which every report was quick to write off as gunshots. What else could create that type of opening? Were those poor souls truly at rest, or suffering a far worse fate? Mammon also apparently frequented the form of a wolf, which made sense of the fraternal order being named Lupus Verdis and those owl rope bracelets worn by Will and Larry having wolf head charms. I also don't think the dates all three massacres occurred were randomly chosen. Will killed his family on the 13th of December, when the Feast of St. Judoc is held. Judoc, the word we found written at the East Chatham crime scene, was a young, wealthy prince who gave up his opulence to become a priest. He lived a life of modesty, solitude, and was said to be a staunch adversary of Mammon, since he stood against everything the demon represented. Apparently, using blood to write names of you or your deity's antagonists is a form of mockery and scorn in occultism that supposedly appeases and empowers your idol. The Stamford murders happened on the 22nd of June, which falls on the summer solstice, whose signified period of growth is considered an opportune time to summon certain beings, and when the season of Mammon begins. Larry's murder-suicide occurred on the 28th of February, 1988, which fell on a leap year. In the dark arts, leap years are supposed to provide a window for spirits and other beings to enter our world. It's worth mentioning many works I read about or mentioned Mammon described him coming in and out of our world using these leap year portals. Having presented my facts, I'll now tell you what I believe happened. Lupus Verdis was secretly a cult dedicated to Mammon, whose members sought wealth and prosperity. Some rituals for summoning this being say flesh and blood offerings yielded greater rewards, based on enormity, if done correctly and precisely. I suppose the magnitude of sacrificing one's family was thought to yield endless rewards from this being. Larry recruited Will and Evan, who became indoctrinated by the Order's teachings. My guess is Will failed to properly complete his ritual, causing him to undergo an irreversible mental breakdown. Evan appeared to have gotten interrupted while performing his, likely by police when they arrived at the house. Larry's situation was less clear. He was overcome with grief, either for botching or coming to grips on what he was actually doing during his ritual, and ended his life in response. After how much publicity the Stamford killings got, Lupus Vertus probably decided to vacate the area or go underground, which could explain why their lodge burned. I expectedly made waves when trying to get my findings reviewed and investigate whether Lupus Vertus was still operating. I should have seen it coming, but anyone who even gave me the time of day dismissed my report, saying the evidence was too disputable, circumstantial, and, most insulting of all, inventive. I eventually gave up when my former precincts threatened me with legal action for not turning over all the files and documents I still had, who said I was rehashing settled business that had no need to be revisited. Things settled down for a while afterwards, until something that happened recently. I found a familiar-looking black envelope among some of my spouse's belongings, while clearing out a room that we were renovating. After reading the recently dated letter it contained, I now know I'm not safe in my home, and have been closely watched by people I've known and loved for years on behalf of a certain aforementioned organization. I don't know who to trust or where I'll go, but hope making my story known will help anyone that is, or suspects they're in a similar situation. This goes way deeper than expected, and those cases I used to put this puzzle together may only be the beginning of uncovering what other horrors this entity and its devout followers have committed. Some things happen without explanation. Some experiences haunt people for a lifetime. This is where I tell those mysteries. And remember, not everything can be explained. Story. My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. My wife Lynn and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea. And that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I'd have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long, dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips. "Geez, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of Oj in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning. Grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even yell after her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what fuck had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again, from over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me the fuck out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been, seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that, the sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once, she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking, and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home, and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m. I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a fucking heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was fucking terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly, I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the fuck, Lynn? I snapped. This shit is getting really fucking annoying. I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk. But instead, I heard a faint moan, so quiet I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. Lynn, I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just fucking stop it, I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing. Just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared, too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a fucking lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers, and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold, maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I'd had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the fucking bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do anymore. Creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that when that familiar feeling came over me, I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home," I shouted. "Now." She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her. That no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her. Give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home." And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me, and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled. Like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry, because it's not my place. But is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She'd made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know. She's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually, as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside? I asked, sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. She just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no, just said to let you sleep. She said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else? I asked. She looked awful though, like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I swore an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believe she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed, but I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting, but this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous even, like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to. Believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We'd never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person, and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were for such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin? She said coolly. It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I was quickly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me? She asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues, I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well. I said, my frustration evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me, she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn. I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together but failing. Marianne? What's wrong? I started. Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye. I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help, she'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she'd hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube? Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a fucking stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. "What do you guys use to clean the floors around here, shit?" Chris mumbled. "Shut up," I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark, despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the fuck are you looking under the couch?" Chris asked eventually. "Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs," I whispered. He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something," Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look, and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she'd collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them, and shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction. But fuck me. Your wife's in here collecting eyeballs, Chris said, gagging. Ben, I think we should go. He called from the hall. I'm getting nauseous. All right. I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. Who the fuck lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? Chris mumbled. I tried to tell you she needed help, I said. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs a fucking exorcist, he said. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any. His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. Christ, I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving, to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. Lynn, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements, as if she were nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I asked. I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. I love you, Lynn, I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding, I said. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down, as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder, and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. Oh my God, Lynn, you're bleeding, I said. Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. You all right in there? Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore. And she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. Are you bleeding? Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast, scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. Chris, run, go, I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage, Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Lynn," Chris said. "You, playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass, Chris," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear, so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her, maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago, I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words. "I found you." And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. Story: Maria on the Moon. Did you know that early astronomers thought there were oceans on the moon? I asked, looking up from my book. My mom shifted in her bed, a tangle of IV tubes shifting with her. Of course, the moon seems like the perfect place to find an ocean. What a shame we never found water then, I said, because those false seas, astronomers called them Maria. Mom smiled. How sweet of them to name the moon oceans after me. Well, they didn't find any oceans, I reminded her. Maybe they just didn't look hard enough, she replied, a little laugh slipping from her lips. For all of the pain she was in, all of the fear she must feel, my mother always had the kind of laugh that could light a candle. We were in her hospital room, the same one we'd been in and out of for the last year and a half. Sometimes we had a roommate, sometimes we were alone. Always she held steady enough for both of us, the rock I tied my hope to, the wall against the grief I knew was coming. Cancer is such a mundane word for something so hungry and cruel. I've noticed medicine does that a lot, covers horror with tedious language like a bedsheet over a body. Malignant, inoperable, metastasized, terminal. But when she laughed, we weren't in the hospital anymore, we were home. When she laughed, she wasn't sick. She was young again, and I was a kid, and the world was a bright place begging to be explored. What a miracle my mother was. Cancer had taken so much from her, aged and hurt her, but it could never steal her laugh. That was hers to keep. How are we feeling today? The doctor asked. He came in less and less often. We could all sense this was the final stay in this room. Just brilliant, Doc, my mom said, struggling to sit a little higher. We can still go dancing later if you'd like, though we'll have to ask for my son's blessing. Ever since his dad died, Brian's been very protective of me. I put on a stern face. I'll need to know your intentions are pure, Dr. Bradshaw. As the driven snow, he played along. But I might need a rain check on the dance, Miss Willen. I'm not as young as I used to be. He emphasized his age, running his fingers through gray-white hair. My mom tapped her bare scalp. Right there with you, Tiger, she said. Dr. Bradshaw smiled, but I could tell he was burdened. I saw him glance at the small idol I'd placed on my mother's nightstand. The talisman was a miniature oak tree carved from gray soapstone. There were 4 faces etched into the tree, a sentry against ill health and bitter spirits. I could tell the stone tree made the doctor uncomfortable. In all honesty, I had a tough time looking at the idol for more than a few seconds. The faces were each whittled in vivid expression. The face closest to my mother's bed was smiling kindly, and the face pointed towards the door was snarling, meant to ward away harm. The final 2 faces were both weeping. All 4 shapes were too human, too raw. There was a weirdness to the stone tree that put people on edge, but I'd grown used to every shade of weird you can imagine. My mother's side of the family was full of stories of unexplained luck and mysterious tragedy, whispered secrets and unexplained deaths. By all accounts, my maternal grandmother was either an honest-to-goodness witch or full-bore, high-caliber crazy, or both. Probably both. The stone tree was from a box of my grandmother's things I'd found in the attic earlier that month. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but my mom did seem to get a bit better when I'd brought in the talisman, at least for a little while. I was daydreaming about family history and the odd box while Dr. Bradshaw checked his charts and Mom's vitals. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" he asked, ripping me back to reality. Dr. Bradshaw tried to keep a light tone, but I could tell he didn't have good news. The hospital hallway smelled like ammonia and birthday cake. Someone must have had a party, maybe a patient, maybe a nurse. Strange how you remember the insignificant details while your world is crashing down around you. "I'm so sorry," Dr. Bradshaw told me. "The results came in this morning. It's spreading aggressively. We held it back as long as we could, Brian. Your mom is a fighter. But right now we just need to try to keep her as comfortable as we can. Brian." The wall was cracking, grief waiting on the other side, heavy and cold as an empty house. I'd known for months that this was the most likely outcome, but it still hurt to hear. Hurt worse than I could stomach. "There's nothing left to try?" I asked, fighting down the urge to throw up. "Anything? Experimental? Untested? Anything?" Dr. Bradshaw shook his head. "I'm sorry. Sometimes we just run out of options. She fought a good fight." "How long does she have left?" I asked, looking back into her room. She'd fallen asleep. "Not long. Maybe days. Have you considered hospice?" The smell of ammonia and birthday cake. The steady beep of Mom's heart monitor. I tried to focus on the world around me. My hope wasn't dead yet. If medicine couldn't help my mom, maybe something older could. I thought of the box of my grandmother's things waiting in the attic. There was a lot in there I hadn't gone through yet. Books and candles and secrets and lost things. Maybe there was a cure, or at least a way to keep the fight going. "No," I said. "If all that's left is to make her comfortable, I want to take her home." The doctor smiled. "I understand. We can give you some medication, ways to help her with the pain." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Your mom's been in a lot of pain, but she'll have peace soon. You've done all you can." "I know," I lied. "Thank you." Mom lived in a small ranch house 10 miles outside of town. There wasn't much in the way of neighbors besides some woods and a creek slithering through her yard. It was a windy, warm March afternoon when I took my dying mother home. That night I began my work. I was going to turn the house into a bunker, a maze death could never solve. I would keep my mother safe. I would find a way to keep her alive. The little red book was full of ideas. Running water was an obvious place to start. The creek behind the house was barely a trickle, but it should provide some coverage to the south side of the property. Salt was next, lining the doorways and window frames, then in an unbroken circle around the entire house. This step was to be repeated daily, the red book stressed, or even multiple times per day. Even a moderate breeze played holy havoc with any salt poured outside, so it was always best to trace and retrace every few hours. Water and salt were common defenses against man's oldest enemy and well-known. The book offered other, less conventional advice. It took me nearly a week to finish carving the symbols and signs into the walls, the floors, even the trees on the property. Sometime around noon on the third day, on my back in the crawl space etching strange marks onto the underside of the floor, it struck me how ridiculous I was acting. There was no proof that any of the information in the little red book was anything other than the delusional ramblings of a bizarre woman I'd only met once or twice as a child. For all I knew, the runes meant to ward off death were actually a grocery list written in Cantonese. But I was desperate, and every time I saw my mother, she looked frailer, more fragile. So I continued carving and praying and building layers upon layers of protections to keep death far away. Making my marks took me all over the property. It was a big yard, nearly 3 acres that blended gradually into the surrounding forest. I wasn't able to pinpoint the exact boundary where cultivated met nature. The edges simply bled together, but I did my best to create a clean border with lines between the symbols. I'd always loved the wildness here, the way you could wander a few hundred yards away from home and feel like you'd traveled hundreds of years into the past to somewhere primal. This was the perfect playground for a kid. Whether I was out exploring trails or trapping minnows or spending the summer building yet another treehouse, convinced this would be the final one. It never was. I was never satisfied. The house itself, though small, was more than enough room for my mother and me. Dad died when I was 7. I don't remember much about him, just how big he seemed, with a bonfire grin and arms that I thought could hold the whole world. My mom often said I took after my father. I could see it in the old pictures of him. We had the same eyes, green as moss in the summer, and the same fiery shock of red hair, enemy to every comb on the planet. The sicker mom got, the more often she called me by my father's name. I worried when she drifted away like that, but a part of me was proud she'd mistake me for him. After all of the symbols were carved, there were a few steps left in the book to deter death from visiting. There were dozens of charms and talismans in the bottom of the old box in the attic. I sat up there combing through everything my grandmother left behind, referencing the red book, pushing the tiny charms into tidy piles. None of the idols were larger than my thumb. Some were iron, and others were wood. Some were heavy, others light. All of them were uncomfortable to look at or touch. The attic was drafty, but not nearly enough to explain the cold that burrowed into me as I sorted the charms. I'm not particularly tall, but the attic felt like it was designed for dolls, beams so low I couldn't even walk bent over. I moved around on my knees, rough floorboards threatening splinters even through my jeans. I could have taken the box downstairs where I'd have more room, but the idea filled me with a deep unease. It seemed better to leave the box up in the attic, only taking down objects as I needed them. Up here at least, my grandmother's items, her legacy was quarantined. The red book was very specific about the distribution of the totems around the house and property. I walked carefully through my mom's backyard, boots plopping in and out of mud, compass in hand. It had rained nearly every day since I'd taken my mom home from the hospital. I knew it was almost certainly a coincidence, but couldn't help wonder if the soft curtains of rain falling to the ground were for her. I placed charms in a compass rows with the house in the middle. The most disturbing objects were given places of honor at each cardinal direction. Water, salt, wards, charms, all placed carefully, intentionally. My grandmother's book promised that these would offer some degree of protection against the inevitability of death. The symbols would confuse it, the talismans distract it, and the water and salt make barriers to slow it down. But death might still find a crack to slip through, so the red book recommended one final trick. There was a small candle in the bottom of the box, dirty white as stained paper. When I took the candle from its case, the smell made me gag. Have you ever walked past a portable toilet in the dog days of summer? When it's so hot, the blue plastic has started to warp and bubble? Imagine that smell distilled into a finger's worth of wax. I brought the candle downstairs, placed it on the dining room table, and set it alight. The wick caught immediately, the flame burning an unusual red-brown. No heat came off of the candle, and it actually seemed cooler the closer I moved my hand to the fire. Once the wax began to melt, the smell was 10 times worse than it was back in the attic. I choked down a greasy sickness crawling up my throat and quickly left the room, shutting the French doors as I went. That helped trap the odor, but I couldn't shake the sense of nausea. I went to check on my mother. "Do you remember the day you ran away?" my mom asked, sitting in her bed, lunch untouched on the nightstand beside her. I didn't think she had any weight left to lose before she was nothing but bone and memory. Her skin was rice paper over a frame that seemed smaller every day. Her eyes, though, no matter how fragile the rest of her became, remained two little lanterns against the dark, blue, and bright, and alive. "I didn't make it very far," I answered, "and I wasn't really running away, only stretching my legs." Mom smiled. "You told me you were leaving for the circus. You wanted to be either a lion tamer or a strongman or maybe a fire eater. I think I wanted to be all of that combined." Young me was big on multitasking. My mother turned, so she was looking out the window into the yard. "I was so scared when I found your note, the one saying you were leaving. My hands were shaking like you wouldn't believe when I called the sheriff and then Mr. Jonas down the way. It felt like we were searching for you for half the night, even though it couldn't have been more than an hour before we found you there, lost in the woods, wandering around and shivering. You hadn't even brought a jacket." I sat next to my mom on the bed. "Yeah, I didn't exactly plan ahead for my circus escape. I remember getting over the idea real quick, but I couldn't find my way back. I'm glad you found me." "I'm glad too," my mother said, and I noticed her wipe away a tear. "I'm so glad. That hour you were gone, Brian, that was the most afraid I've ever been. Afraid we wouldn't find you. Afraid you might be hurt or worse. I couldn't hardly breathe through the fear. Then, suddenly, you were there, and the relief nearly knocked me over. I think we stayed up together the rest of the night watching the stars. I wanted to make sure you could find the North Star in case you ever got lost again." She turned back to me, reached out her thin hand and placed it over mine. There were still tears in her eyes, but she smiled her lighthouse smile, and, for a moment, I saw her just as she used to be, just as she was the night I ran away, and my mom found me. I squeezed her hand. I was scared too. I was afraid I'd be stuck out there. "What made you think of it?" "Well, I've been thinking a lot about dying lately and—" "Don't," I interrupted. "Don't talk like that. You're not going anywhere, not for a long time." "It's okay," she said, squeezing my hand back. "It's okay. I've known real fear in what I'm feeling now. It's not like that. I'm scared, I guess, but I'm at peace with it. I had such a beautiful life. I'm so glad I got to meet you, to be your mom." "I'm glad too," I whispered, voice breaking on the last word. "But I won't let you go without a fight," I added silently in my mind. Something was trying to get to my mom. The strangeness began the day after I lit the candle. At first it was small blips, tiny wrongs that I chalked up to my imagination. Doors I knew I'd closed at night were open in the morning. Food began to rot and spoil within days of me bringing it into the house. Eventually, food would go bad almost immediately. Every few hours, the television in the living room would either turn off if it was running, or on if it was off. Clocks would stop overnight, always at 3:03 a.m. Shadows began sticking to the corners of rooms independent of any light sources. The shadows were stubborn, and they would linger for as long as I would stare, then disappear when I blinked. I began hearing bumps and knocks at all hours, and sometimes, when I'd enter an empty room, I had a sharp, fleeting certainty that it was only just occupied. I avoided the dining room except to check in twice a day to see if the candle was still burning. The smell was vicious and would claw its way into your throat and nostrils the moment it was given a chance. I kept the door to the room shut and kept air fresheners running in the surrounding rooms 24/7. The funny thing was, the candle never went out, never even seemed to shrink. I could see the wax melting, but day in and day out the candle refused to change. Days marched into weeks, and the wrongness only grew deeper. My mom and I both lost sleep to vivid nightmares that we couldn't remember when we woke up. Only the echoes remained, but those were enough to leave my pulse sprinting until morning. I started sleeping in a chair in my mother's room. I did this to comfort her if she woke up confused during the night, but also because, if I'm being honest, I was too scared to sleep alone. I felt like a child running into his parents' room, convinced there was a monster under the bed. Thing is, maybe there was. By the third week, I couldn't keep doors closed. They would slam open the moment I left the room. A terrible scratching began inside of the walls. I told my mom it might be squirrels or mice, but the sound was so insistent, not like rodents milling about, more like a dog wanting in. I stopped leaving the house for supplies. Instead, I had what little food we ate delivered. I kept the curtains drawn. There was tapping on the glass every night. About a month after leaving the hospital, we were living like zombies. The dining room couldn't contain the smell of the candle anymore. The entire house was clogged with the scent. Tiny noises had graduated into full-on laughs and screams and whispers in the rooms around us. Something kicked the bathroom door so hard while I was taking a shower that the hinges warped. I covered every mirror in the house. I'd started to see things in the corners looking back at me, half-hidden faces, shapes that skittered away as soon as I turned around. Mom was drifting further and further away. She had long moments of confusion where she'd forget my name, forget where we were. Sometimes, she'd think I was my dad. Other times, she'd just stare at the wall for hours, growing fainter and fainter each day, like a Polaroid left in the sun. But she was alive. It was clear that we were under siege by something. My world shrank to only one room, and every trip to the bathroom, or to answer the door for food, felt like going over the trenches. The noises kept getting worse and worse, the shadows closer, the sense of movement around the house sharper. Every now and then, I would feel hot breath on the back of my neck, or walk through a cold patch hanging in the air. I stopped bothering, redrawing the lines of salt around the house. I knew, deep in my bones, that as long as the sickly candle burned, death could not take my mom away. On the 33rd day after leaving the hospital, I woke with a start from a nightmare, only to find my mom's bed empty. She hadn't been able to walk the past week at all, so my first feeling was hope that she might be improving, at least a little. Then I noticed the odor we'd been living with for weeks was gone. "Mom!" I shouted, running in bare feet out of the room. I found her in the dining room, the door wide open. She was standing at the table, frail as a neglected scarecrow, bobbing back and forth. Her hands were hovering over the candle. The flame was out. "Why did you do that?" I whispered. Mom, are you okay?" I padded into the room, the wooden floor freezing cold. My mother didn't react to my presence. She just continued rocking side to side. I realized she was still asleep. "Mom?" I gently shook her shoulder. "Wake up." Her head snapped back and she nearly fell. I caught her on the way down. It felt like she weighed nothing at all. "What's going on?" she asked, looking around the dark room. "Where?" "You're okay," I told her. "You were sleepwalking." "I was having the most unusual dream," Mom mumbled. "There were so many stars and—" She began to shiver uncontrollably. The cold hit me a moment later. I let out a gasp. The house was chilly before, but the dining room was near Arctic. My breath bloomed into a thin cloud in front of my face. I became acutely aware of the complete silence filling the house. Then I heard scratching. It was coming all throughout the house, deep tearing sounds at the walls around the dining room. Footsteps came immediately after, heavy and fast. Somewhere in the house a window shattered. "Brian," my mother said, holding on to me. "Don't worry," I said. "Everything will be." My voice deserted me as a massive shadow unfolded in the corner of the room. It was shaped like a man but tall, so very tall, and it was fast. Before I could yell, the shadow was on us, pouring over my mother. In the space of a heartbeat, she was simply gone. "No," I whispered, clawing at the dissolving shadow where my mom used to be. "No, no, 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 number." The shadow was disappearing like a puddle sinking into the floor. There was a texture to it, oily and too slick to hold. I thought of my mother the night she found me lost in the woods, the night I'd run away. Her face filled my memory, her lighthouse smile. I remembered the relief I felt when she found me, the overwhelming love. I held onto that feeling, clutching it close. "You can't have her," I whispered. I closed my fist around the last threads of the shadow. There was a terrible sensation of pulling. It was like I'd caught a horse by the tail, and it was trying to shake me, but I held on. A sense of ripping and being dragged. It was a riptide with a mind of its own, but I held on. It could not shake me. The temperature was dropping every second, and I felt my vision growing dark. The last thought that ran through my head before I blacked out was a promise to myself that even if I died, my grip would hold. I wouldn't let my mother's life slip away. All sounds and light faded. narrowing to a pinprick and then going black. I woke up under a field of stars. I was lying in soft grass, still wearing my pajama bottoms and an old t-shirt. It was cool wherever I was, but comfortably so. I stood up. There were trees all around me, tall and close, stitched together with shadows. Immediately to my right, there was a road that ran straight as far as I could see, blurring into the horizon. But the stars, they were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Bright ribbons of northern lights rippled above me in green and blue and purple. Stars lit the sky like millions of lanterns floating on a still ocean. The moon shone sharpest of all, a spotlight hanging above the tree line, so close I thought I could stretch up and brush its face. "You are persistent," said a voice from the forest behind me. I whipped around but couldn't see anyone. Then a dark spot began to clarify against the gloom. The silhouette separated itself and moved towards me. I recognized it instantly as the shadow from the dining room. As it moved closer, the thing grew and grew until it touched the sky and filled my vision. A deep dread sank into me, but I stood my ground. "Give me back my mom," I shouted. The silhouette pulled away from the sky, and then it was standing in front of me, the shape and size of a tall man. But instead of a shadow, the thing had wrapped itself in stars. Miniature constellations drifted across its body, floating slowly like a time-lapse of a clear night sky. Burning brightest was the North Star, blue and warm. The space between the stars was absolute black, not a shadow, but a complete absence of light. It was the most beautiful, terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "What are you?" I whispered. "You know," it replied. "Give her back," I begged. "Please give her back." "I can't. It's her time, past her time. You delayed me, delayed her." I clenched my fists. "She didn't get enough time. I didn't get enough time. It's not right. It's not fair." "Of course it's not fair," the starry thing said, "but it is right. You each have your time, and at the end of it there's me, and there is a road, and we walk it together." "Where to?" I asked. "Where are you taking her?" "I don't know. It's not for me to know, only to know how to get there." "Then I won't let you take her." I planted myself in the road. The world was still and solemn around us. The constellations drifted like clouds, and a soft breeze stirred the branches. The starry thing didn't respond for a moment. "Your mother was kind and caring. Wherever she goes, she'll have peace," it promised. "But," the creature raised its hand, "did you ever stop to think that death isn't an enemy? Death simply is. It is the natural partner to life. It knows no prejudice or malice, has no designs or ambitions. Your mother spent so long suffering, felt so much pain. Instead of letting her rest, you took it upon yourself to draw her life beyond its given course. You kept her alive, but at the cost of stretching her thin, prolonging her sickness, diluting her. Did you keep her alive for her benefit or for yours?" I couldn't answer. "Stretching a life is unnatural, dangerous," it told me. "In the weeks you kept me away, you drew the attention of old things, hungry things, forces that would like nothing better than to swallow even the memory of your mother, to tear and bite until there was nothing left but pain and fear and a perfect emptiness." I shuddered, remembering the clawing sounds, the shattered window, and the laughter from empty rooms. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Are they? Can they hurt her here? Is she safe?" The stars in the shadow burned brighter for a moment. "Your mother won't walk her road alone. None of you do. I walk with you, always, to the end." "Can I see her?" I asked. "Please, let me say goodbye." It considered for several seconds. "You are persistent." And then the starry thing was gone. I was standing alone on an empty road. "Brian?" I turned to find my mother behind me on the road. She looked younger, healthier than I'd seen her in years. The frailty was gone, and my mother seemed exactly as I remembered her when she found me in the woods all those years ago. "Isn't this the most beautiful dream?" she asked, staring up at the night sky. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "A beautiful dream. I love you, Mom. I love you so much, so very much." She smiled and touched my cheek. "I love you too. Don't cry, it's okay. I'll wake up any time now. I'll see you then." I nodded, wiping at tears. Sure, yeah, I'll see you then. What do you think is at the end of the road? She asked. Do you think I'll have time to find out before I wake up? I looked out at the road, scanning the trees for any hungry shadows. I don't know. I don't know where it goes, but promise me you'll be careful. My mom smiled wider. Of course I'll be careful. And she won't walk alone, said a familiar voice behind us both. I turned, expecting the starry thing, but the man standing on the road was entirely normal. The light from the moon was enough that I could see he had moss-green eyes and a bright shock of red hair. Such a beautiful dream, my mother said. The man came towards us and took my mother's hand. He and I looked so alike. I could see why my mother confused us when she was sick. Take care of her, I told the man. Just please take care of her. Make sure she gets where she's going. There are things out there that want her, to hurt her. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The man squeezed my shoulder. She'll be safe, watched over. If the devil himself is waiting on the road ahead, he'll move. Or he'll be moved. I believed him. Thoughts raced through my head. There were so many things I wanted to say, questions, a million ways to say goodbye. I wanted to stretch out the moment for as long as I could, but I realized I'd already delayed my mother enough. I love you, I told them both. Goodbye. I woke up back in my dining room, sitting at the table, the unlit candle in front of me. The house was quiet and still. There was no more scratching, no sound or sense of life at all. I walked through every room. The house was empty. I was alone. I've spent the past couple months working on the house, erasing the marks I'd made, fixing up the property. Some nights I take long walks out into the forest. I'm far enough out in the country that on clear nights, it's like looking up at a sea of stars. I think about my parents the most during those walks. I grieve and remember in my own way. And I wonder where their road went, if they're still traveling, or if they reached their destination. I hope that their road takes them strange and beautiful places. When I walk at night, I look up for the North Star to keep from getting lost. Maybe they do the same. When it's full, I also look up towards the moon. I wonder if my parents had a chance to visit, to search for hidden oceans. I like to think they did, that the moon has at least one Maria, the one I love most. Story: only the classics. When we were growing up, Sean was closer to a brother than a friend. He must have spent more time at my house than his own. My parents knew Sean's home life wasn't exactly, it wasn't in any danger of being adapted into a Hallmark movie, that's for sure. So they let him spend the night any time he needed to, or come over for dinner whenever he wanted, even spend the weekend. But my parents didn't realize just how terrible Sean's home was, not until it was too late to help him. They didn't know how ugly his world was because I never told them, and I'll carry the weight of that omission with me for the rest of my life. Sean's family moved in down the street from mine when he and I were both 10 years old. By 11, we were so close you could hit one of us and the other would feel it. Lord knows it seemed like I could feel it whenever Sean would turn up to school with fresh bruises on his arms, his legs, his ribs. You see, Sean's dad had the low cunning of all cruel things. He knew how to hide, to blend, to deflect. I was the only one Sean told how bad it was, but he made me promise to never tell. I think he was worried if people knew, someone would come take him away, leaving his mom living with a monster and no one to protect her. I know now that I should have said something, should have told someone, but we were 11, and I loved him like a brother, and a promise back then felt so heavy and solemn. Sean spent his 12th birthday at my house. By then, my parents knew his family wasn't going to celebrate anything, so my mom made a cake, and my dad picked up pizza, and the four of us had one of the best days I can remember. See, Sean and I had an unusual obsession. Old monster movies, especially the black and white Hammer horror pictures. We watched them on repeat any chance we could find, and we spent the whole afternoon into the evening marathoning, Wolfman and Frankenstein and the rest. Even though we'd seen the old black and whites a million times, Sean never got tired of them or wanted to watch any of the new stuff. Only the classics, Joey, he told me. People remember the classics. They're unforgettable, you know. They never fade away. I'll never forget that last birthday of his. I hope it was bright point for Sean. Even as a kid, he had the oldest eyes, soft blue, and cracked with worry. 2 weeks after he turned 12, Sean and his mom were both dead. The police caught up with his dad at a gas station in Easton. He confessed but never gave a reason for why he did what he did, why he decided to take my friend away. I think people like him don't need much of a reason. Some people just like hurting people. We all took Sean's death hard, but I was physically sick for weeks after. Part of it was grief, but there was also guilt. If I'd spoken up, I'd be sitting on the couch with Sean watching Van Helsing stake Dracula, instead of watching them lower my friend into the ground, on a bitter, bright winter day. A promise is a sacred thing, but silence in the face of malice only profits the monsters. Sean's death drained a lot of the color out of the world for me. I let fear in, not just let it in, but built it a home. My mind was clouded with nerves like tripwires. I stopped trusting, and I began cultivating the worry in my soul like some grim garden. For a long time, I struggled to see any good in the world, any light. Then I met Andy. Ginger, freckled, always grinning. Andy. It's cliché to say that falling in love can change your life and alter the way you see the world. But every cliché is grown from a root of truth, and Andy gave me a gift. She restored some faith in me, made me wonder if maybe, just maybe, people are inherently good and that the world can be a fine place, like Hemingway said, or at least worth fighting for. Andy was the best thing that ever happened to me. Then our daughter Emily was born, and I found myself waking up with a stupid smile nearly every morning, not sure how one man could be so lucky. But always in the back of my mind, there was the shadow of Sean. It weighs heavy, the absolute certainty that monsters exist and that innocence isn't a shield, but a beacon. Still, for a long time, we were happy. The world was quiet, it made sense. I began to relax. Then, one cloudy, cold December afternoon, I heard my wife scream, and I instantly knew the world had come to collect on all the happiness I'd borrowed. Joe. Andy had never screamed like that, not when she broke her leg or found a snake in the garage. I knew, with a father's certainty, that something had happened to Emily. I tore through the house, from my office to the kitchen in seconds. Andy was at the window. She turned when I thudded into the room. He took her, she told me, voice like the last breath of a drowner. A man just grabbed her. She was right there, in the yard. I looked out the window and saw a dark red sedan already at the corner of our street. It screeched into a turn. Someone had snatched our daughter out of her own yard, 30 feet from her house, and I was watching them take her away. She'd been building a snowman. Cold spread in me, dread sinking like a rock into the well of my stomach. The evil that I knew was in the world brushed past me again, snatched up my life and sped away in a beat-up piece of shit Ford. Ugly, random malice. No, I thought, anything but Emily. Call the police, I told Andy. I was already moving. The brake lights from the Ford were still fading as I moved to the door. For one sharp, panicked second, I couldn't find my keys in the bowl on the table. Then my hand closed on them, and I was outside, and I was driving. This isn't happening, I thought. You heard about terrible things on the news, random shootings, tragic accidents, kids taken in parking lots while their parents were loading groceries. It happens. You know that with a certainty. But with equal certainty, you refuse to believe it could happen to you. But there I was, racing down my quiet street, desperately searching for the red glow of brake lights in front of me. I'd seen the Ford take the first right as they sped away from my house. I whipped my car into the turn, skidding on the icy road. It snowed earlier in the week, and the steel wool-colored clouds promised even more snow. I prayed the weather would stay clear just a little longer. After I made the turn, I felt a fresh wave of panic rise in my stomach. There was no sign of the red Ford. There was only the empty street that branched off into 3 different turns. It began to snow, gently. I made a sound somewhere between snarl and whimper. I bashed my fist into my steering wheel once, twice, but I kept driving. Even if I didn't know where to go, I couldn't stop. At least I had a chance of picking the right turn. If I stopped, if I froze, the Ford would be gone. Emily would be gone. Unwelcome flashes of what could happen to my daughter, if I couldn't catch them, danced across my mind. She was 6. What if 6 years was all that she got, all that I got with her? I was crying, ugly, rasping sobs, but I was still driving. Please, I prayed. Please, God, please, anyone that's listening, don't let her go. Please help. I don't know where to go. Please. I was coming up on the first turn, a left. I hesitated. No. It was a thought so subtle, it was barely an inclination, most likely my imagination. But I had no other guidance or ideas, so I clutched onto that gossamer thought like a falling man grabbing at a thread. Here. I was at the second turn. I took it without hesitation. The snow was falling harder, but I began to speed up. I took the turn. I was committed to the path. All I could do was drive fast and trust I was headed in the right direction. I didn't slow down for turns. My weird internal GPS would give me a nudge before a necessary turn approached. I'm not sure how long I drove. There were a few close calls with slipping when I took turns too quickly. Luckily, my tires were good, my brakes were better, and the weather was keeping most sane drivers off of the road. Here, another nudge. Here, here, here. It was possible I was losing my mind, that Emily being taken had caused a breakdown, and I was chasing my own hallucinations. But I had better options than to chase phantoms, and at least my hallucinations had a certain conviction with each little push. I came very close to wiping out into a ditch banking through a sharp left turn. As soon as I wrestled control back from the road, I looked ahead and I cheered. Not more than 200 yards in front of me, the red Ford was cruising along. He must not have realized he was being followed or thought he lost me. I guessed he was doing almost exactly the speed limit, maybe even a mile or two under out of deference to the ice, and to avoid attention. It would have really ruined his day to make a clean escape just to get pulled over for speeding. So he drove on, unremarkable, like he didn't have a care in the world. I pushed my accelerator all the way down. He was about to have a lot to care about, real fucking quick. I was nearly on the Ford's bumper before I think he noticed something was up. The car sped up. I followed easily, about one car length behind. The Ford was old and wasn't in great shape. I doubted he could lose me now. However, there wasn't much I could do besides follow. I'd left the house in such a rush that I had completely forgotten my phone. It was becoming difficult to see ahead through the snow, but I was close enough that I could memorize the Ford's license plate if nothing else. We were driving fast, and he was starting to drift across the center line. Sooner or later, I knew we would draw attention. Hopefully police attention, and the mad chase would be all over. All I had to do was stick with him, to stay near Emily. I barely had time to register that he'd slammed his brakes before our cars collided. At the last second, I tried to swerve around the Ford but couldn't clear him and clipped the left of his bumper hard. We both spun out in opposite directions and went off the road, him to the right, me crossing lanes and going off the left embankment. I'm not sure what he was thinking, hitting the brakes. Whether he was trying to make me back off or scare me, or if he saw something in the road, I don't know. My last conscious thought was a prayer that Emily was wearing a seatbelt. Then my car crashed into a tree and my vision went black. Get up. That nudge, again, stronger now, a white light, small as a pinprick but expanding, cut through the blackness. No time. I came to, vision blurry, and the taste of copper in my mouth. My car had impacted a large evergreen. My head must have hit the window. The airbag was pressing me back into my seat. I suddenly felt claustrophobic and scrambled to get out of the car. Calm down. Wajen when iksen in placement in the Ford. It was more than a nudge now, it was a voice. I listened. I breathed. I undid my seatbelt and stumbled out of the door. The cold hit me almost as hard as the accident. An icy wind ripped through the trees around the road, shaking the branches and whipping the snow. Even though it was early afternoon at the latest, the clouds had grown swollen and dark as fresh bruises. Visibility was shit. To top it off, I hadn't taken a jacket with me and the cold clawed through my shirt and set my body shivering. Keep moving. I had no phone, no coat. But I listened. I kept moving. The Ford wasn't far away, across the road maybe 100 feet ahead of where I'd stopped. It was also pressed into a tree. I let out a little sigh of relief when I made my way over and saw that the impact was on the driver's side. Both of the Ford's doors were open. The car was empty. I looked for tracks, but the wind and still falling snow obscured the ground. The panic began rising again. I swallowed to keep it down. Shivering, arms wrapped around my chest, I searched for any sign of where they'd gone. To my right, ahead in the forest, I saw a light flash for a moment. It was bright white against the shadows in the woods, yet grainy, like it was coming through a filter. With no better options, I set off, trudging through the snow towards the light. Whenever I came close to where I'd seen a flash, a new light would flicker nearby. I kept following, and as I went, I felt the cold peeling away. There was a new energy in me, a resolve. The farther I went into the woods, the stronger I felt. I was committed to the path. Not far from the second or third light, I spotted blood on the snow. In the fading winter light, the blood looked smudged, dark red like the Ford. I let out a ragged breath and hoped the blood wasn't from Emily. There was more blood up ahead, trailing towards a tight copse of trees. The light flashed again from the other side of the trees. I headed that direction as fast as I could trudge through the calf-high snow. I made it through the trees, and there was Emily. A tall man I'd never seen before was dragging her by the arm. He was limping and had a red stain all down his tan jacket. Emily looked shaken but not hurt. For the first time since she'd been taken, I felt a swell of relief. She was maybe 20 feet away, a small shape in a purple jacket against a field of white. Then the man looked back over his shoulder and saw me. He jerked Emily's arm hard, trying to get her to speed up. The relief I felt was immediately doused and replaced by anger. Anger is not really a fair word for the emotion I felt. This stranger had stolen my child, could have killed her in a car crash, and now he was hurting her, trying to drag her away. Anger isn't the right word at all. Rage doesn't do it either. I consider myself a more or less normal guy. I haven't even been in a fight since the 7th grade. But when Emily turned back, tried to run to me, screamed, "Daddy," I felt something uncoil deep in my chest, and then I was yelling, and I was running, and I was fast. The stranger looked back again, stumbled and fell in the snow. Emily slipped away. The man tried to scramble back up, but I was on him. I think there's an animal, an ancient thing, that lays its lair in the heart of every parent. No matter how civilized we become, no matter how soundly that inner animal sleeps, seeing your child threatened has a way of pulling that creature out, and it comes out ugly. "Please," the man said as I hit him again and again and again. "Please, stop, please." It was like painting a portrait in reverse. Every time I hit him, his features lost a little detail, began to blur and smudge. I think I was still yelling. A small, rational part of my brain took an inventory and noted that both of my hands ached, that my shoulder hurt from the crash, that I was shaking from rage and the cold. But the whispers from that rational piece of my mind were drowned out by the roaring hate punctuated with every impact of knuckles onto a rapidly softening face. The stranger looked much younger than I would have pictured. Pale, early 20s with a pretty sorry excuse for a beard. "Please," he struggled to slip the word out through shattered teeth and swollen lips. "Stop." My mind was an empty theater playing a slideshow of every bad thing that could have happened if he'd gotten away with my daughter, every way he could have hurt her. A nerve-ripping shot of pain finally pierced the black fog of rage. My left hand was broken. I let it dangle at my side and kept swinging with my right. I stopped screaming long enough to spit out a few words. "My daughter, you fuck, my daughter, my," another wet, red impact, "daughter." That black fog kept getting heavier and heavier, choking out the rest of the world. There was no room for anything but the need to hurt this man. Then, slowly, light began to fill my vision. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned, suddenly, painfully aware that my daughter needed me. But instead of Emily, the hand on my shoulder belonged to a flickering ghost. "Sean," I said. It was a statement, not a question. Even though he seemed washed out, drained and filtered, it was so clearly my friend, just as I'd last seen him. He looked young. The light around him blinked and faded. Looking at him was like watching an old movie, something black and white. "Hi." I heard his voice in my head, the same voice that had guided my turns. It was louder now, distinctly familiar. "Hi." Sean smiled and nodded to his right. Emily was wrapped up in the fetal position, head covered by her arms, trembling. As quickly as it had hit, the anger drained from me, replaced with a bone-deep shame. She was trying to block out the sounds and sight of her dad killing a man in front of her. I rolled away from the stranger, stumbled, made my way to Emily and hugged her close. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry," I whispered, my forehead against her brow. "I'm sorry, it's okay. You're okay now. Emily, you're okay. I love you." I choked on the last words, exhausted, sick from the adrenaline dump, the enormity of what I'd nearly lost crashing over me. The injuries and the cold caught up to me then. I was only just able to turn away before I threw up all over the fresh snow. I felt a small hand on my arm, and then Emily was hugging me tightly. "You found me," she whispered into my shoulder. I cried. I forgot my injuries, the cold, my anger. I forgot my fear and everything else that wasn't her face. I held her and I cried, huge, racking, beautiful sobs. I was given my world back, and I cradled it, cradled Emily, close. I'm not sure how long we stayed that way, father and daughter holding each other in the snow. Eventually, I looked up and found Sean watching us, a sad smile on his face. "Thank you," I told him. He nodded. Then his smile slipped away, and he looked down at the stranger. The man was still breathing, but his face looked like a smashed pumpkin. The snow around the stranger was stained scarlet, a short, red road showing where he'd moved. He'd been trying to drag himself away from me, still on his back. I think he'd made it about 4 feet. "She shouldn't watch," Sean said. I nodded, hugging Emily, and turning so her back was to the stranger. "You shouldn't watch," Sean said. I shouldn't, but I had to. After a moment, Sean, flickering in black and white, turned to the stranger. Where my anger had been a rabid thing, Sean's was still and cold as a dead star. He stood over the stranger, who started to raise one hand weakly. As I watched, Sean put a hand over the man's mouth. The stranger gurgled, trying to scream, but Sean seemed to be melting, pouring himself over the man like liquid lead. Sean dissolved, his grainy light spilling over and into the stranger. The man was thrashing and making choking sounds. Whatever Sean was doing, it must have hurt. The light became too bright, and I had to jam my eyes shut. When I opened them, Sean and the stranger were both gone, leaving nothing but red stains on the snow. There was one last flicker of black and white, a fading echo of my friend. "Wait," I yelled. "Don't go." There was no reply, but something did linger. Some of the pain in my hand and shoulder eased. The sharp edge of the cold lessened. I knew that Sean wasn't completely gone. "Thank you," I said to the empty snow. "I'm so sorry I didn't help you. I'm so sorry I couldn't." The phantom of a reassuring touch. I knew he forgave me, knew he never blamed me at all, even though I didn't think I'd ever forgive myself. "Who was that?" Emily asked me. "Who was the boy in black and white?" "That was your Uncle Sean," I told her. The snow still fell, the wind still shook the trees, and the sun was draining into the horizon, but I felt warm there in the woods, safe and looked after. "Let me tell you about your uncle." A state trooper found Emily and me sitting there not long after sundown. Someone had reported the crashed cars, and the trooper had followed our tracks. There were a few places where the snow had covered the footprints, he told us, but he'd seen a flash of light and found us there. I did my best to explain what happened. I must have sounded like I was in shock. The trooper gave me his jacket and radioed for help. The woods became a swarm of police and activity. There was even a helicopter. They never found the stranger. The official story was that I'd fought the guy off and he'd run. My wife was afraid that he'd come back, but she believed me when I told her we would never, ever need to worry about that man again. She didn't ask any questions, but there was a savage love in her eyes when she looked at me. I knew Andy had her own sleeping animal, coiled and waiting if anyone ever came for Emily again. The world can be a dark and awful place. There are monsters everywhere, and the worst of them are often the best at blending in. Whenever the news is too bleak, or my fear starts to get the best of me, I gather my family together and we watch old movies, only the classics, like I used to watch with Sean. I sit with Andy and Emily, and sometimes I talk about him, and it's almost like he's there with us. Because Sean's a classic. And the classics are unforgettable. Story. There's a reason they don't build staircases with 11 steps anymore. It'll start with the sound of something climbing behind you. My dad was an architect, and they could be a superstitious bunch. Many of them will skip building floor 13 and jump right from floor 12 to 14. If you're building a new house, everything from the color of the paint on the porch to the type of flower planted outside might affect the luck of the home. For the most part, Dad told me those quirks were more tradition than anything else, all but one. Never buy a house where the staircase has 11 steps. He warned me one summer night years ago after he'd had a few drinks. I grinned. Yeah, and always buy a new broom to go with a new house. I know the drill. Dad shook his head and looked out at the summer stars. He seemed far away. I know it sounds like the rest of the bullshit, Stephen, Dad said. But this is one that I think is true. I can't tell you why. You just wouldn't believe me. Do me a favor though. Count the steps when you buy a house someday down the line. If there's 11, buy something else. I promised I would, but it was a teenage promise made on a clear night when the weather was fine and the world felt far away. There was a girl with red hair and a gunfighter grin on my mind. She occupied my daydreams all that summer. Not much room left for such a small promise to take root. So I forgot. God damn me, I forgot. Dad passed away last year. If he'd still been around, I'm sure he would have checked on the house that caught Molly and my eye. It was a colonial with an acre of yard and a wraparound porch. There was an oak in the back, tall with branches like bridge beams. The perfect foundation for a treehouse. It was a suburban dream, ideal for a young couple and for our kid on the way. I loved everything about the house. Large windows drank in morning sunlight. The deck was old wood, solid and stained, and dotted with columns. There was an office for me and a fireplace for Molly. Best of all, there was space, empty now, but nearly vibrating with potential. Wherever I looked, I saw images of kids and dogs and memories waiting for us to catch up. I was distracted by new beginnings, so I didn't count the steps when the real estate agent showed us upstairs. Not then. Not until after the ink was dry on the purchase and our rented U-Haul was parked in the driveway. Coming from an apartment, Molly and I didn't have too much stuff, but the doc told her not to lift too much or exert herself, and I was stubborn enough to figure I could handle it myself. So move-in day was dragging. Fumbling to see over the edge of the nightstand, I was halfway up the stairs when I heard a heavy footfall behind me. "Hey, Moll," I said, shifting to look back. "I can handle the upstairs stuff if you want to get started with." The stairs were empty behind me. I felt it then, for the first time, a sense of unease mixed with guilt, as if I'd done something wrong or forgotten something important. "Hey, Molly," I called out. "What's up?" she answered from downstairs. "What are you up to?" I heard the sound of glasses clinking. "Unpacking kitchen stuff. You need a hand?" No, I think I got it. I moved slowly up the stairs, listening after each step. After I reached the top and sat the nightstand down, I turned back and finally counted. My heart sped up a little with each step I looked over. I could hear my dad's voice inside my head clearly, as well as the promise I made him. The promise I'd just broken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wait, shit, I said to myself, pressing out breath in short bursts. I skipped one. Fuck this. I began to walk down the stairs carefully, noting each step. As my foot touched number 11 at the bottom, the last step, I felt a draft brush against my neck, almost like fingertips. I whirled around so quickly I nearly tripped. "You all right?" Molly called out. "Fine," I lied. I was watching up the staircase. Nothing about it was sinister or even remarkable. Smooth wooden steps with a banister going halfway up the side, then a wall rail the rest of the way. I wondered if we should get a rug for it. New house jitters, I told myself, going back to the U-Haul for another box. The rest of the move-in went smooth. Every time I headed up or down the stairs, I would go slow and listen, but I never noticed anything else that day. I also recounted each time I went upstairs, but the number of steps never changed. A week after moving in, Molly and I were woken up by the sound of someone running up our staircase. The footsteps were startling and loud, each one like a hammer against a board. "Jesus, Stephen, what the fuck?" Molly shouted, climbing out of bed. I scrambled to our bedroom door and turned the lock, keeping my back against it. "Call the cops," I said, listening for any sounds outside the door. Molly took her phone and hunkered down between the bed and the wall. I moved quickly from the door to our closest. My hands were shaking, and it took me several seconds of violent fumbling to dial in the combination to the lockbox. I came back into the bedroom with the gun inherited from my dad, feeling both safer and more in danger at the same time. Molly and I sat huddled together, watching the door for 8 long, ugly minutes. When we saw the police lights flashing under our window, I put the gun away and crept downstairs. On the last step, I felt something yank at my hair. When I turned, there was nothing behind me, only an empty stairwell, bathed in hall light. I could nearly taste my pulse, a greasy, panicked thing. The police knocked, hard. I backed away, never taking my eyes off the stairs until I was at the front door. The cops didn't find anything. No intruder, no signs of forced entry, nothing but a new house with 2 terrified occupants who would spend the rest of a sleepless night downstairs. The staircase looked so boring in the morning light. I was worried Molly would brush off my idea, ask me to give the house another chance. But Molly beat me to the punch. "We need to leave," she told me, a protective hand against her belly. My Molly. Her red hair now had a few strands of silver, but she still had her gunfighter grin in the good times. And in the hard times, she had clear eyes. She was steady. "Okay," I told her. "Okay." That morning contained some loud phone calls and some quiet moments where Molly and I just sat on the couch and looked at the house we were giving up. It didn't bother me as much as I thought it would. I knew, looking at Molly as she began packing, that she carried my home with her wherever she went. "I'm going to go talk to those fuckers in person," I said. "Those real estate creeps are hiding something. I'm sure of it." Molly was lying on the couch, her sleepless night catching up. I glanced over at the stairs. "Moll, if you need to rest, that's fine. Just promise me you'll stay down here, okay?" She opened one green eye, gave me the shadow of a grin. "Don't worry, cowboy. Wild horses couldn't take me back upstairs." I spent the rest of the morning arguing with a room full of real estate agents. Gradually, it became clear that the house they'd sold us had an uncomfortable history that wasn't readily disclosed. No brutal murders or satanic rituals, just an awful lot of accidents and small tragedies. Mundane horrors that were easy enough to explain on their own but made for a troubling pattern. Mouth dry from raising my voice, I left the real estate office at 1:04 p.m. in a better mood than I'd come in. Maybe Molly and I wouldn't be able to get out of the sale scot-free, but it was looking like we'd be able to rescind the offer with minimal losses. I know the time exactly because that's when I called Molly. She didn't answer. The whole drive back I kept calling. Every time it went to voicemail, the dread swelling in my stomach like a cancer pulled a little tighter. I found Molly dead at the foot of the stairs. She was twisted and bent like a doll dropped on the floor. Thick violet bruises covered her body. I held her for several minutes before calling for help. She was so clearly gone. The entire time I waited for the ambulance to arrive, I heard the slow creak of steps moving down the stairs until they were at the bottom, inches away. I couldn't see a thing, just empty stairs and bloodstains. My morning was well documented. The confrontation at the real estate agency meant that I couldn't be home when Molly, at her time of death. I overheard the cops talking. The medical examiner said it looked like Molly was dragged up the stairs before falling down, or being thrown. I wasn't arrested, only told not to leave town, to stay home. That's fine. I can hear it pacing the stairs as I write this down. Sometimes it takes soft, deliberate steps, the wood groaning under a heavy, unseen weight. Other times it runs, it wants me to hear it. Now and then it mimics the thuds of something falling down the stairs. Molly, I'm so sorry. It's taunting me, daring me to come up. On my drive back from the police station, I stopped to fill several canisters with gasoline. I can smell the gas now. It reminds me of summertime, of fresh-cut grass, and of a girl with red hair, and I'm going to burn this house down, and then I don't know what I'll do. but at least there will be one less staircase with 11 steps. The next time you find yourself climbing up to the bedroom or down to the basement, do yourself a favor. Count. Story. I recently installed a Ring doorbell camera. It keeps detecting things that aren't there. Motion detected at the front door. Motion detected at the front door. I glanced down at my phone. Another 2 alerts from the new Ring video doorbell I'd installed that morning. Since sundown, the thing was going off every few minutes. Another alert? Becky asked. I picked my phone up from the nightstand and opened the Ring app. Yep. Anything on the camera? Nope. Live feed from the Ring showed a huge amount of nothing outside our front door. Becky and I lived in a small townhouse in a tidy, quiet neighborhood. There wasn't enough traffic, walking, or driving to explain the constant motion alerts. The screen on my phone showed a well-lit night, our porch, our cars tucked in their 2 spots, a bright slice of moon, and motion detected at the front door. Nothing had moved. Nothing I could see. I gripped the phone a little tighter. That little shake that comes along with an adrenaline dump was making it harder to keep the image steady. My mouth was dry and chest tight. I felt watched, anxious, but there was nothing there. Becky sat up in bed and watched the screen with me. The glow reflected back on her face, caught in her eyes. Maybe it's ghosts, she said in her best spooky voice, or, more likely, demonic in origin. Becky giggled, and the tension was gone. How silly to be afraid of nothing at all. The Ring was probably broken or overly sensitive. For all I knew, some squirrel 2 counties over could sneeze and set off the motion detector. Nick, aren't you frightened? Becky added. We're under siege. She ducked under the covers, then peeked out one eye. I cleared my throat and hit the intercom button on the Ring app. If there are any demons out there, you'd better fuck off. We've got salt and holy water and holy salt water. And we're not afraid to use them, so yeah, screw you, you're nothing. Nada. Silence. I guess I must have scared. A violent screech of static blasted out from my phone. I dropped it on the floor. Becky yelped. Fuck, I said, breathing hard. Fuck, fuck. Yeah, Becky agreed, coming out from her blankets. What was that? Feedback, some malfunction. I stared down at the dark outline of my phone on the bedroom floor, like it was a particularly large and clever-looking spider. It was facing down, but if I picked it up, would the camera feed still be up? Would it still look out over a clear, empty night? Gingerly, I bent down and scooped the phone up and placed it on the nightstand without looking at the screen. Anything there? Becky asked. No, all clear. I lied, turning over and resting my head on the pillow. Just a glitch. Motion detected at the front door. There were 42 notifications from Ring on my phone when I checked it the next morning. Maybe we didn't need a video doorbell at all. We lived in a safe neighborhood. Nobody even fucked with our Amazon packages. I made a deal with myself. If there were any more unexplained notifications, invisible motion, any fuckery of any flavor, I would remove the Ring. Not just remove it, but go full office space on the device. Shatter, burn, break, bludgeon, humiliate, and bury deep. As I sat in my office all day pretending to work, the tension crept back in. It settled between my shoulder blades and festered. I felt like a tasty gazelle, surrounded by tall, rippling grass, where hungry things might lurk. When a fresh alert popped up on my phone, I nearly threw it across the room. Motion detected at the front door. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I opened the app to check the camera. It was supposed to record for a few seconds whenever triggered by motion. The video played back. It was the fucking mailman dropping off a small package. I let out a half-groan, half-laugh. The Ring could stay. My imagination just needed a vacation. Motion detected at the front door. Motion detected at the front door. Motion detected at the front door. Nick, what's wrong? I looked up from my phone at Becky. We were downstairs watching a movie. Date night. Nothing. Ring's glitching again is all. I brought up the camera, and Becky scooted closer. Nothing. Only solid, empty, harmless night. Motion detected at the front door. Fuck this, I muttered, standing up. Nick? Trying to swallow down the oily taste in my mouth, I walked to the door and tossed it open. No one was outside. Of course, no one was fucking outside. So why was I sure some things were right there, close enough to touch? I opened the glass storm door. If there's anybody out here, leave, go, just go away, please. The last word I whispered. I didn't want Becky to hear. I returned to the couch and we watched the movie without speaking for several minutes. I was starting to calm down. Motion detected at the front door. 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 Becky and I both stood up and stared down at my phone. The screen snapped to the live camera view on its own. Nothing outside. The doorbell rang. Then again, and again. Something started knocking, softly at first, then louder. Hesitating, I finally took a step towards the door. Don't, Becky whispered. Please don't. The ringing and knocking slowed to a trickle, then stopped. Becky called the police anyway to be safe. They couldn't find anything. Kid, they suggested. A prank. Invisible fucking kids, I asked. I saw one officer roll his eyes before they left. Then Becky and I were alone. We tried to sleep, but I couldn't stop checking my phone. Motion detected at the front door. Motion detected at the front door. Motion detected at the front door. Eventually, Becky made me put it away in the drawer on the nightstand. We heard the crackle of static for nearly a minute. Then the doorbell rang once more. I haven't slept all night. The sun's up now, and the alerts have stopped. Becky and I both called out of work for the day. I'm going to take the ring down today, but I don't know if that will fix it. Something was knocking, something we couldn't see, something that wants in. It still feels like I'm being watched, surrounded by tall, shadow-soaked grass, and hungry, invisible things. Story. My crawlspace door has 3 locks on the outside. I couldn't believe how lucky we were to get the house. Everything fell perfectly into place at just the right time. Our lease was running out, and the owner didn't want to renew because they decided to rent the space to a family member. Which was fine, but they didn't give us a lot of notice, and with Jessie being 3 months pregnant, living out of our car until we found a new place wasn't an ideal option. It seemed like a miracle when Jessie's coworker told her she had a house for sale in our price range and we could, and should, move in as soon as possible. The house was old but well maintained. It belonged to the grandfather of Jessie's coworker, Becky. Becky barely knew the old man apparently, but since she was more or less his only family in the area, he left her the house in his will. I was a little surprised Becky didn't want to move into the house herself. It was a large 2-story colonial and a clear upgrade to the small ranch style she was in at the time. When I mentioned it to Jessie, she told me that Becky didn't like to talk too much about the house or her grandfather. Bad memories, I think, Jessie said. Odd, but I honestly didn't want to probe too much. Becky's loss was my family's gain, I figured. The house sat on an acre in a heavily wooded area. Our closest neighbor was nearly half a mile away. A fenced-in yard for the kid-to-be, a large front porch for Jessie, and a nice office space next to the den for me. It seemed like our dream house. Things went down to the wire with our move-in date. I did everything I could to hurry up the process. I even asked my cousin to handle the inspection. We had less than a week at that point until our lease expired, so I might have asked him to cut a few corners. I regret that now. There didn't seem to be any real reasons for concern at that point. The old man had taken great care of the house. The interior would need a little work and some fresh paint, but that was more a style issue. The old man had terrible taste, lots of dark paint and shag carpet. My cousin only found 2 issues during the inspection. The bathroom plumbing was irregular, and the crawlspace door had 3 exterior locks. With the plumbing, my cousin assumed it was a botched home repair. Everything still worked fine. The water pressure was decent, but the pipes under the sink were jerry-rigged with duct tape and weird pieces that didn't match. My cousin advised that we get a plumber down the road, in case there was a leak. We didn't check for the leak immediately because we couldn't get under the house. The crawlspace door was a thick slab of gray metal with 3 locks along the right side and heavy-duty joints on the left. It was small, probably not much more than 2 feet high, and a little wider. All 3 locks were padlocks but clearly installed at different times. The top lock was ancient and nearly rusted through. The middle lock was newer but showed signs of years of wear and tear, along with a small amount of rust. The bottom lock was the newest, fresh and shiny, maybe a couple months old. "That's kind of fucking weird," my cousin said when we first saw the door. Apparently, having an exterior lock on the crawl space wasn't unheard of. My cousin pointed out that some people have them to keep their kids from going exploring. 3 locks was less common, but maybe the old man had issues with homeless people sleeping under the house, or maybe he was just paranoid. Either way, we couldn't find the keys to the locks anywhere. My cousin suggested we cut the locks, though neither of us had the tools. I convinced him it wasn't worth the hassle and that I'd check later. The truth was, I was happy there were locks on the crawl space. I worried that if he went in to check it out, he would ask me to come with him. I am claustrophobic. Not just claustrophobic, I am deathly, cripplingly terrified of tight spaces. I get sweaty in an empty elevator. I need a moderate sedative to take an MRI. The idea of crawling on the ground, in the dark, with the weight of an entire house above me, filled me with a dread so deep you could drop a rock in it and never hit the bottom. So yeah, I didn't try too hard to get into the crawl space. My cousin was against the idea of signing off on the inspection without doing a full check, but I talked him into it. The way I figured, the house seemed in great shape. Worst case scenario was that there might be a tiny leak, but that should go away once I had the pipes sorted. And we were getting such a great deal on the asking price, I wasn't worried about shelling out a little bit of money to repair minor damages, if any existed. I told all of that to my cousin, and he relented but made me promise to get the plumbing fixed as soon as possible, and to check under the house if I found the keys. I lied and told him I would. As we got ready to head back inside, I thought I caught the faintest sound coming out of a vent near the door to the crawl space. It sounded like something dragging. The vent was minuscule and looked at least partially clogged. I don't think my cousin noticed. I chalked the sound up to my imagination. With all of those locks on the door, I doubted anything would be moving around in there. Fast forward 3 weeks and I'm on cloud 9. We moved in, we saved enough on the sale to have a modest redecoration budget, and we were even converting one of the rooms into a nursery. Everything is like a dream, except for 2 little annoyances. The first issue is the smell. I noticed it a few days after moving in. At first, it was only in the bathroom, the downstairs one with the funky pipes. There was this almost sickly sweet odor mixed with other, harder to identify smells. It was odd. I thought I could smell evergreens, combined with a trace of mildew and old trash. As the weeks went on, the odor became worse. The pine faded, and the other smells overwhelmed it. If I opened the sink and leaned in, it reminded me of standing inside a porta potty in the summer, of overfilled dumpsters and other unidentifiable things. Naturally, I stopped opening the sink. After a while, it became a persistent odor in that bathroom, and by the 3rd week, I thought I was starting to detect hints of the smell in the kitchen. It was definitely getting worse. Conversely, the unexplained noises were doing the opposite and becoming quieter, less frequent. Ever since I'd heard dragging during the inspection, barely a day went by without me noticing some muffled thump. At first, I convinced myself that it was just the pipes or the house settling. When it continued, I decided to tell myself that the sounds were probably from a wild animal that found a way in besides the locked door. Never mind that neither my cousin nor I noticed any holes or damage along the outside of the house. Whatever it was down there, the only thing I knew for sure was that I didn't want to go under the house, in the dark. Barely enough room to crawl with my face in the dirt and the weight of the world above me. I didn't want to be stuck in that tight space with whatever was making those noises. But as the 1-month anniversary of our move neared, Jessie finally sat me down to talk about the crawl space. She asked me to cut the locks so she could go down there. I'd fooled myself into thinking she hadn't noticed the smell or the noise. The odor was barely there the first week or two, and she primarily used the upstairs bathroom, so I thought maybe she didn't smell the sick, sweet, evergreen and waste scent. Apparently, she noticed not long after I did. As for the strange noises, she heard those too. Not as often as I had, since I work from home and they were more active during the day, but she'd still heard something. Maybe coughing or whimpering, Jessie said. And tapping. I could swear I heard tapping. Jessie had noticed there was something wrong. She didn't say anything, because she knew I didn't want to go under the house, and, like me, she hoped the problem would go away. Ignoring problems doesn't generally work out in real life, sadly, just like how walking away from a fire doesn't usually put it out. Eventually, Jessie decided enough was enough and she would check the crawl space herself. My now 4 months pregnant wife would go down into the dark because I was too scared. All she asked was that I cut the locks for her. It took me a long time to reply. "I'll go to the store tomorrow morning, buy bolt cutters, and then I'll go look," I said. "I'll go down there." "You don't have to." "Yes, I think I do." She made me promise to wait until she got home from work before I went under. I lied and said I would. There was no way I was going to wait that long. It would be nearly evening before she got home, and the thought of going into the crawl space at night made me sick to my stomach. I doubted my nerve would hold up beyond the morning, and when I went under the house, I wanted it to be sunny outside, so I could at least leave the door open and let light in. The next morning, I kissed my wife goodbye, went to the hardware store, and was back in front of the locked door by 9 a.m. My prayer for a bright, sunny day went unanswered. The morning was overcast and chilly, but I knew if I put the trip off any longer, I'd keep finding excuses. The first lock, the old lock, came off without much pressure. I had to lean into the second, and for the final lock, I hoped, that I might not be able to break the damn thing. It finally came off with a snap. Now that I wasn't distracted by labor, I noticed the same smell from inside the house drifting out through the vent near the door. It was disgusting, like old roadkill and sugar. I was surprised at how easily the door opened once the locks were off. The metal was thick, but the joint had a smooth motion, possibly lubricated. Once the door was open, the odor made me gag. The stink became nearly a physical thing, clawing and choking me, reaching down my throat to strangle me from inside. I was too far along to quit now, though, so I pulled the top of my shirt over my nose and mouth, put on the new headlamp I'd bought that morning, and crawled into the dark. I remember hoping that I'd be able to stay near the entrance and spot whatever the issue was from there. As soon as my head was in the crawl space, I realized that wouldn't happen. Two things stood out immediately. There was heavy fabric hanging everywhere, and the fabric was covered with dozens of small shapes. I took a deep breath and moved forward. There was enough room near the entrance for me to at least shuffle around on my hands and knees, but the ceiling kept scraping my head. I got close to the fabric and realized it was some kind of blanket or curtain, and the small shapes were tiny trees. Air fresheners. Some were so old that both the scent and the image were completely faded, others were newer. That explained the pine smell. I was beginning to hyperventilate. Adrenaline and a growing morbid curiosity kept me moving forward. A few feet from the entrance, I had to sprawl out onto my stomach to wiggle through a tight space where a thick beam came close to the ground. Even with the headlight, all of the fabric stunted my visibility to only right in front of my face. Once I was past the beam, I got back onto my hands and knees and headed towards where I thought the bathroom was located. I pushed one more curtain aside and came face to face with the devil. At least, that's what I thought I saw in that exact moment. Even with all of the therapy, I still struggle to process the memory of that face, because it was a face, a human face, more or less. Except that it was so very pale where it wasn't covered in filth and narrow. The eyes, I'll never forget the eyes as much as I try to. They looked like large black pupils floating in a sea of red. The thing was less than a foot from my own face when I'd moved the curtain. As the light from my headlamp illuminated the shape, it shrieked, high-pitched and terrible, like it was in pain. I don't think I can adequately describe the fear I experienced when I moved the curtain. I've done my best to drown the associated brain cells in cheap alcohol and expensive pills, but I can't shake the pure, hopeless terror of the memory. Underground, in the dark, barely able to move, staring at a monster. I thought I'd accidentally crawled into hell. Since I'm being honest, and I am, I won't leave out details. I screamed when it screamed, and I also pissed myself for good measure. I didn't notice that until later. I went into full animal, lizard brain panic, and desperately tried to get away. I half turned, half crawled backwards, bumped into the beam, and tried to push under it. In my mad scramble, I came in at a bad angle, neither head or feet first, but mostly sideways. I got stuck. The fact that I was hyperventilating and screaming like a man on fire couldn't have helped. After a few frantic seconds, just waiting to feel a cold hand grab my leg, my mind left me. This was probably shock setting in. There's only so much horror you can subject a human mind to before it performs a natural DDoS. A little while longer and my breathing slowed. I scooted out from under the beam along the path of least resistance, on the same side as the creature. I laid face down in the dirt for a bit, waiting for anything. Eventually, I rolled over to look at the monster. The thing was curled into the fetal position, hands pressed against its eyes, making a screeching, sobbing sound. It sounded hurt. It sounded scared. I lay watching it shake and cry. My brain began to reset slowly. A terrible realization crept in through the comfortable numbness of shock. The creature was human. It was a child. As my headlamp swept across the space behind the boy, it was a boy, I noticed two unmoving shapes. Feeling like I was in a dream, I moved closer. I wish I hadn't. The two shapes were also pale, covered in rags and waste, and very small. Both children were dead, and in various states of decomposition. Something had been chewing at them. That was enough to finally blue screen my mind. I passed out. When I woke up, the boy was still curled in a ball, crying much more softly now. My crawl back to the door was surreal. The boy wouldn't follow me, so I went alone. Once I was back inside, everything went by in a flash. I felt like I was watching myself from far away. The dispatcher didn't believe me at first, but I eventually convinced them I was serious. My wife rushed home from work to find our new house an active crime scene. The fire department was able to get the boy out. He survived, but was in serious condition physically for more than a month after extraction. Mentally, well, I don't know how you come all the way back from what he went through. The pieces all came together over the coming weeks. There were a series of disappearances of kids in our area going back several years. Once the police began to go over the property, they found more than a dozen graves in the yard and adjacent woods, small graves. They found the keys to the crawlspace locks hidden in a secret drawer, along with the old man's diary. Police were able to ID the 3 children I encountered under the house, from missing persons reports filed in a neighboring town. They estimated the kids were down there between 2 to 3 months. The old man kept them fed until his sudden death, and he'd purposefully rigged the pipes in the bathroom to provide a slow, steady leak into the crawl space. The town was able to keep the situation quiet. Nobody wanted to be associated with that much pain and suffering. But I'll never be able to forget being there in the dark, the smell of it, the sound of the boy trying to weep. I always wondered why we didn't hear them making more noise under the house. The blackout curtains would dampen the sound, but surely we'd hear it if they were screaming. I brought the question up, drunkenly, to a friend once. He theorized that if the kids were already under the house for a month or more before we'd moved in, they may have already screamed their vocal cords raw. I try not to think about it, just like I try not to think about how things would have gone if I'd just let my cousin finish his inspection that day. If I'd faced my fear of the narrow dark, would we have pulled 3 kids, traumatized but alive, out from the crawl space instead of just one? I try not to think about it. The smell of pine still makes me sick. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story.